Chapter 91. Preparations for High Mass. While John was praying, a young word-bearer's warrior beside him watched quietly. After John finished praying and opened his eyes, the word-bearer's warrior stepped forward and handed John two things. "Bishop John? This is for you." John took what the young word-bearer warrior handed over and found that they were two amulets. One is an Imperial sky eagle made of stamped metal sheets, and the other is an amulet in the same shape as the Emperor's statue. It is only the size of a thumb, but very exquisite. The right hand holds a sword hanging naturally, and the left hand pushes a book symbolizing knowledge. The golden power armor on the God Emperor and the halo behind his head were coated with gold foil, sparkling in the sun. The sword in his hand is painted with gradient colors, cleverly creating the feeling of burning. The book in the Divine Emperor's hand was bound with thin metal pages that could be flipped through, and on each page were scriptures written in tiny golden characters. The page now reads, "Only the Emperor can protect us." However, John could not understand High Gothic, but he could still see the exquisiteness of this little Imperial amulet, which was truly a work of art. "Thank you very much. But this is..." The young word-bearer spoke familiarly. "The Pope said that we urgently need to reach a consensus. The amulet made of the Imperial Sky Eagle must be distributed to every human being in this world, and the people of the Emperor will surely be bathed in his glory." The word-bearer's warrior seemed not quite used to Lorgar's new title. He stuttered when he mentioned the Pope, but a shy smile appeared on his face when he talked about the small statue of the Emperor. "I made this yesterday. I heard about your efforts to protect the humans here. This is a small token of my appreciation." John was surprised that this exquisite little statue was made by the word-bearer's warrior in front of him. Although Barn and others, who had the most contact with him before, had never behaved like pure warriors, John still found it hard to imagine that there were such artists among the Space Marines. "You did a great job. You must be an amazing artist." The young soldier seemed even more shy in the face of John's compliments. "How dare I call myself an artist? The Battle Brothers of the Emperor's Children Legion are the real artists. The Emperor's son." John didn't know the existence of this legion, but the name seemed quite powerful. If he remembered correctly, the highest-ranking pope here was the son of the Emperor. The Emperor's Children is the name of a legion, led by the most beautiful and artistic Primarch Fulgrim. As for more, I don't know. I just know that the artworks from the Emperor's Children can be sold at sky-high prices. Anyway, I can't afford them." Jim introduced John at the right time. "That's it." John understood, and then he asked, "Sir, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Angertai, and I just became a Space Marine." Angel Tai stretched out his broad palm and shook hands with John. "By the way, the first High Mass prepared by the Pope will begin at noon. It is very important, so don't be late." "Thanks for the reminder, I will never forget it." "Neither can I." Jim also said this, and although he tried his best to remain calm, there was still a slight tremor in his voice. The Primarch, the current first Pope of the Ecclesiarchy, Lorgar, had announced that he would hold the first High Mass of the Ecclesiarchy at noon today to demonstrate the power of the God Emperor. Or maybe Lorgar was planning to conduct a large-scale resurrection ceremony. Like everyone who has just lost a loved one or friend, Jim also hopes that his daughter and the good guys he brought with him can be selected. On the other side, Logia's own lounge. This was originally a banquet hall, but now Lorgar had ordered his men to move out everything inside, leaving only chairs large enough for the largest Primarch to sit on. A mechanical servant was standing opposite, holding a book and flipping through it quickly in front of Logia. He finished flipping through a book in just a few seconds, and then immediately picked up another book and flipped through it in front of Logia. Logia was reading a book using her Primarch's superhuman perception ability while knitting a sweater with both hands. Logia likes to knit sweaters, which makes him feel calm and helps him think. In fact, Logia originally wanted to build a statue of the Emperor that was absolutely large enough, but considering the actual situation here, Logia chose to first build a small 6-meter statue to serve as a place of sustenance for everyone's prayers. Instead, they produced a large number of Imperial Sky Eagle amulets and had the troops distribute these amulets to the local natives, ensuring that every person got one. Although it is not as good as a statue that everyone on this planet can admire, it can at least give the suffering humans in other worlds a place to rest, right? Later, after studying and learning the magic of this world, Logia decided to show some miracles. This world has the magic of resurrection. When he first learned about this, Logia was shocked. He immediately looked for relevant books to study, and was pleasantly surprised to find that this magic was very simple and he could learn it easily. Unfortunately, this magic has a flaw, which is that the resurrected person's vitality, experience points, will be consumed during resurrection. If the vitality is too low, the level is too low, resurrection is impossible. Luogia felt that there should be an improved version of this magic, and asked John, but John had no idea either. It was only recently that John was able to use 5th level magic, and now he could only use the 5th level combat magic. He had no idea about magic related to resurrection. However, John recommended someone to Luogia, one of the original Black Ceremonies astrologers Qun Li, who knew a lot about magic. Luogia quickly ordered people to look for her, and discovered that Zhanxin Qun Li had died in the previous battle outside. Fortunately, her body was successfully recovered, at least 40% of it including the head. Luogia first used the resurrection magic to resurrect astrology Qun Li. The former JK girl knelt down the moment she saw Luogia. Astrology Qun Li has never seen such powerful strength in any individual. If such an existence must be given a name, astrology Qun Li thinks it can only be God. In this situation, she naturally answered all of Luogia's questions without reservation, fearing that there was something she had not done well. Although astrology Qun Li herself does not know how to use resurrection magic, as a former member of the Black Scripture who specializes in intelligence, her understanding of resurrection magic reaches up to the 9th level of complete resurrection. This is a kind of magic that can revive the dead without consuming any vitality, experience points. Although Lorgar, as an extraordinary son of God, is not a master of magic like Magnus, he only needs some references to improve the magic of this world. Now, with the help of astrology Qun Li, he quickly deduced and completed his original resurrection magic. Luogia named it the Divine Emperor Resurrection Technique. Its main feature was that it changed the previous resurrection special effect from white to the Emperor's favorite gold, and reduced the mana consumption by 20%. As for mana consumption, Luogia found that his mana bar seemed a bit too long for the people in this world, and the speed of mana recovery was also ridiculously fast. It is entirely possible to use hundreds of 9th order magic. Although Luogia hasn't fully understood the specific principles, it is definitely right to attribute it to the blessing of the God Emperor first. For the people in this world, this should be a truly irrefutable miracle. In short, the necessary preparations for the High Mass have been completed, so Luogia spent the final preparation time knitting a sweater and adjusting her mentality at the same time. Soon the time for High Mass approached. This time, Luogia did not wear armor. He changed into a gold and red robe, put on a triple crown that he had hastily made, and came to the square of the cathedral area. There are hundreds of relatively intact remains of brave warriors collected on the ground here. Luogia is going to resurrect them today and give them the gift of the God Emperor. Chapter 92. High Mass begins. Many buildings in the previous church area collapsed due to the attack of the Nazarick Great Tomb troops. In order to hold a High Mass this time, boost morale, and spread the state religion, Luogia ordered the original square to be cleaned up in advance, and the surrounding damaged buildings should also be cleaned up to free up a large enough space. With the operation of the Space Marines, Night Mechs, and Mechanicus, this little thing was easy, and soon Lorgar got the square he wanted. Previously, the cathedral district housed more than 20,000 refugees. When the troops from the Great Tomb of Nazarick broke through the front line, almost all the refugees in front of the cathedral district died, but many survived in the back. When Luogia counted the number of survivors, there were still 5,889 people. They are the first group of believers of the state religion developed here. They have seen the power of the Divine Emperor, and now they should also see the grace of the Divine Emperor. In order to allow them to fully see the gift of the God Emperor, Luogia specially ordered people to build several huge temporary viewing stands, which were large enough to accommodate all the survivors. When he held the High Mass later, these viewing stands would be lifted by night mechas. Those sitting at the front of the square are those who have received the most blessings from the Emperor in previous battles. Some of them have been resurrected from the dead, some have wings on their backs, and some have halos on their heads. This one is not used to it yet, it is currently a passive function and cannot be turned off. These people came from all over, including Space Marines and members of the Mortal Auxiliary Forces. The total number was 39, the most conspicuous of whom was Abaddon of the Luna Wolves. This powerful Space Marine once boasted of his extraordinary physique, and now he is second only to the Primarch in height. The golden light in his eyes is so bright that you don't even need a flashlight to walk with him at night. Luogia gave them a new title, Living Saints. They are the direct carriers of the power of the God Emperor and the embodiment of his will, so Logia decided to add them to the belief system of the state religion. Several living saints headed by Abaddon who still believed in the truth of the empire always felt uncomfortable about this, but the emperor's miracle was before their eyes, and they themselves were even part of the miracle. Besides, how could they argue with Lorgar, the only primarch at present? Naturally, they could only choose to accept it. Later, Logia arranged for Governor Jim, Barn, Major Arthur Krypton of the 957th Independent Heavy Armored Regiment, and Sage Turing Zeta, heroes who had performed well in previous battles. Among them, Major Arthur felt the most awkward. Nurgle's foul-smelling warp portal first appeared around their spaceship. As an officer in charge of intelligence, Major Arthur always believed that it was his responsibility. Now, if he was not sentenced to death by white phosphorus, Arthur felt uneasy. As a result, he was allowed to stand here as a hero, which made him even more ashamed. But for Colonel Yaika Lukashinevuk, he could only stand here. In fact, he was able to stand here thanks to Colonel Yaika. After discovering that there was a problem with his spaceship, the colonel fought desperately and achieved very amazing results. Even Arthur, who served as an assistant, became a hero. Of course, he was able to survive thanks to the current Empire's lack of knowledge about how to deal with the warp, and the fact that the portal was opened near their spaceship instead of directly from the inside, otherwise the 957th Heavy Armored Regiment would have been wiped out. As for the even more heroic Colonel Yaika, he died in battle in the end. But now the great Primarch Lorgar said that he would resurrect these heroic souls with the power of the God Emperor. How could he not be excited? There were too many people who had lost their loved ones and comrades in the previous war, and they were now staring at Logia with eager eyes. Without the need for a timer, Logia used his own powerful biological clock to calculate the time for the High Mass to start accurately. He shouted in a loud and powerful voice. The High Mass is being celebrated, the Emperor is watching us. Hundreds of word-bearers priests lit the incense burners in their hands and walked around the body of the human hero waiting to be resurrected in the center of the square, singing prayers over and over again. Even though my body is broken. Even though my blood is flowing. Even though my life is over, save me from this moment of pain. Perseverance is as usual and unyielding. The immortal Emperor will come to meet you. Holy light surrounds my 3-foot body. As they chanted, the mist from the incense burners in their hands, which actually contained nanorobots, slowly formed the image of an Imperial sky eagle on the corpse. The knights waited for the word-bearers priests to finish singing the first prayers before raising the spectator stands so that the natives of this world could see what was about to happen. Standing on the high platform, Lorgar, wearing the triple crown, opened his arms and called out enthusiastically, people from other worlds who are drowning in darkness, the light of the God Emperor will protect you, and the faith of the God Emperor will save you. Following Logia's voice, a golden beam of light came down from the sky and shone onto the corpses below. This beam of light was projected by Logia from a shuttle in the stratosphere to add to the atmosphere, and of course the effect was outstanding. Come, and take refuge in the God Emperor, the great Lord of mankind. The God Emperor has boundless power, transcending life and death. Beautiful God Emperor, grant me flesh and blood. Holy God, protect my soul. Great is the Divine Emperor, who has given me new life. Following Lorgar's last words, the pillar of light in the sky disappeared temporarily, and the servo skulls began to play holy music. Early in the morning, tens of thousands of lowest-level angels summoned by the word-bearers priests began to dance in the air under the leadership of 13 angels of surveillance to create a sacred atmosphere. Lorgar is also very interested in the magic of summoning angels, and in order to preach in other worlds, it is very important to use methods that they can understand. The magic of summoning angels in the other world can intuitively let those individuals with little knowledge understand that they are members of the Order camp, and can also directly feel the power of the Empire. Logia knew that sometimes because the gap in strength was too big, the other party could not accurately judge the strength comparison between the two parties. At this time, using a method that the other party could understand could actually reduce a lot of trouble. But the time was too short. Although the word-bearers priests here were also very enthusiastic about learning the magic of summoning angels, they basically only learned the first-level summoning magic. However, this effect was enough to make John's jaw drop. Accompanied by angels dancing to sacred music, Lorgar performed his resurrection magic. As golden lights lit up, the human heroes who had died in battle before returned to this world again. Among them were Governor Jim's daughter Emilia, Colonel Yaika of the 957th Heavy Armored Regiment, and knights from the native Silian theocracy. It's a pity that the bodies of Barnes' comrades were too damaged before and did not survive, otherwise they might have been resurrected. Although only a few hundred people were resurrected this time, it was a true miracle for the people in the other world. It goes without saying that ordinary people, especially those like John who know the concept of resurrection magic, know how terrifying it is to resurrect hundreds of people at the same time. At the same time, the morale of the Empire was also extremely high. Even though the warriors of the human empire are not afraid of death, no normal person would want to die. Now that the God Emperor has once again proved his power to save them, how can they not be rejoicing? Luogia was also very happy, everything was moving in a good direction. Chapter 93, The Emperor of God has come, and the blue sky will be there. The High Mass was very successful, especially for the local indigenous people. After experiencing despair, hope, and despair, they finally waited for their savior and could sleep peacefully. Under Luogia's performance, even the most pessimistic and ignorant people of the church would not doubt the power of the God Emperor. Human supremacy will no longer be just a slogan in a doctrine. After the High Mass was completed, Lorgar officially sent out a large empire force to take over the entire territory of the theocracy. Upon arriving in this world, Lorgar sent out a reconnaissance force to explore the world while monitoring the movements of the Eldar and Necrons. Based on observations from low Earth orbit, it was discovered that this is a world similar in size to Earth, but with only one huge continent. The total area of this continent is larger than Asia, Europe, and Africa combined, but human civilization only exists in a very small corner. And God knows what the aliens in this world are like. There are so many kinds that it is unbelievable. Anyway, Luogia didn't believe that such numerous and strange alien races could be the result of natural evolution. If this world is not an experimental site or garbage dump run by some sick civilization, perhaps it has something to do with the unique magical power here. But it doesn't matter here. No matter how ugly or bizarre the alien empire is, they will be killed equally without any favoritism. During the exploration, the Empire's scouts also captured many local aliens for interrogation. Because this world has no special mechanism for language restrictions, communication is very convenient and there is no need to prepare translation props. However, those aliens were very friendly in the face of the Empire's technology and cruelty, and they were eager to tell everyone how many times they wet the bed when they were children. When looking at the summary intelligence, Luogia's blood pressure has been very high. As a new world that the God Emperor pays close attention to and represents the bridgehead of the new universe of mankind's future, the humans in this world cannot be said to be thriving, and are on the verge of extinction. Compared to the slain theocracy where he was currently, which was almost wiped out, it was actually the best civilization in the world. Human countries are basically located in barren corners, with small areas and weak strength. Most of the continent is ruled by aliens, and those humans who can live a slave life are considered to be kind-hearted by the aliens. In many places, the status of humans is just livestock and food. In the Ogre Kingdom, the most powerful of the 6 central countries on the continent, a 6-month-old fetus is considered the best food for entertaining distinguished guests. As for whether the creatures called ogres should be classified as subhumans or aliens, I hope Lorgar can express his opinion. Ogres, a unique species in this world. It looks similar to humans, but is more sturdy, with rough, tough, and green skin, fangs in its mouth, and is between 2 and 3 meters tall. It has very long hands and short legs compared to its body size. The most important thing is that these creatures like to eat humans, especially pregnant fetuses. Looks like a disgusting green mutant. This is how Lorgar evaluates the trolls. Lorgar had no interest in accepting this monster that was fond of human flesh as a subhuman, and simply drew an X on the report on the ogre. As for the ogre nation in the center of the continent, it is a country with a population of 300 million, counting only ogres, other species are mostly slaves and livestock. Luogia feels that it is a bit too urbanized. Afterwards, Luogia also dealt with many key issues. Although Luogia was obsessed with religion, he could still distinguish the importance of relief. Perhaps Lorgar's speed of conquest is not as fast as Guilliman's, but it is not slow at all. Moreover, the worlds that Lorgar has preached have very high loyalty. Learning magic is also done in this process. If it weren't for the Primarch who has extraordinary abilities in all aspects, it would obviously be impossible to do it no matter how much time is planned. After completing the High Mass, the troops began their march without staying overnight. The first step is to take over the entire territory of the theocracy. The slain theocracy is a country about the same size as France, with a population of 15 million. With Ins deliberately slowing down the destruction, there are still about a layer of survivors in the theocracy, but they are scattered very loosely. John's church district was the largest gathering place for survivors. As for Wyans deliberately slowed down the speed of destruction, it was certainly not out of mercy. He was angry at the Empire's counterattack against Shaltir, and was also angry that he had been fighting wits and courage with the heir for several years. At the same time, Ins was also very curious about what cards the theocracy, as the player's legacy, could have. So with the goal of giving the theocracy the greatest pain and fear, and forcing out all the player's legacy, Ins deliberately slowed down the destruction of the theocracy. Let the theocracy have survivors to wait until the arrival of the Empire. The intention was bad, but the execution was good. As for taking over the entire territory of the Sicilian theocracy, it seems simple for an empire that already has tens of thousands of space marines. In fact, it is not difficult at all. Previous aerial reconnaissance units have already confirmed the location of all the larger survivors of the theocracy through current detection equipment and metaphysical divination instruments. Now that the high mass is over, the space marines who set out to rescue the refugees also bring with them the newly converted Christian citizens. But John cannot leave. As the bishop of the Sicilian world appointed by Logia, he still has a lot of learning tasks to do. Among them, Angel Tai took 2 people from the theocracy to receive a refugee group of about 500 people. It is necessary to bring the people of the theocracy along. After all, the style of the human empire is quite different from the general style of this world. There is actually no need to prepare anything simply to receive refugees. After all, the theocracy is too small for the empire. Now we just need to stabilize the refugees, take them to designated locations to resume production, and spread the state religion. Now, Angel Tai and his group had 2 Saka Stormbirds, a type of large multi-purpose aircraft widely used by the Empire in the early days of the Great Crusade. They were carrying 80 Space Marines, 2 Predator tanks and some heavy weapons, and the remaining space was filled with various supplies. The refugee group they were going to contact was led by a priest named Eskil Delan Karlov. This priest had good means and had successfully gathered a team of over 800 people. They were currently moving towards the portal, but they were moving very cautiously. If we had to wait for them to arrive, it would take a long time. So Angrate went to meet them. The undead usually have night vision, or do not need vision, so relying on the cover of darkness to hide from the undead is very ineffective. Priest Eskil Delan Karlov was unable to determine where the Sorceress Kingdom's troops were, and most of their troops were civilians, with only about 100 of them having actual combat capabilities, or 1/8 of the total. Among these 100 people, there are also original knights and priests, soldiers, adventurers, bodyguards of nobles, and armed gangsters. Although there are not many people, there are many small groups inside. Now they are united only because of the suppression of Priest Karlov and the fate of being worse than death at the hands of the Sorcerer Kingdom. As for quarrels, they happened every day, so in order to confirm the direction of travel and not feel comfortable leaving it to these people, Karlov personally led people to act as scouts every time. There is no doubt that this will waste a lot of time, but Priest Karlov has no other choice. Fortunately, the Sorceress Kingdom seems to have really withdrawn its troops recently. In the past few days, Karlov has not found any large-scale clusters of undead, nor has he seen any high-level undead. All he has found are some low-level undead wandering around. But considering the terrifying nature of the Sorceress Kingdom, Karlov still chose to be cautious. However, with more and more refugees being gathered and no enemy being discovered for several days in a row, unrest has begun to appear in the team. Some people have actually begun to feel that the disaster is over and can't wait to go home. Priest Karlov found it hard to believe that someone could be so short-sighted and stupid, and it was those few small nobles who did this. Each of them had some power of their own, which made Karlov very difficult. But now, he doesn't have to think about what to do. The Saka-type Stormbird came to the sky above the forest where they were hiding and hovered about 10 meters above the ground. In Karlov's eyes, these were 2 strange oversized iron birds with extremely small wings that looked like they could not fly at all. Because these things were too outrageous, Karlov did not know what to do for a moment. After discovering Karlov and other refugees, the Saka Stormbird first turned on the sound array system and broadcast to Karlov and others that it was there to save them and had no ill intentions. Then, the word-bearers Space Marines, led by the priest, just jumped down. The religious citizen led by Angel Tai held the Imperial Eagle amulet tightly in his hand and shouted at Karlov and others at the top of his lungs, "The Emperor of God has come, and there will be peace. The Emperor of God has come, and there will be a clear sky." Chapter 94 The Body of the Abyss and the Real Abyss. Red-eyed Prince Krunui Roger Ensi, a member of the inner circle of the Abyss body, is over level 50 and one of the most powerful mid-level undead in the world. Its characteristics are blue-white skin and a pair of eyes that shine with blood-red light. It is not a naturally born undead, but a vampire-type undead transformed from humans. Therefore, compared with the indifference of ordinary members of the Abyss body, it has a stronger pursuit of material enjoyment. In order to make up for the boring life after becoming undead, it has accumulated amazing wealth by providing knowledge, magic props, etc. to other races. Afterwards, Ansi built a luxurious castle for himself in the mountains. It must be said that the construction level of the castle is very high. Even the undead who have very low material requirements can feel the majesty of the castle, so this place is often chosen as the gathering place for members of the Abyss body organization. Now there are 3 other inner circle members and 17 outer circle members of the Abyss body inside. As an Abyss body with only 9 inner circle members, nearly half of its top leaders have gathered here. It is naturally impossible to make these persistent undead beings escape from their own research. The reason they were able to gather here was because a member of their organization officially broke through to the 9th level of magic during the previous solar anomaly. Now, in addition to the red-eyed worker Krunui, the other 3 inner circle members are Death Rider Abby Dickey, a magic warrior who rides a soul eater as a mount. He is over level 50 and can switch freely between warrior and magician. Abyss Ben Jerry Anses, the oldest undead member of the inner circle. He has 6 arms and 2 heads. He is proficient in using multiple systems of 6th order magic. His strength is so strong that if we don't take the players into consideration, it is not impossible to say that he is the king of the undead in the native world. Kunivila, one of the most outstanding researchers in the Abyss body, has basically no desire for the secular world and is only interested in studying magic. It was he who broke through the limitations of the 9th level magic. The Abyss body is an organization with a history of 400 years, but since the 8th level magic was touched 200 years ago, the strong men of the Abyss body have been stuck here for 200 years. Now that some of them have finally broken through the restrictions, they naturally immediately and happily started a rare gathering. Those who could not come for various reasons were also willing to pay a high price in exchange for Kunivela's knowledge. However, as the absolute protagonist of this party, Kunivela actually didn't know what to say. It did break through to the 9th level of magic, but the feeling of the breakthrough was vague. It did start studying 9th tier magic 200 years ago. From the initial speculation to confirmation and then to subsequent attempts at breakthroughs, Culavini has accumulated a large amount of research data. But when the sun moved abnormally before, it was suddenly able to use 9th level magic. It didn't know what was going on, and after checking a lot of research data, it still didn't understand it at all. The purpose of this gathering is to allow everyone to help each other. However, after Culavini told the truth, the members of the Abyss in the room were obviously not happy. What do you mean you don't know how to do it? If they didn't know that Culavini would not make such a meaningless joke, some of them would have torn it up on the spot. Culavini noticed that the atmosphere at the scene was not right, and quickly cast a 9th level magic, which quickly attracted the attention of all the undead. After their calculations, the strength of Culavini's magic just now definitely reached the 9th level, but it did seem a little strange. It seemed to simply enhance the effect of the 8th level without causing any other state. Why does it look like the amplifying effect of some innate supernatural power? A great magician of the dead in the outer formation was the first to raise his question. Culavini spread his hands and said helplessly. Indeed, I have considered what you said, but the reason why innate abilities are called innate abilities is because they are innate, right? I've been an undead for hundreds of years. Is it possible for me to have a natural ability that enhances the effects of magic? And there is no enhancement effect when I release other levels of magic. It seems that I can use 9th level magic, or in other words, use magic with a strength of 9th level. Everyone spent some awkward silence. This had never happened before. Then they began to discuss enthusiastically. Although it is disappointing that there is no real 9th level magic, the special phenomenon of Culavini is also very interesting. Some people speculate that perhaps this is what it feels like to actually use 9th level magic. Although no one really understands 9th tier magic, this kind of thing still seems unrealistic and is too different from the previous theoretical system. Some people also said that maybe Culavini's innate ability has always existed, but the effect is just to make up for the shortcomings between it and the 9th level. Because this effect is too special and is not used at all in normal times, it has not been discovered. However, the probability is so low that everyone thinks the possibility is almost negligible. Everyone made a lot of guesses and the discussion gradually became lively. At this time, a vampire bride under the red-eyed prince ran in quickly and reported that an intruder had been discovered. It's no secret that red-eyed prince is an undead being, so occasionally some daring adventurers would appear and want to defeat him, but in the end these people either became experimental materials or were turned into food. But this time it seems different. Ordinary adventurers can be dealt with by the servants and traps in the castle, and the vampire bride will not come to disturb important meetings at all. So what kind of invaders were they, and how many of them came? They look like undead beings and golems, but there are a lot of them, and they look really bad. What does it mean that it looks like both an undead and a golem? Also, doesn't this statement make anything clear? Everyone, please wait a moment. I will go and see what happened. I hope you will forgive me if I am not thorough enough. Even in panic, the red-eyed man maintained his gentlemanly elegance. He followed the vampire bride to the top of the castle, and then he saw the shocking scene. Countless flying vehicles emitting faint green light filled the sky like a swarm of insects. On the ground, there was an army of the dead, led by dozens of giant spider-like golems that were more than 10 meters tall and spread all over the mountains. They were metal-cast corpses, emitting a faint green light, and pressing towards the red-eyed prince's castle with overwhelming force. On this day, the members of the Abyss body are about to see the real Abyss. Chapter 95, The Transcendent from Ancient Times. The red-eyed prince, Krunui Roger Ensi, was born into a human noble family. He is now one of the most outstanding undead wizards and has lived for hundreds of years. It has seen everything. It has never seen such a scene. What the hell is this? Red-eyed man used detection magic on himself to enhance his vision. Then it saw that the densely packed black spots filling the sky were actually made up of sickle-shaped aircraft, large metal ships, and some other things that it didn't know how to describe. The army on the ground was located in a castle halfway up the mountain, but it could not see the border even if it looked as far as it could. There are even more types inside. In addition to the most conspicuous dozens of giant spider-type golems, there are also large centipede-type golems and strange golems with long and thin-pointed legs. The most numerous ones were metal skulls with an indescribable green glow. Red-eyed prince couldn't tell whether these were metal armor covering the entire body of the undead skeletons, or some kind of golem. But no matter which one it is, the ability to organize such a large number of forces must be absolutely terrifyingly powerful. You have to know that in this world even the most ordinary wooden golem is a very precious property. And now even if we exclude those golems with flying ability and giant size, and only count those in human form, there are more than 100,000 of them appearing in the field of vision of red eyes. The enemy is not an existence that he can fight against. Even if he brings in the entire body of the Abyss, he may not be able to fight against a force with so many golems. Based on the opponent's speed and the distance, Red Eye believed that it would take at most 15 minutes for the opponent to reach it. Damn, what happened to those sentries left outside? Why is there no news coming back? Without bothering to think about these things, Red-Eyed Prince rushed back to the meeting room and quickly told the other members of the Abyss body what he had discovered. Everyone was horrified and immediately prepared to flee. After all, it seems that if the other party really has malicious intentions, Red Eyes can't defend here. Instead of gambling on whether this mysterious and powerful force that suddenly appeared has malicious intentions towards them, it is better to escape to other hiding places through teleportation first, and then contact this force in a safe environment. In fact, even Prince Red-Eyed thought so. Although the construction of this castle took him hundreds of years, for the undead who had no life limit, it was not impossible to give it up. Anyway, as long as he was still alive, he would have the opportunity to build a bigger and more magnificent castle in the future. As for the servants who remained in the castle, they were like other unimportant property in the castle. After making up their minds, the members of the Abyss immediately activated the teleportation magic, and then they were horrified to find that the magic was ineffective. Immediately afterwards, a faint green light appeared in the surrounding air, and a dozen metal skeletons walked out from it. They have uniform silver metal bodies, with faint green light emanating from the gaps between their joints, and they are holding something that looks like a huge magic gun. There are no clear facial features on his face, instead there is a single eye that emits an ominous light. These metal skulls look exactly the same, but if you look closely you can see some subtle differences. This space has been blocked. Please wait patiently for the Overlord's reception. This time, those with the bodies of the Abyss were even more shocked and horrified. Space blockade, they are aware of this type of ability. The World Isolation Barrier, one of the original magics used by the legendary Dragon King, has such an effect. Could it be that this powerful army is actually subordinates of a true Dragon King? This is not surprising, this is not surprising. In this world, apart from the sudden appearance of powerful beings like the 8 Desire Kings, only the Dragon King has the ability to build such an army. So which Dragon King is it? Why was such a force created? The members of the Abyss body could not imagine it, but they knew that if such a powerful force appeared in this world, the old world order would definitely be broken. They didn't dare to disobey the order which was most likely given by the true Dragon King himself, so they could only wait anxiously for the Dragon King's arrival. In fact, the one who issued this order was Sylvia the Radiant, the Necron overlord of the Necron dynasty of the Necron. The previous melee broke out too suddenly, and the powerful space storm that followed made even the Necrons helpless and unable to continue sending reinforcements. So the only Necron overlords here now are Sylvia and Terrasim the Infinite, who happen to be both Necron overlords of the Nihilak dynasty, and they are even friends. Well, a Necron overlord who can be friends with Trazyn must not be a serious person within the Necrons. But no matter what, there are only these 2 overlords here now. After some physical exchanges with the human empire, confirming that they were incapable of destroying the Necron forces, the Eldar and the human empire tacitly divided the world into 3 parts, and each began to expand into the area allocated to them. The Radiant Sylvia directly chose an extremely high-profile way of expansion, fully demonstrating her military power. It didn't think there was any need to be cautious with a group of natives on the planet who couldn't even break through gravity, and if there really were some powerful people hidden among them, wouldn't that be even better? Isn't it the potential that the Necrons have gone to so much trouble to come to this place? It is naturally a good thing to discover the potential that comes from the soul in advance. Of course, we still have to be careful not to destroy the environment. After all, everything here is brand new, and no one knows whether some unintentional damage will destroy something vital. So the Necron army looks mighty, but they move very carefully and keep collecting various samples along the way. After all, they are powerful Necrons with godlike technology, not those crazy red-robed villains in the human empire. During the journey, Sylvia received a report from her subordinates that a castle was found ahead. Through scanning, she found individuals with very high energy levels in this world, relatively speaking. Sylvia changed the direction of the troops without hesitation and headed towards the castle. She randomly sent out the Death Seal troops to block the space opposite to prevent anyone from escaping. Soon, Sylvia, who was sitting in the giant seraph-type structure, came in front of these abyss bodies. A time mage and an ion mage followed beside him, scanning the abyss body in front of them with the same interest as he did. The technology of the Necrons is so advanced that to other races, it seems like they are using magic, so other races even call the scientists of the Necrons warlocks. But their own people know their own business. The seemingly godlike technology of the Necrons is a legacy of ancient times, and now 60 million years have passed in a flash. The vast majority of the Necrons are either still dormant or have lost contact, and those that are still active have not made any real technological progress over the years. They are no longer the Necron tier race they once were. The Necrons are now just a group of echoes of residual consciousness bound in metal bodies. And now they have discovered new possibilities for the soul, the possibility of regaining the soul. These undead beings who are clearly dead and have no interference from the power of the warp do have souls and are important specimens. Well, no, one of them might be connected to the subspace. Sylvia's electronic eyes looked at the body of the abyss, and in just a moment, thousands of different pieces of information were gathered into his central processor. And he was certain that one of these undead had established a connection to the warp. Chapter 96. Sylvia looked at the body of the abyss, thought for a while, and finally decided that these precious experimental materials should be well protected. I am the overlord of the Nihilak dynasty, the ruler of the megastructures, the sovereign of 1,000 species, Nihilak the glorious, and I grant you the gift of submission. The people in the abyss body saw with their own eyes that the giant spider-like golem, a seraph-type giant structure, the titan unit of the Necrons, crawled to the bottom of the castle at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast, and then climbed to the top of the castle. Sitting on this giant golem is a tall metal skeleton, well, also a metal skeleton. The tall metal skeleton then demanded that they swear allegiance to him. The true Dragon King is also a golem? Impossible. It should be the incarnation used by the true Dragon King, or it could be remotely controlled. After all, to be able to build such an incredibly powerful army of golems, this true Dragon King must be very skilled in alchemy. As for swearing allegiance, there is naturally no problem with that. Anyway, they are just undead beings obsessed with research. Although they don't want to be bound by others, they don't care much about dignity. At one time, everyone in the Abyss body took the oath of allegiance. Ah, are you so aware of the current situation? Even in Sylvia's long life, this kind of sliding to her knees at the speed of light is relatively rare. Sometimes it is precisely these weak and stupid life forms that are most likely to misjudge the power gap between the two sides. But just surrendering like this always feels like something is missing. Although Sylvia had no intention of destroying the sample, he also wanted to take a look at what methods the powerful person from this alien world could use. The conclusions drawn through experiments and investigations are definitely not as interesting as those obtained in battle. But, never mind. Since the other side has surrendered with courtesy, let them feel what it means to be the former world overlord. Now that they had surrendered, Sylvia began to ask about their names, backgrounds, and abilities. When asking about Cunivera, Sylvia asked more carefully and found out that after the solar mutation not long ago, Cunivera broke through the limitations of the 9th level magic. After the conversation, the Necron's scientific sorcerers had just built the relevant testing equipment, and they couldn't wait to stuff Cunivera in it. Cunivera naturally didn't want to enter such a machine that it had no idea what was going on. It first begged for mercy sincerely, hoping that Sylvia could change her mind. After finding that it was not working, he tried to escape and resist, but the lynch guards around Sylvia were not there to do anything for nothing. Soon, Cunivera was forcibly carried by 4 lich guards and thrown into the testing instrument, and then every molecule in its body was tested by the machine. Kulavini's ominous premonition was correct in a way. This makeshift machine was indeed not easy to kill, but the experience was not pleasant at all. Sylvia looked at the report just summarized by the warlocks and confirmed that Kulavini had indeed awakened his psychic talent, and had just awakened. A psychic skeleton? This is an interesting combination indeed. Sure enough, the uniqueness of the world described by Trazyn is true. Thinking of the bright future, Sylvia couldn't help but become more amiable, but his change in attitude seemed even more horrifying to the Abyss body. Especially when Sylvia invited them to have a physical examination, they completely exploded. Seeing Kulavini's every bone trembling violently, the other beings in the Abyss body didn't want to become like that at all. Abyss Benjeri Anses, as the oldest member of the inner circle, also knew the most secrets, and he confessed an important piece of information without hesitation. That was the information about the hiding place of a certain true Dragon King. Soon it was brought by Sylvia to the intelligence office it mentioned. This is a hidden valley. There is no sign of life here, not even a speck of moss. In the valley there is a giant creature that is over 150 meters long. Its overall appearance is a reptilian monster with 6 legs, a thin neck and tail, and wings. The overall look is that it's short, fat, and ugly. If you look closely, you will find that its body is actually made up of a large number of corpses. There are all kinds of corpses on it, including humans, goblins, giants and even dragons. This person is indeed a true Dragon King, and a Dragon King of level 95 who can use powerful primordial magic. Its title is the Rotten Coffin Dragon King. In order to collect the fuel of the origin magic, it launched a disaster that claimed the lives of tens of millions of people. But most people in the world don't know about the existence of such a Dragon King. Even if they know, they just think he is dead. However, they didn't expect that the Dragon King just changed his hiding place. Who? After discovering the sudden appearance of the Necrons, the Rotten Coffin Dragon King controlled the giant zombie Kai to stand up, with its head raised high and staring at the giant seraph structure hovering in the air. The last time the Coffin Dragon King saw a goblin of this size was during the era of the 8 Desire Kings. It was an individual known as a siege goblin, and could even defeat a true Dragon King in hand-to-hand combat. Although the giant structure in front of him was completely different from the siege golems of the 8 Desire Kings at that time, its huge size still made the Rotten Coffin Dragon King dare not underestimate it. As for the undead magician and several human-shaped golems above, they were ignored by the Rotten Coffin Dragon King. You are so ignorant that you would not know the truth of the universe if I were to tell you. I also don't know what to say to you. Alas, I am the overlord of the dead in another world. I command you to surrender immediately. Although you are humble, you can still understand that the light of a firefly cannot compete with the brightness of the sun and the moon. Player. The Rotten Coffin Dragon King didn't know what the undead overlord was, but he understood the 3 words other world. In his cognition, the other world, with a powerful force that was different from the current system, suddenly appeared. There is undoubtedly only one group that embodies these keywords, and that is players. After hundreds of years of preparation, we finally have the opportunity to use it. The Rotten Coffin Dragon King doesn't feel the need to be polite when facing players. In its eyes, players are the culprits who have polluted the world. In order to eliminate these filth, it even changed its race, turning itself from a dragon into an undead. Of course, the dragons in this world are not good people either, they just happen to be losers. The real Dragon King did whatever he wanted before the player arrived. Even hundreds of years after the player arrived, the Dragon King still doesn't care about the lives of mortals. A typical example is the Rotten Coffin Dragon King, who killed tens of millions of people and took their souls without hesitation in order to accumulate strength to deal with mortals. The Rotten Coffin Dragon King controlled Zombie Kai and swung his claws at the giant seraph-type structure. The dragon claws made up of countless corpses slammed heavily on the giant seraph structure, making a deafening sound. Chapter 97. Abyss Ben Jerry Anses was completely confused about the current situation. It actually only knew some information about the Rotten Coffin Dragon King, and knew that there was probably an extremely powerful individual in that area. But in fact, it didn't know the specific information at all, and any spy who dared to approach the Rotten Coffin Dragon King would become part of its zombie armor. So it just wants to provide this kind of information that seems important but is not easy to verify to prove its value. After all, it would take at least several years to find out the information about a true Dragon King. It never dreamed that the Necrons would dare to teleport directly over there, and that the Necrons' exploration technology was so advanced that they discovered the trace of the Rotten Coffin Dragon King almost instantly. Then it saw in horror the battle between the Necrons and the decaying Dragon King, or rather, the unilateral training of the Necrons on the decaying Dragon King. The Seraph-type megastructure is the Necron's giant counterpart to the Titan, and is 15 or 16 meters tall. However, the zombie armor controlled by the Rotten Coffin Dragon King is over 150 meters in size, and one of the Rotten Coffin Dragon King's claws alone is almost as big as a Seraph-type giant structure. The two put together are like a tiger and a kitten. Now the huge Rotten Coffin Dragon King's angry attack carried the force of thunder, and it looked like a tiger was about to swallow the kitten in front of it in one bite. The attitude of the Necrons on the kitten's side was that they were too lazy to even open the protective force field. The seraph-like giant structure, with the help of the anti-gravity field, took on the full-strength grab of the Rotten Coffin Dragon King in mid-air, and then it shook a little. Just by shaking it for a bit, a few scratches appeared on the solid living metal body, but they were immediately repaired by the living metal's self-repairing ability. Yeah, the strength is still good. Victor, the science technician who came with Sylvia, nodded and commented. The Rotten Coffin Dragon King had never expected such a situation, and he was stunned for a moment. The world cuts off the barrier. Origin strengthens physical attacks. Although the defense of the Seraph-type giant structure was completely beyond the expectations of the Rotten Coffin Dragon King, it still used the plan it had rehearsed countless times before, and first used the World Isolation Barrier, an original magic that formed a huge barrier to completely block internal and external interference. Then he used the Origin magic to strengthen his physical attack. In the eyes of the Rotten Coffin Dragon King, this strange Gorm was ridiculously strong, and this sudden appearance of a powerful enemy obviously confirmed his identity as a player. Such an enemy must be destroyed here and now. After being strengthened by the original magic, the Rotten Coffin Dragon King raised his other three limbs and slammed them hard at the giant structure. At this time, the Time Sorcerer Victor activated the Staff of Eternity inlaid with blue crystals. A large amount of energy poured out of it, forming a stasis force field containing a large amount of time charge that wrapped the Rotten Coffin Dragon King. All the movements of the Rotten Coffin Dragon King stopped, like a huge, powerful statue. The Seraph-type megastructure also fell lightly to the ground at this time. Under the influence of advanced gravity technology, the huge Seraph-type megastructure did not stir up any dust. Oh, there is an energy reaction inside. This big guy from another world can move in the stasis field. Wonderful. I am very happy. That's enough. Stop talking in that weird tone. The Time Mage Victor directly retorted to Sylvia that as powerful tomb technicians, he and the Ion Mage Hugo were not Sylvia's subordinates, but in an employment relationship. Plus with his personality, he didn't care about giving Sylvia face. As for Sylvia, as a hegemon who could become good friends with Trazyn, it was obvious that he did not care much about the issue of face. Sylvia sneered and said, "Oh, I just learned this. I think it's cool to talk like this." "Well, if you don't like it, forget it." Hugo looked at him and nodded. This powerful Ion Warlock didn't like to talk, but it seemed that he still liked Sylvia's restored state. "Wait a minute, that's the real Dragon King. Although I don't know what kind of magic that was, it was able to directly freeze a real Dragon King. But it is impossible to end the battle with just this one move, right? Shouldn't you just chat here right now? Faced with several Necrons who had no sense of tension at all, Ben and Jerry was anxious and afraid, but he did not dare to directly oppose the existence of these few who could directly control the true Dragon King. At this time, the rotten coffin Dragon King, who was trapped in the stagnation force field, suddenly let out a huge roar. Ho ho ho! The rotten coffin Dragon King had specially prepared resistance to time-related skills in order to deal with players, but even though the time skills used by the Necrons were completely different in route from those used by players, it was still controlled in the first place. However, as a true Dragon King who can use original magic, it still relied on the powerful original magic to break through the confinement of the Necrons by force. Haha, that's great! Really? Time Warlock Victor clapped his hands and laughed, delighted that the local native species could actually break through the stasis field, and Ion Warlock Hugo also agreed. How dare you guys fool me? The rotten coffin Dragon King was furious at the strange players in front of him and their frivolous attitude. It still maintained a standing posture, but its forelimbs suddenly stretched out and lashed at the Necrons like a whip. The giant body outside the rotten coffin Dragon King was made up of zombies connected together. The intense movement produced an effect similar to ignoring inertia. Moreover, the rotten coffin Dragon King once again used the origin magic to strengthen the physical attack on it, and the power was much stronger than the previous attack. And this time, the rotten coffin Dragon King had a clear target, which was to attack the Necrons, especially the Time Warlock. The Seraph-type giant structure is placed in the second position. In the opinion of the rotten coffin Dragon King, as long as the player is eliminated, this kind of golem will stop functioning. Instead of taking the trouble to choose such a hard bone, it is better to deal with the player first. In response to the attack from the rotten coffin Dragon King, Sylvia still did not plan to activate the force field shield of the Seraph megastructure, but only asked the Lich guard that came with her to activate the force refraction shield. Lich guards are the most elite warriors of the Necrons and the guards of high-ranking Necron nobles such as overlords and hierophants. Since the days of the Necron tier they were renowned for their unshakable loyalty, and after their bio-transformation, that oath has become a reality. As the top-level infantry among the Necrons that rivals the human guards, the Lich guards' living metal bodies use the same highest-level elements as the Necron overlords, and are also equipped with the best weapons. The refraction shields used by the Lich Guard are even able to protect them from siege artillery, which is the standard type in the Warhammer world. The full force of the rotten coffin Dragon King's attack was still far inferior to the siege artillery, so after a massive attack, the Necrons were actually unscathed. Only Abyss Ben and Jerry were scared to death. When the rotten coffin Dragon King attacked again, it thought it was dead. After the rotten coffin Dragon King's consecutive attacks were blocked, the head of its whip-like limbs changed. The zombies surged like a tide, gathering the dragon and giant zombies at the ends of their limbs. When the two sides came into contact, the giant and dragon zombies stretched out their slender necks or thick arms, grabbing or biting, trying to drag the Lich guards into the zombie armor. Some dragon zombies even opened their mouths and spewed out a breath of highly corrosive negative energy. The effect of this combo can't be said to be outstanding, and it's useless. The Lich guard held by the zombies directly drew out the super phase sword. This advanced weapon that can cut through time and space has an unimaginable sharpness. In front of the super phase sword, the solidity of objects is meaningless. All the zombies were turned into fragments of varying sizes under the super phase sword of the Lich guard. After several rounds of attacks from the rotten coffin Dragon King, the Seraph-type giant structure finally launched its first attack. It did not activate its powerful weapons, such as the Singularity Generator. If a micro-black hole is really created, it is a real black hole, not a skill like INS that is just named after a black hole. If you use this weapon to attack the rotten coffin Dragon King, there will be nothing left, and there is no point in collecting data. So the Seraph-type giant structure just raised one of its sharp feet and struck casually with the sharp foot with the decomposition force field. With just this one strike, one of the limbs of the rotten coffin Dragon King was broken. Faced with this powerful attack force beyond his imagination, the rotten coffin Dragon King did not choose to retreat, but fought more bravely. Although the previous attacks were very powerful, the rotten coffin Dragon King has 1.2 million zombies as his outer equipment, and the health bars of these zombies are not connected. The attack from the Lich guards and Seraph Colossi just now seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it, but in fact it only destroyed a few hundred zombies. The zombies on the broken limb were now wriggling towards its wound. The rotten coffin Dragon King judged that in a fight, he would have the advantage. Sylvia raised his left hand and aimed the glove-like device in his hand at the rotten coffin Dragon King's chest. Then a dazzling green light flashed, and a hole as big as a person appeared on the rotten coffin Dragon King's chest. Just now, Sylvia used a personal weapon that only high-level undead can equip, the superluminal particle arrow. The principle of this weapon is to cause damage by accelerating an inert metal sheet into a superluminal particle stream. But in terms of power, the superluminal particle arrow can easily penetrate a mountain. However, this weapon that emphasizes armor-piercing performance is not very useful to the rotten coffin Dragon King. Have you recorded all the data? I have already recorded it. Completed. In fact, the Necrons do not need to communicate through such an inefficient method as dialogue. They still retain the original language communication behavior more as a simple sense of ritual to prove that they are still alive. Sylvia confirmed that the data had been recorded, nodded, and released the scarab beetle in the giant structure. These little beetle-like creatures are the most basic underworld units of the Necrons, and can be used for almost all purposes such as attacking, probing, and repairing. Now, following Sylvia's order, a large group of underworld scarabs emerged from the giant structure's body like a ball of fluorescent grey mist and flew to the huge zombie armor of the rotten coffin Dragon King. The teeth of the underworld scarab are made of monomolecular blades. There are not many things that can block their bites. Obviously, ordinary zombies, even dragon and giant zombies are not in this range. The most terrifying thing about the underworld scarabs is that they can use all kinds of materials they come into contact with to multiply themselves in a very short time. At first, the rotten coffin Dragon King sneered at these little things, but soon he found something wrong. The scarabs easily bit through the zombies outside and rushed inside. At the same time, they also continuously used the zombies' matter to achieve self-multiplication with the magical technology of the Necrons. In a moment, the number of scarabs doubled, and the proliferation speed was getting faster and faster. If not stopped, the scarabs will grow exponentially. The rotten coffin Dragon King wanted to control the zombies inside the zombie armor to physically destroy and crush these underworld scarabs, but his action failed. There were too many of them, they were too small, and they were too agile. Not to mention that they were impossible to catch under normal circumstances. Even if they were caught, they would be bitten through by the scarabs. In the end, the number of scarabs that could be destroyed by the rotten coffin Dragon King was only a fraction of the total number. The rotten coffin Dragon King judged that this might be an extremely dirty super-level magic of the player, or some more dangerous world-class prop. Now, in the eyes of the rotten coffin Dragon King, the threat of these little bugs is greater than that of the seraph giant structure. After finding that ordinary methods were useless, the rotten coffin Dragon King immediately retreated, began to hit the rock wall or roll on the ground. In the end, he even detonated some zombies on his body, but these actions had little effect on the underworld scarab beetle. The rotten coffin Dragon King was horrified to see that the number of the dark worker scarabs on his body had increased several times. The rotten coffin Dragon King felt a sense of powerlessness. One of the trump cards he had carefully prepared seemed to have been destroyed by the opponent and even became the nourishment of the enemy's strength. Such an outcome was naturally unacceptable to the proud Dragon King, and he chose to give up the zombie armor directly. Its body directly broke out of the zombie armor, and at the same time, it used the final operation to twist and deform the entire zombie armor, and relied on inertia to smash towards the Necrons. The real body of the rotten coffin Dragon King was hidden in the shadow of the huge zombie armor, ready to kill Sylvia directly. It can see that Sylvia is the leader of this team. If it kills the leader first, the subsequent battle will be much easier. However, the Seraph megastructure activated its defensive force field at this time, and neither the zombie armor that rushed over nor the rotten coffin Dragon King who tried to launch a sneak attack could move forward. When the rotten coffin Dragon King saw Sylvia raise her left hand and pointed at him again, he couldn't help but feel scared. In its previous battle, it had witnessed the power of this superluminal particle arrow. Now its body is not as large as it was in the zombie armor period. If it is hit hard, it will not be able to withstand it. Damn the Dragon Emperor's filth! The rotten coffin Dragon King cursed and carefully avoided Sylvia's lock. The filth of the Dragon Emperor? What is this? Could you please tell me? Who will tell you? Go to hell! The rotten coffin Dragon King rushed over again but was once again forced back by Sylvia's superluminal particle arrow in her left hand, which looked quite funny for several times in a row. You look much better now than before. Sylvia praised the rotten coffin Dragon King's current appearance without any tension, just like teasing a cat. The body of the rotten coffin Dragon King is indeed much more beautiful than the bloated and ugly appearance of the zombie armor period. Its body is about 10 meters long, with a slender snow-white body and a cat-like body. It has no wings, but 6 legs, a neck and tail as slender as a snake, and blood-red eyes. Of course, the rotten coffin Dragon King did not think that the praise from the undead overlord was meaningful. He just regarded it as another provocation. After determining that he could not win by conventional means, the rotten coffin Dragon King took out his most powerful move. The rotten coffin Dragon King possesses one of the most powerful primordial magics, a skill that ranks among the top 5 of all primordial magic throughout history. The rotten coffin Dragon King named it soul-destroying breath, and its effect is to directly destroy all souls within the target range, similar to the world-class item Saint-slaying spear. The rotten coffin Dragon King opened his mouth wide, and a beam of black breath spurted out of it, sweeping directly towards Sylvia and the others. Any enemy's soul within the range of this soul-destroying breath will be directly destroyed, leaving no room for defense. Each attack will consume millions of souls. This is the most vicious original magic. If Ins were here to see this, he would definitely exclaim that this skill is too awesome. The Saint-slaying spear, as a world-class item, can only be used on one unit, and it is a one-time world item. The soul-destroying breath is a range skill and can even be used continuously. The soul-destroying breath swept directly over the Necrons, and except for the time barrier created by the Time Warlock, the rest of the defenses were penetrated. Soul-destroying breath can completely destroy the enemy's soul, but what if the enemy has no soul? The rotten coffin Dragon King had never thought about this problem, but he saw it now. After the soul-destroying breath passed, the Necrons were unharmed because they had no souls in the first place. It was the unlucky Abyss Ben and Jerry who was affected and died this time. The Seraph Giant structure moved immediately and pressed the rotten coffin Dragon King to the ground. Then the underworld scarab flew back and turned into a set of restraint equipment to fix every joint of the rotten coffin Dragon King tightly. The Warlock Kehua also added energy, space, and time confinement insurance for the rotten coffin Dragon King. The skills you just displayed are very interesting, and they are something we could never understand before, so we can't let you continue to mess around. These were the last words the rotten coffin Dragon King heard before he was sealed in a time capsule. Just like that, one of the most powerful Dragon Kings in the other world was captured by the ancient transcendence from another world. Chapter 98 Appointment. Another universe. The subspace is unstable. In this world separated from the material universe, time and space are not continuous, so humans can achieve superluminal movement through the subspace. But because of this instability, it is possible that one could be lost in the subspace for tens of thousands of years before returning to the real world, or arrive a week before departure. However, these are ultimately low probability events and will not occur in most cases. Especially when carrying the Emperor's guards and using the best navigators, the possibility of such an event happening is even smaller. When everything went well, 3,000 custodes and their supporting Sisters of Silence boarded the Apocalypse-class battleship Blood of Extinction and conveyed the order from the Emperor himself to the Primarch of the Dark Angels, Lion Johnson. The Emperor's eldest son, Lion Johnson, the Primarch of the First Legion, was appointed as the Imperial War Master, in charge of the Imperial military and determined to seize the New Hope galaxy at all costs. This time, the Emperor bestowed many rewards on the Primarches, the most eye-catching of which was the nomination of the Blood Angels Primarch Sanguinius as Lord Protector of the Empire, formally establishing his status as Crown Prince. After that, Horus, the Primarch of the Moon Wolf, was given the title of Imperial Regent, responsible for managing the entire internal affairs of the Empire. As well as the Imperial War Master against the Primarch of the Dark Angels, Lion Johnson, he is in charge of the Imperial military affairs. Moreover, this time the War Commander is not constrained by the Ministry of the Interior and is the true military commander of the Empire. This was also the position that Leon Johnson had always dreamed of, and it was even better than the best-case scenario he had imagined. The investiture ceremony was held on the Dark Angels flagship, the indomitable truth. The act of the War Master's coronation was great enough in itself, and there was no need to waste additional time, so the Emperor asked Lion to begin military activities as soon as possible. Amon Toramakian, the chief warrior of the Imperial Guard, first announced the order to promote Lion Johnson to the position of War Master in front of the Dark Angels' high-ranking officials and other high-ranking officials who had rushed over urgently. Then, in public, Lion Johnson was given the sword of the Emperor himself. It was a copper-colored greatsword, a two-handed greatsword even for a Primarch, designed by the Emperor himself and forged by the most outstanding masters on Terra. As Lion Johnson took the sword, he could feel the power the Emperor had placed within it. He took a deep breath, raised the sword, and declared himself officially War Master. Amun then led the other guards and Sisters of Silence to kneel on one knee to salute Lion Zisu, and pledged to obey the orders of the great War Master of the Empire. Anyone who knows a little about the Imperial Guards knows what a terrible political statement this is. The Imperial Guards are the Emperor's personal guard. These supergenetic warriors, which can be called works of art, are responsible only to the Emperor. No one in the entire Empire can command the Imperial Guards except the Emperor. Now, 3,000 members of the Guards of the 10,000 have been directly assigned to Leon Johnson's command. This is an unprecedented honor since the founding of the Empire. It shows the great support of the Emperor for the War Master and how much importance he attaches to this military operation. Finally, the top leaders of the Dark Angels and other top leaders saluted the War Master together, and the War Master's awarding ceremony ended. The newly minted War Master Lion Johnson returned to his private chambers to seriously decide his next steps. The Emperor's sword was packed into a huge and exquisite scabbard and carefully placed on the bookshelf at the back. The mysterious black-robed villain in Dark Angel took off the somewhat uncomfortable dress for Leon Johnson and changed into a more convenient military uniform. Then all the villains and Dark Angels left the War Master's room. Seeing that everyone had left, Leon Johnson sat down on the specially made armchair and sighed deeply. He had always wanted the position of War Master, but now that he had it, Lion Johnson felt the weight of responsibility. It can be said that the 5 major star regions of the Empire are now carried on his shoulders. Now, the documents written on parchment blessed by the Emperor himself filled half of the ground, weighing hundreds of tons. They were all secrets, the deepest secrets of the Empire, secrets that even the original Primarch of the First Legion could not know. They cannot be written on ordinary paper, nor can they be stored as electronic data, because this knowledge will attract the attention of the subspace during the process of writing, reading, and reprinting. This information will be corrupted and become a dangerous and terrible source of pollution, contaminating any intelligent life that comes into contact with it. Only parchment blessed by the Emperor himself can accurately record these precious materials. It is about humanity's dark technological age, about the warp, about the 4 gods, and about the darkest and most terrible secrets known to mankind. Even the proud and cold Lion King couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he saw this information. In addition to these materials, the Imperial Guards also brought various equipment hidden in the Emperor's dream, which did not exist in official documents. More secret equipment is still being delivered, even the Primarch Zero will be sent to the War Master to be used as a weapon. Lion Johnson looked at the information in silence. Several hours passed like this. The Primarch's extraordinary brain continued to calculate various possible situations and analyze the most effective methods. The fate of billions of lives was determined by the Primarch's thoughts. Finally, War Master Leon stopped thinking, walked out of the room and issued a series of tasks to the military leaders waiting outside. The vast war machine of the Imperium of Mankind will begin to operate at full capacity in the years ahead. The other side of the Empire. The Thousand Suns Legion's home planet Prospero also received a message from the Emperor. Apparently, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns, Magnus, was not treated as well as the War Master Lion Johnson. The Emperor merely gave him an appointment, but Magnus didn't care. Magnus is a natural master of psychic powers, possessing psychic powers second only to the Emperor himself in the Empire. Therefore, Magnus is also arrogant. He has always disdained material things and power. The only thing that truly attracts Magnus is knowledge. One of the most important things the Thousand Suns did during the Great Crusade was to collect knowledge from conquered worlds, from pornographic books to forbidden books. The great library of the planetary machine wonder built on Prospero contains precious knowledge from countless worlds and is a paradise for scholars in the Empire. Now the Emperor approved his plans for a psychic think tank and opened to him the libraries of Terra, which contained the knowledge from the dark age of technology and the Emperor himself that Magnus had so long coveted. Magnus now feels like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric switch. He is numb. As for the requirement in his appointment that he maintain the Astronomicon, this was a manifestation of the Emperor's trust in him. The Astronomicon is the foundation of the human empire. In the chaotic warp, only the Astronomicon can provide a navigation position for human ships. It can be said that the Emperor and the Astronomicon are the prerequisites for the establishment of the human empire, and neither is dispensable. After receiving the appointment, Magnus immediately began to pack up. He wanted to help his father manage the Astronomicon as quickly as possible and embrace the vast knowledge in the Terra Library. Chapter 99, The First Victim of the Green Tide. The Milky Way is vast, so when the sample size is large enough, sometimes coincidences occur. For example, Second Terra is a human colony that has been self-enclosed for 5,000 years during the Dark Age of technology. Its ruler calls himself the Emperor of Mankind and the Lord of Humanity's destiny. Now he is also preparing his forces, building warships, and planning to launch a grand expedition to conquer those lost human worlds. In the original world line, this world was discovered by the Empire after Horus became War Master. Perhaps it was due to years of closed life that this world's pseudo-emperor became too arrogant, and he even dared to kill the Shadow Moon Wolf's envoy when the space was blocked by the Shadow Moon Wolf. This force was indeed very powerful, and they caused considerable trouble to the Shadow Moon Wolves at one point, but they also caused trouble, and the final outcome was that they were all wiped out by the Shadow Moon Wolves. There was even a famous joke within the Legion that Horus had killed the Emperor. But in this world line, the first powerful external enemy they encountered was not the Empire, but the Green Tide. The Orc army that set out from Alanar began an unprecedented Waaiaic. But like all Orc troops, even if it is the Orc Empire, you can't count on the discipline of the troops. Due to various reasons, such as the warboss misread the star map, the master adjusted the parameters incorrectly, and some goblins mixed leftover mushrooms into the battleship's fuel and caused them to grow too much. It could even be as simple as that place seems interesting, let's go take a look. In short, there are many stragglers in the Orc army, and these Orc fleets running around in the warp and the Milky Way may appear anywhere. The Orc Emperor Alexander didn't care about this kind of thing. As long as these troops were not dead, most of them would follow Waaiaika's guidance and join the main force. As for the changes in troop strength along the way, Shulashanda doesn't care. Anyway, as long as the big Waaiaik moves forward, various other green-skinned Orc war bosses along the way will take the initiative to bring people for reinforcement. No one cared about the gap in strength and numbers between these scattered troops and the reinforcements. Anyway, everyone is here to Waaiaik, as long as they fly Waaiaik, such trivial matters don't matter. And now appearing in the orbit of Second Terra is just such a small matter of the Orc Empire, a lost Orc fleet. If judged by the fleet standards of the human empire, this fleet is composed of a cruiser and 3 assault ships. But the Orcs' way of using all kinds of garbage and waste to transform them makes each of these ships unique, and no one can accurately tell the general configuration of a greenskin warship. However, one thing is certain, the Orcs' warships are just like the Orcs themselves, the bigger they are, the more powerful they are. When the Orc warships arrived in the orbit of Second Terra, they were immediately attracted by the lights of civilization there. I think there's a fight going on here. The fleet's war boss Griga Great Ironarm made the following comment, and the Orcs then began their landing operations. Second Terra, for this planet, the isolation of 5,000 years was both a blessing and a misfortune. They had not experienced the terror of the green-skinned Orcs, and out of arrogance and ignorance, the Second Terra false emperor even tried to order the Orcs to surrender to these suddenly appearing space fleets. The only response he got was a big Waaiaik. Afterwards, the false emperor tried to expel the green-skinned Orcs fleet, but they failed due to the lack of space power. The Orc army rushed into the planet in landing capsules and all kinds of messy things. The Orcs' attack was brutal and comprehensive. They didn't care about civilian and military facilities at all. Everything was razed to the ground wherever the greenskin army went. But the false emperor had a trump card that allowed him to maintain his rule for 5,000 years. The invisible warriors, who were completely invisible and possessed powerful energy weapons, once made the Shadow Moon Wolves pay a certain price. With the efforts of the invisible warriors, the false emperor temporarily resisted the attack of the green-skinned Orcs, but it was only temporary, because the battle situation was too unsatisfactory, and the false emperor had no choice but to send a distress signal to the vast galaxy. It's ridiculous that this world that is trying to regain human civilization has never established a real space fleet, and in the end it has to pin its hopes on other human civilizations that it doesn't even know whether they exist. Perhaps it was a coincidence of fate that it was the Luna Wolves who received their distress signal, and it was sent to Horus' desk as part of countless reports. Horus, who had just assumed the office of Regent of the Empire, immediately faced a workload that was horrific even for a Primarch. Horus had imagined his work after becoming War Master. The Emperor had intended to establish this position among the Primarches, and Horus was the most popular candidate. Although Horus had little desire for power, he still considered what he should do as a War Master. However, Horus had never imagined such a huge workload. It seemed that the Emperor had directly packed up all the internal affairs of the Empire and handed them to him. From any angle, the Emperor was too anxious. He did not even give Horus any time to hand over, but directly put the burden of the entire empire on Horus. After discovering that the storage unit of the Directory of these imperial government affairs was T, even Horus felt a stomachache. He couldn't help but think that among all his brothers, Guilliman was the most enthusiastic about government affairs and the most ambitious. Perhaps it would be better to let him be the regent, and Guilliman would definitely be very happy to do so. Of course, this is just something he thinks about. His father's appointment of him as regent of the empire is undoubtedly a sign of trust in him, and he must not let his father down, especially at a time when the future of the entire human race is being decided. The Emperor has sent me the relevant content about New Hope. The Empire will launch a new campaign called the Expedition of Hope. This is the only chance for mankind to completely break free from the restrictions of the subspace. Once this opportunity is seized, mankind will surely create a civilization more glorious and brilliant than the Golden Age. To this end, the Emperor issued an order to do whatever it takes, and the Empire's war machine is about to go into full swing. What Horus needs to do is to coordinate various forces, publicize the importance of the New Hope expedition, and ensure taxation. In this case, the tithe is definitely not enough. Horus needs to lead people to reenact taxes to satisfy the appetite of this huge machine of the Empire. He also had to find a way to popularize the revised imperial truth to a minimum extent, help Magnus set up a think tank, assist in the management of Lorgar's remaining legions and territories that had participated in the New Hope expedition, and perform various tasks. If Horus wasn't bald, he would probably have lost his hair by now. Just when Horus was worrying, his confidant Sejanus walked in, holding documents that were almost 1 meter high. These were documents that needed to be signed by Horus, the new regent. Looking at the pile of documents, Horus opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. He numbly picked up his pen and prepared to review and approve the documents. After putting down the document, Sejanus took out a data pad and handed it to Horus. "Commander, here is an interesting request for assistance." Commander is what the gene warriors of the Luna Wolves call Horus. They are not used to the title of regent yet. Horus took the data pad and found that it was a letter asking for help, but the wording was arrogant and strange. The content of the request for help is roughly as follows. "I have received the mandate of heaven to rule over the world, and have been benevolent, always thinking of the well-being of the people. It has been more than 5,000 years, so the 4 directions have been in harmony, and the people of the 9 realms are at peace. I rule the world with the mandate of heaven, and I am the common ruler of mankind. Today, the greenskins are savage and the aliens are rampant, so that even the common people are treated like grass, even the same flesh and blood are devoured by wolves more viciously. This green-skinned alien has done all kinds of harm to humans, and has trapped me in a group of deer. He is even more vicious. He is close to evil and cruel, and kills innocent people. He is hated by gods and humans, and cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. I call on the people of the world with lofty ideals, the people who are still alive in the world, to join me in fighting the green-skinned aliens. The planets are prepared, and the heroes from all walks of life are sincere and brave, and the pillars of mankind will emerge from them. I will fight the beasts on behalf of mankind, and I will definitely wipe out the green-skinned people, and restore my great peace to the world, and the day of human revival." This is a mess? This was Horus's first reaction, and then he read it again to confirm that the letter was sent by an emperor from a planet called Terra. How can there be 2 emperors in this world? It seems that the other side is an ignorant and closed world. They even claim to be the only orthodox one among mankind. "Commander, what should we do now?" Horus hesitated for a moment and then said, "Send help. After all, they are our fellow human beings. We cannot sit idly by and watch them be destroyed by the greenskins. Tell Loken to bring his 10th company to support them." "Yes, Commander." Horus nodded, then added, "And you can go with me." Sejanus is a close confidant of Horus and a man who excels in both military and diplomacy. Being good at diplomacy is obviously a rare skill among space marines. Chapter 100. Spy Pandora. Because it will take some time for the Luna Wolves to deploy their troops, the reactions or dissatisfaction of other primarchs, such as mindless and unhappy, to the Emperor's orders will not be described here one by one. In short, let us turn our attention back to this new and alien world that represents the future of mankind. M30.890. June 6, 13. Although the human empire has a lot of problems, and now because of the tacit understanding with the Necrons and the Eldar, the space battleships can't enter, but the human empire is still a great empire at the galactic level. For the human empire, taking over a territory like the slain theocracy, which is similar to medieval France, seems simple and is not difficult to implement. In just 2 days, all the larger groups of disaster victims within the theocracy were taken in, and the large number of low and middle-level undead left in the great tomb of Nazarick within the theocracy were wiped out. These undead abandoned Bians did not cause any waves in the army of the human empire. The time required to re-educate the victims and organize production would be much longer than that required to clear out the remnants of the forces in the great tomb of Nazarick, but in any case, the initial takeover of the theocracy had been completed. During this process, the great tomb of Nazarick did not give up its efforts to gather intelligence. Intelligence is life. Only by understanding the enemy can one defeat the enemy. This has always been In's creed. Even after consulting the former Golden Princess, her conclusion was to conduct intelligence work first, as there was a real lack of intelligence from the human empire. Ins therefore sent a large number of spies to try to infiltrate the human empire. However, those who have come to this world are all military units of the human empire, with a strict organization. They have also learned from the survivors of the previous troops that there are monsters in the great tomb of Nazarick that can transform into humans. Therefore, at least 3 servo-skull scans were arranged every day. Those ordinary double phantoms that were only humanoid in appearance had no advantage in the face of the technological crushing of the human empire, and were exposed one by one. Then they were either caught on the spot, or tried to resist and were caught by the space marines who rushed over. In the end, almost all the double phantoms who tried to sneak into the army were caught. The lucky ones were sentenced to death by white phosphorus, while the unlucky ones were sent to the experimental table of the Mechanicus priests who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time. The relatively tight military force made it much easier for the refugees from the Silian theocracy to infiltrate, but this was only relatively speaking. Currently, the human empire was conducting DNA testing and registration on these refugees, preparing to establish a database containing the DNA information of all humans in the alien world. In this situation, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed after blending into the refugee group. But for the current Great Tomb, it would be good to be able to collect intelligence for one more day, and Ins was willing to lose the spies. In addition to lurking among humans, Ins also sent many other monsters to spy, such as the invisible 8-limbed assassin bug, the ninja monster Hanzo, and the shadow demon who can hide in the shadows. Their battle record was not very good and they suffered heavy losses, but as their numbers increased, they were lucky enough to find some opportunities and hid temporarily. Now Pandora, the level 100 NPC created by Ins himself, the guardian of the treasure vault of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the highest level 2nd level phantom, is standing in front of the cathedral in the former capital of the Silian theocracy, the divine capital. It was the only one among the double phantoms that had infiltrated the army that had not been caught. Now, with Ins's full support, it replaced a 2nd lieutenant officer in the Imperial army and inherited his memories. It was not easy for Ins to quickly acquire memories in a short period of time, so the Great Tomb usually preferred to torture or just perform simple memory operations. But this time, in order to allow Pandora to hide smoothly, Ins gave it a lot of good things, even high-level Krypton gold items such as making a wish on the stars, just to increase the success rate. After using the Krypton gold props, through the power of money from another world, Pandora quickly obtained the officer's memory without attracting anyone's attention. This was an officer named Renato Ward, a platoon leader in the Imperial army. In his memory, Pandora saw many things that were very scary to him. There were cities as tall as mountains, armies that could cover the entire planet, terrible wars that broke out between universes, and the previous massacre of various races. Even though she had witnessed the massacre of the Warhammer universe once before, Pandora still felt strongly uncomfortable when she came into contact with the relevant memories again. But Pandora adapted quickly, and the other soldiers around her were attracted by the other double phantoms used as bait and did not notice that their platoon leader had been replaced. Afterwards, Pandora played the role of Lieutenant Ward and went with the Imperial troops to recover the land of the Church. Pandora was shocked by the efficiency of the human empire. Although he was only following a part of the human empire's troops, by analyzing the conversations and orders conveyed by these soldiers, Pandora was sure that the entire territory of the Silian theocracy had been recaptured by the human empire. The undead left in the Great Tomb to delay the Imperial army did not play any role. Now Pandora followed the troops to the capital of the theocracy, the divine capital. As the center of faith in the 6 gods, the Holy Land of the theocracy received the same treatment as the capital of the kingdom. The undead of the Great Tomb of Nazarick killed every living person who remained in the gods' capital, tore down every house, and destroyed all the statues. Lorden said that he wanted the capital of the theocracy to become a symbol of the inviolability of the great tomb of Nazarick, just like the capital of the kingdom. He wanted the city that had become a ruin to be passed down for thousands of years, becoming an eternal nightmare in the hearts of all humans and all rebels. But now, less than a month has passed, and the reconstruction of the divine city has begun. The human remains inside have been cleared out, and the soldiers of the Empire have begun to hang the flag of the double-headed sky eagle on the ruins of the divine city. It is said that the Son of God, Lorgar, is going to build an extremely magnificent and perfect city here. In the future, this city will become a holy place for all mankind and the center of the Emperor's faith. Speaking of the Emperor's faith, Pandora now also has an amulet in the shape of a double-headed eagle, and he also has a book of revised edition of the words of the Emperor. These are all Lieutenant Ward's things. Judging from his memory, Lieutenant Ward was originally a believer in the Imperial truth, but now he has become a believer in the Imperial state religion. Pandora's feelings about the Imperial truth are a strange, self-deceiving theory. It is obvious that such a great supreme being as Lordens exists, but they refuse to acknowledge it. It is really Dummkopf. Of course, even though Lordens seems to be temporarily at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, victory will definitely belong to the great supreme in the end. Pandora firmly believed this. As for the Imperial state religion, this new organization founded by the legendary Emperor's children, Pandora judged that this was the highest power organization in the Empire now. They worship the Emperor of the Empire as a god, and their theories and Imperial truths contradict each other in many places, but they also contain a lot of important information. Pandora teleported part of the words of the Emperor back to the Great Tomb. As for the information that might determine all subsequent decisions, Pandora did not dare to make the decision herself. Instead, she chose to hand the scripture to Ans, leaving it to the king with infinite wisdom in his mind to decide. Fortunately, although the human empire was able to disrupt various infiltration operations into the Great Tomb, it seemed that it had not yet established an effective monitoring mechanism for communication magic. Pandora, who had quietly completed the message delivery at the edge of a ruin, turned around and saw a girl in a JK suit squatting on the ground stroking the fragments of the statues of the six gods. Chapter 101. Golden Princess Lana. She was a beautiful girl wearing glasses and a JK uniform that was out of place with her surroundings. Pandora had some impression of this girl. He had collected information about this girl when he was dealing with the theocracy before. She was a member of the theocracy's strongest force, the Black Codex, code-named Astrology 1000 Miles, and her specialty was intelligence gathering. At that time, Pandora and Albedo prioritized her on the kill list. After all, for the Great Tomb of Nazarick, which has always attached great importance to intelligence, it would definitely be more reassuring to destroy an enemy unit specialized in reconnaissance intelligence. But I didn't expect that although this astrologer Kyun-Li had no fighting ability, he was very good at escaping. He had disappeared without a trace when the capital was captured. I didn't expect to meet him today. Pandora didn't want to attack Astrology 1000 Miles again. Under the current circumstances, the existence of Astrology 1000 Miles was meaningless. But he still took a few steps forward and imitated the role he was currently playing, both to highlight his character and to take this opportunity to see if he could get some more special information from Astrology Kyun-Li. Lieutenant Ward is a young officer of civilian origin. He is 22 years old, unmarried, and has a strong curiosity about beautiful girls. In this different world, it is reasonable for him to strike up a conversation with a girl from another world who is dressed differently. "Hello, miss, are you a local?" "Hello, yes, I am from the religious kingdom and the divine capital, and I was born in this current city." Astrology Kyun-Li stood up from the ground. She looked a little embarrassed, as if she was not used to communicating with people. "I am Ward of the Imperial Army, with the rank of second lieutenant. You can understand that I am a captain in charge of a small group of 30 people. I deeply sympathize with your experience here, in fact, I don't have any at all. My name is Astrology Chisato, and you don't need to apologize." Astrology 1000 Miles? Sounds more like a nickname. Pandora expressed her doubts at the right time. "Yes, this is my code name. I have forgotten my real name." "Is that so? Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that." "It's okay. Everyone is dead now anyway. You are also from another world. You don't understand the situation here at all, right? So it's easier to talk to you. If you don't mind, I would like to tell you my unspeakable story." Astrology Kyunli had been trapped in despair for some time. Later, with the arrival of the Imperial army, Astrology Kyunli finally relaxed. Now she returned to the place where she was born but saw only ruins. She couldn't help but feel mixed emotions and wanted to find someone to talk to. The human empire officers, who do not understand the original Silian theocracy system and do not care about it, are the most suitable for Astrology Kyunli. Pandora was naturally happy about this. It's like this. My parents were both members of the Black Scripture, but they died in a war with other alien races not long after I was born. Haha, he was already a member of the strongest army in the human race, but in the end he died without warning. This world is really ridiculous sometimes. At this point, Astrologer Kyunli chuckled twice. I was too young at the time, so young that I couldn't remember anything, so I was adopted by the church. Later, the church discovered that I had a talent for using the magic props left behind by the 6 gods. That is, the clothes I am wearing now, which are the props left behind by the 6 gods. Astrology Kyunli said this and pointed at the JK clothes she was wearing. The effect of this item is to see the other party's attribute values, such as now. As Astrology Kyunli said this, her mouth suddenly opened wide, and a panel that was obviously ridiculously high for humans appeared in front of her, and in the race column of that attribute panel, it was clearly written Double Phantom. Astrology Kyunli wanted to stabilize the monster in front of her first, but her expression change had been noticed by Pandora. Astrology Kyunli then wanted to scream loudly to attract the attention of the people around and convey the message, but at this time Pandora had already pounced on her and covered Astrology Kyunli's mouth with one hand to prevent her from speaking. The other hand grabbed both of Astrology Senri's hands to prevent her from using magic. Pandora wanted to kill Astrology Kyunli directly, but killing her would be too conspicuous under the current circumstances. In desperation, Pandora activated the magic ring that she had been wearing on her hand and hidden in her glove. That was the item that the Supreme Beings had given him before he set out on this journey. It was a super rare Krypton Gold lottery item called the Meteor Ring, which could activate the super level magic wish upon a star 3 times without consuming any experience points, and it did not require any preparation time and would take effect immediately. The original wishing upon a star was a lottery magic that was activated by consuming experience points, and the user could choose up to 10 options out of a maximum of 200. But the other world has changed, and it has become possible to make wishes freely with magic. Of course, wishes involving world-class items, original magic, or too outrageous are still not allowed. Pandora's ring is decorated with 3 shooting star-shaped gemstones, 2 of which are glowing now, and the other one has been used before. Pandora wanted to use memory magic to deal with Astrology 1000 Miles, but other Imperial military forces might pass by at any time. Pandora didn't dare to gamble on the consequences of this momentary delay, so she could only directly use the super-level magic of making a wish to the stars. This time, Pandora's wish is to ask Astrology Kyunli to forget what happened just now. It is simple, direct, and the easiest to achieve. The light of the second meteor gem in Pandora's ring also dimmed, and at the same time, Astrology Kyunli's eyes became dull for a moment. Pandora used this time to quickly leave the scene. After a while, Jean-Sing Kyunli regained consciousness. She looked around and vaguely remembered that she was moved by the sight of her hometown being destroyed, and then, it seemed that nothing happened. Inside the great tomb of Nazarick in front of Demiurge's confinement room on the 5th floor, the former princess of the kingdom of Lee Yestage, Lana Teal Chardon Lael Van Zafe, also known as the Golden Princess, has stunning beauty, is also smart, compassionate, gentle, and kind, and is everyone's ideal princess. However, these are all pretended. She is a born sociopath. Everything she does is to satisfy her own morbid desires. For this reason, she did not hesitate to turn to the big tomb early on and give it advice. At least 80% of the Golden Princess plan was behind the demise of the kingdom. As a reward for her loyalty, Ins gave her a room on the 9th floor, transformed her racially from human to imp, and gave her the same status as a guardian. But despite this, Lana has no real power and usually does not leave her room. And now that the great tomb of Nazarick needed to borrow her wisdom, she was frequently called to meetings. It was also during the meeting that she confirmed the fact that the Sorcerer King Ins was actually just an ordinary person, as well as the crisis the Great Tomb was currently facing, and the situation of Demiurge. Now she wanted to talk to Demiurge. The Snow Girl did not stop her because Lana had the same status as the Guardian. There was no offer of any extra care or attempt to protect her, as Lana was only in name only as a Guardian. "Hello, can I talk to the person behind me?" Golden Lana said this unclear sentence to Demiurge with a smile, and the next moment Lana seemed to have come to a void space where the rules of physics did not exist. Chapter 102. Trading. After saying that, Lana found herself in a void space where it seemed as if the rules of physics no longer existed. Everything here is colorless white, but it seems to be changing into infinite colors at any time, but this change cannot be understood by her eyes and brain. There is no up or down, no front or back, the space is discontinuous, and Lana took a step forward and found herself behind herself. She could see herself in front of her. She watched herself take a step forward and then disappear into the void. Lana after taking a step appears before Lana before taking a step, and time is also discontinuous here. Lana closed her eyes and began to carefully feel the environment. Here she felt a sense of naked danger, not a physical sense of danger, but a sense of spiritual danger. It seems that every thought I have here will be presented without reservation, and I have no secrets here. But Lana had considered this situation before. As early as when she came into contact with the Great Tomb of Nazarick, she had prepared in advance for the Great Tomb to be able to detect other people's thoughts at any time with the idea of anticipating the enemy. Although it turned out that my worries were unnecessary in the end, my preparations were not in vain, at least they are being used now. Lana quickly adjusted her breathing, gathered the thoughts in her mind, and controlled herself from thinking about unnecessary things. It is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to control his or her subconscious thoughts, but Lana is a true genius. She did it quickly without any professional training. The existence in the void remained silent, just waiting quietly for Lana to adjust her state. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Lana ter Chardon Lair Venzafe. You can call me Lana. You have found a way to evade the surveillance of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Lana was the first to speak. She lifted her skirt and performed a standard aristocratic salute towards the void. He 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 he. A sharp and clear laughter like a bird's song sounded in the void, and then an unpredictable group of light and shadow appeared in the void. So, Ms. Lana, how did you discover my existence? And how can you be sure that I will reply to you? The light and shadow asked questions, and the voice was like 1,000 different people speaking together, layer upon layer, male and female, old and young, and even the singing of birds and the roar of beasts could be heard in the voice. This is a girl's secret. A great being like you wouldn't be interested in a little girl's secret. Lana controlled her thoughts, not allowing any unnecessary ideas to come out, while the light and shadow paused for a short time, as if thinking about something. Haha, this is really interesting. Although your mind control skills are very immature, the results are almost perfect. You are really a good candidate. The light and shadow began to collapse in front of Lana, and finally a blue-haired boy as handsome as a girl appeared in the void. He was wearing a robe decorated with bird feathers and holding a large, heavy book with an ornate cover. You have excellent intelligence gathering and analysis capabilities. In terms of intelligence alone, you should be the highest individual I have found in this world. It seems that you have read all of Demiurge Sama's memories. But I am embarrassed when you praise me like this. Really? If you think it's a compliment, then take it as a compliment. The boy walked up to Lana with a smile. He was now a little shorter than Lana and needed to look up to look Lana in the eye, but the boy didn't mind. Why, aren't you curious about who I am? The boy held the magic book between his hands and held Lana's chin with his other hand, saying jokingly, if a great being like you wants to tell me, then just tell me. If you don't tell me, then you have your reasons. A weak being like me has no need to pry into my affairs. Is that so? The boy put his head in front of Lana, and their noses were almost touching. After observing for a while, the boy sighed. What a pity. Your aptitude is obviously very high, but you lack the thirst for knowledge and the wish for change. What you pursue is eternity and immutability. Hateful. You're a big shot, but you still pry into girls' secrets. The Golden Princess pouted her lips to express her dissatisfaction, but both the boy and she knew that she didn't care about it. Let's stop talking nonsense here. I have to admit that although your skills in controlling your thoughts are immature, they are really effective. I still can't figure out what you really want to say. It's very simple. All I want is the happiness of me and the little dog. You should know who that little dog is. Yeah, I know, but that's a really cheap request. The little dog that the Golden Princess was talking about is her personal bodyguard Clem, who is also the object of Lana's morbid love. In order to completely possess Clem, she wants to be with him forever. Lana betrayed her country and used the lives of millions of people in exchange for the reward of herself and Climb being transformed into demons and living forever in the great tomb of Nazarick. And she has now reiterated that request. Then let me formally introduce myself. I am the messenger of the changing sky, the keeper of magic and wisdom, the protector of conspiracy and trickery, the lord of change, Yvel. Lana Ter Chardon Lair Venzave hereby pledges her allegiance to you. Lana knelt on one knee and performed the ritual of a knight recognizing his master to Yvel. As a smart person, you should know what I need you to do. Yes, but I only know the general direction. I still need your guidance for the specific operations. Haha, don't you think the great tomb of Nazarick is boring now that it's huddled up like this? There should be changes, more changes, to attack, to fight, to disrupt the world. Really? You are worried about the strength of this great tomb? Indeed, this Bones character is really cowardly and interesting, so I need you to help it. Don't worry, I will take care of the situation outside. As for power, I will lend it to them. It would be too boring if this world was completely conquered. Then do you agree with my wish? Although I don't like your desire, I will give you enough knowledge to let you and your pet live happily forever. So go. As Yvel finished speaking, Lana found herself back at the door of Demiurge's confinement room, where Demiurge was looking at Lana with suspicion. Lana calmly discussed with Demiurge a lot of things that Demiurge had seen before. After thanking him, Lana left and walked towards her own cabin on the 9th floor. She kept a faint smile on her face throughout the journey. Very good, the first wave of forces has been contacted, which is much better than the worst-case scenario expected. Then it is time to make the great tomb of Nazarick my second sacrifice. Chapter 103. Marching towards the Holy Kingdom. When the entire territory of the Scylan theocracy was recovered by the Empire, it would naturally be necessary to dispatch troops to other human settlements. The world needs a unified human regime, and only one. And to the Empire, the Holy Kingdom, a country that had been infiltrated like a sieve by aliens and the great tomb of Nazarick, was a real eyesore. Originally, under the self-directed and staged performance of the Sorceress Kingdom, the Holy Kingdom had been semi-forced to accept living together with demi-humans, and various kinds of demi-humans could be seen in many cities. Although these demi-humans had fought together with humans before, after all, only a small number of people fought together. The physiological and cultural differences between the demi-humans were felt by everyone. After all, respecting you means having children with you, or eating your corpse. Few people can accept this. Some of the sub-humans are pure survivors of the jungle, and the level of civilization of most sub-humans is extremely poor. What's more, the appearance of some sub-humans really does not conform to human aesthetics. The main reason why a direct fight did not break out under these circumstances was because of the remaining power of the Sorceress Kingdom of Nzoulgaun and the conscious manipulation of the Holy Kingdom's high-level officials who had long been controlled. But now there is no need to consider these situations, as the army of the human empire has arrived in the territory of the Holy Kingdom. The first to arrive here were the vanguard of the word-bearers. As for the desert city separating the Holy Kingdom and the theocracy, it had already been cleansed out. Aliens were executed, incompetent and corrupt human rulers were excommunicated, the Emperor's gospel was spread, and the suffering humanity was saved. The Holy Kingdom's side facing the theocracy was not originally their main defense focus, so although there were city walls built, they were not as tall and majestic as those on the demi-human forest side. Of course, this simple wall means nothing to the space marines of the human empire. The first group of word-bearers airdropped directly into the fortress in 10 Saka Stormbirds, and then occupied the fortress almost without bloodshed. More word-bearers and other troops of the Empire also officially entered the Holy Kingdom. The forces of the Empire began to judge the demi-humans within the Holy Kingdom. Because there were so many demi-humans here and they were so diverse, apart from the necessary samples left for the Mechanicus, the remaining aliens were pushed into the square for mass execution. At the beginning, some people from the Holy Kingdom tried to stop the Empire's execution squad, because after all, these demi-humans had lived with them for several years and there were good people among them. But the Imperial soldiers ignored these people. They should be thankful that they were in the 30th millennium. If it was the th millennium, daring to plead for the aliens would be enough to sentence them to death. The priest of the word-bearers stood on a makeshift platform, looking at the various aliens that were pushed in. Human-headed horse bodies, pig-headed human bodies, fat maggots, half-human, half-sheep monsters, etc. In short, dozens of different aliens were found in this fortress alone, which made the word-bearer priest wonder how there could be so many types of aliens in this world. It was like an interstellar zoo, but this did not prevent him from destroying these aliens. The priest stood on the platform and shouted, "Call on the Emperor of God, please send down merciless fire from heaven to bombard their deformities and ugly hearts, so that I can set things right, burn all the filth and evil to clear my name." Following the priest's order, the heavy promethium flamethrower began to burn the heretics. At the beginning, many people dared not watch the burning, but I don't know who was the first to shout, "Kill all these man-eating monsters!" Following this shout, the people of the Holy Kingdom began to howl loudly one after another. The resentment that had been accumulated for a long time was released at this moment. What happened next was very simple. It was nothing more than further clearing and destroying the remaining aliens, while spreading the state religion, and this only required leaving a part of the troops behind, and the remaining large forces began a full-scale attack on other areas of the Holy Kingdom. After its conscious destruction, although the Holy Kingdom is not now completely empty, its population has been halved, and almost all capable and experienced soldiers have been killed. The Holy Kingdom, which had no resistance to Space Marines to begin with, would often choose to surrender without hesitation after hearing that the newcomers were from the human camp and seeing their strength. Apart from the aliens that were destined to be destroyed, the most fierce resistance came from the faceless sect of Inzoolgaun in the castle. Originally, the leader, the Faceless One Ninja, was giving a speech in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. When the Space Marines appeared in the city, she immediately called on all believers to unite and resist this force that did not belong to the Sorceress Kingdom. Among them, Ningyo personally took part in the battle, using the level 50 weapon Ultimate Hyper Meteor given by Ans, which was a longbow with an extremely exaggerated and gorgeous shape. Although Ningyo is far from reaching that level, she can still use this bow. The magic arrows shot from this bow can theoretically still hurt the Space Marines. But this is only in theory. In practice, it is very easy for Space Marines to dodge this kind of attack, which is almost as fast as cold weapons and bows. None of Nia's attacks hit the word bearers. This made Ningyo feel unbelievable. When she used this bow before, the effect was like that of a god of war, but now it seemed that there was not much difference from using an ordinary bow. Such a fact impacted her worldview, which had already been shattered once. But she still refused to give up. The young but ferocious-eyed leader sneaked into houses and alleys, hoping to delay time by constantly changing the terrain and using the ultimate super meteor to suppress the enemy. In Nia's eyes, these tall warriors who suddenly appeared and focused their attacks on them were obviously forces hostile to Ans. Although they didn't know where these people came from, for the sake of Lord Ans, the faceless men should consume these opponents as much as possible. For the sake of Ansama, I would sacrifice the entire Holy Kingdom. Thinking this, Nia began to use her followers as human shields without hesitation. But the Space Marines obviously had no scruples against these cultists. Under the roar of the bombs, no matter what kind of cultists they were, they immediately felt the physical light and then broke into many pieces. Ningye, realizing that believers were useless, rushed to the areas where there were more civilians than anywhere else. Lord Ans once said that a strong person can do whatever he wants. Therefore, Ningye no longer felt any guilt for her behavior. She agreed with Ans's theory from the bottom of her heart that the strong are righteous and the weak are evil, and believed that the weak should sacrifice for the strong. However, her escape failed in the face of a large number of word-bearers, and finally Ningye was captured and confirmed to be the leader of the cult Faceless Men. For such a well-known traitor, the Empire imposed a 72-hour death penalty with white phosphorus. Chapter 104, The Fall of the Faceless. The military force Lorgar sent to the Holy Kingdom included more than 1,000 Space Marines from the Word-Bearers Legion alone, and even more auxiliary forces. These troops will quickly take over the entire territory of the Holy Kingdom, explore the various mineral veins in this world, lay out the Empire's industrial facilities, and transform the Holy Kingdom into a suitable part for the huge war machine of the human empire. But for the Word-Bearers, the fact of annihilating the Faceless Men is not worth mentioning. But it is a big deal for the Holy Kingdom. The full name of the Holy Kingdom is the Holy Kingdom of Lobel. It is a peninsula country surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. The territory is divided into north and south by a bay that is 40 kilometers wide and 200 kilometers long. On the map, the Holy Kingdom looks like a horizontal U-shaped lock. As a result of the conspiracy of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the northern Holy Kingdom was massacred, and 9 out of 10 houses were empty. Although the south did not suffer a fatal blow, under the arrangement of Demiurge, the contradictions between the nobles in the north and south of the Holy Kingdom became extremely sharp and could erupt at any time. The Faceless Men were founded by their leader Nia, and they worship Inzoolgaun as a god. The doctrine advocates the strong and openly declares that weakness is a sin and strength is justice. In the teachings of the Faceless Men, Inzoolgaun is undoubtedly the absolute strongest and naturally the embodiment of justice. With the secret support of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, this sect developed very quickly. In addition to human believers, many demi-humans joined the sect and infiltrated all aspects of society. Later, it became an organization that could compete with the royal family of the Holy Kingdom. The royal family of the Holy Kingdom, the current Holy King, and several important courtiers had long been replaced by the double phantoms of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The Great Tomb of Nazarick had set up a large number of hidden agents in the Holy Kingdom, most of which were designed and executed by Demiurge himself. According to the original plan, the civil war between the Holy Kingdom and the North will break out in a few years. By then, if another 1,000,000 people die in the Holy Kingdom, the kingdom will be completely controlled by the Great Tomb of Nazarick. However, all the original layout of the Great Tomb in the Holy Kingdom and all the chess pieces were completely destroyed in the face of the absolute violence of the Empire. Funny enough, the most fierce resistance here came from Ningya's Faceless Men sect. Faced with the overwhelming force of the Empire, most members of the Faceless Men sect at the border of the Holy Kingdom and other cities resolutely followed their teachings and immediately slid to their knees, without offering any resistance. The Empire uniformly executed the demi-humans among them, while the human believers were temporarily detained and tried later. The only one who put up a real desperate resistance was the Faceless Men's headquarters in the Holy Kingdom's capital. Because the Imperial forces advanced so quickly, the vast majority of people in the Holy Kingdom's capital had no idea they were here. The only one who could know this information was the Holy King, who relied on the surveillance system established by the Great Tomb. Faced with this situation, the Great Tomb spies led by the Holy King judged that the Holy Kingdom had no chance of holding on, and after sending a call for help to no avail, they decisively chose to retreat. As a result, the top leaders of the Holy Kingdom disappeared collectively, while Ningya was leading her church to conduct daily lectures and sermons. The location she chose was the capital's Grand Square. There were nearly 10,000 believers here, including many fanatical believers developed by Ningya. Ningya, the leader of these people, is actually very young. She was just an apprentice knight a few years ago. At that time, the Holy Kingdom was ravaged by Demiurge, who was disguised as the Demon Emperor. The Holy Queen and the highest priest died for their country, and Nia's parents also died in that tragic war. At this time, Ningya followed the paladin Captain Remedios to the Sorceress Kingdom to seek help from Ins. After experiencing a series of events, Ningya firmly believed that Ins was the embodiment of justice. In order not to cause trouble for Ins, she even took the initiative to reject Ins' suggestion to resurrect her parents. After that, Nia developed a habit of telling others about Ins' greatness, just like today. She was standing on a high platform, wearing a white mask and giving a passionate speech. Because Nia was born with an extremely ferocious look in her eyes, in order to better introduce the greatness of Lord Ins to more people, she chose to wear a white mask without facial features, and this gradually became a tradition. All of Nia's followers began to wear white masks, and the name of the Faceless Men came from this. When Nia was once again talking about the wonderful part of the Sorcerer King In's victory over the Demon Emperor, the Empire's army arrived. Because they already knew the situation of the Faceless Men, the word-bearers who discovered the gathering of the Faceless Men in the air immediately rode Stormbirds to strangle the heretics. The word-bearers did not choose to use the twin laser cannons or heavy bombs on the Stormbird gunships to directly kill the enemy, because they had been instructed before they came that the leader of this blasphemous heresy must be captured and executed to demonstrate the power of the Empire. 50 word-bearers jumped directly from the Stormbird hovering 100 meters above the ground without using any auxiliary measures. When a group of 2-meter-tall muscular men in full power armor jumped directly down from a high altitude, then landed on one knee in a standard superhero posture, with dust flying and the ground cracking, the visual effect was extremely strong. 50 word-bearers landed in different parts of the square and surrounded the believers. Kneel down and surrender immediately, and you may still live. If you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy. The leading word-bearer's priest shouted as he raised the priest's staff in his hand and waved it at the statue of Ins in the square. The Stormbirds in the crowd cooperated very well and opened fire. This gigantic statue of Ins was built by Ningya and his men. It was 8 or 9 meters tall, but the colossus carved out of rock was no more powerful than a paper statue in the face of the twin laser cannons. A large chunk of Ins' head was cut off, and the rock in its original location melted into hot magma, flowing down. Several Faceless Men were unable to dodge and were drenched by the lava. They were either killed instantly or rolled on the ground in severe pain, wailing. Faced with such an overwhelming power difference, the faceless men naturally did not dare to act rashly. Under everyone's gaze, Ningya shouted across the crowd, "Who are you? Why are you trying to hurt us?" The priest looked at Ningya and asked, "Are you Ningya Baraja, the leader of the heretical sect of the Faceless Men?" "Yes, it's me." "So can you please tell me your identities and purpose?" "We serve the great Sorcerer King." "I don't think you would want to offend His Majesty." "Threat? Haha, it's a pity that this trick doesn't work on us." Facing the threat in Nia's words, the word-bearers, priests and other battle brothers couldn't help but laugh, and this behavior angered Nia. Although these tall warriors were wearing helmets, Nia could sense their contempt when they heard the Sorcerer King. What's so funny? Nia could accept others looking down on her, but she could not accept someone daring to look down on the Sorcerer Kingans. "Oh, there's no need to explain to you. Ningya had to die, but the method of death had to be specific. In this case, there was no need to explain to a guy who worshipped such blasphemous things." Following the priest's order, the word-bearers began to charge towards Ningya. "These people are Insama's enemies. In the name of the Sorcerer King, destroy them." Ningya took out the ultimate super meteor that Ans had given her, a large bow with an extremely gorgeous appearance, drew the bow, put an arrow on it, and shot an arrow at the word-bearer priest. Ningya used all her strength in this attack. She activated the magic tool she was equipped with, the Archer Gauntlet, which was an item that could improve the wearer's shooting skills and overall physical performance. Another magic item, the Eye Mask Goggles, was also activated. The effect of this magic item is that the wearer can use a special skill called snake shooting once every 3 minutes. After using this skill, the arrow will jump up in front of the enemy and then attack the enemy like a prey. Finally, Ningya used her professional ability to add a thin layer of holy power to the arrow. Just like that, Ningya gathered all her trump cards and shot an arrow, fiercely aiming at the priest of the word-bearers. Chapter 105, The Fall of the Faceless. All of Nia's killing moves were combined into one attack, which was fired directly at the word-bearer's priest. Nia was confident that with the magic tools bestowed upon her by Insama, even a subhuman hero unit would find it difficult to resist this attack. The fierce arrow rushed towards the word-bearer's priest, but the force field shield was deployed and the arrow was smashed to pieces. Nia's first attack failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. The word-bearer's priest watched indifferently as Nia's attack was eliminated by his force field shield, and then he took out his bolter. How can heretics and evil spirits harm those favored by the Emperor of God? The priest fired the first shot, and along with the unique roar of the grenade launcher, the mask on Ningya's face was torn to pieces by the airflow from the grenade launcher. The word-bearer's priest did not aim at Ningya. He fired at the side of Ningya's cheek from the beginning, tearing Ningya's visor apart in an almost showy way. The face revealed was young but twisted and hideous. The most distinctive feature was her eyes. She had a pair of triangular eyes with little black and more white. The corners of her eyes were drooping upwards, and there were thick dark circles around them. It was obvious at first glance that she was not a good person. Humph, it's true that appearance is determined by the heart. After all, Ningya was also someone who had experienced life and death battles on the battlefield. After the first attack was completely ineffective, although she was horrified, she still dodged instinctively. Being on the platform was like being an easy target, so Nia jumped into the crowd of believers and started shooting from the spot. Of course, her mobility was meaningless against the 5 senses of the Space Marine level. The word-bearer's priest easily destroyed her mask, and the bombs that passed by tore apart the faceless men cultists in the row behind her. Part of the believer's flesh and internal organs were directly vaporized by the powerful bomb, and the other part turned into minced meat and blood that splashed all over Ningya. Most of those who could stand at the front of Ningya's speech were the believers she had recruited from the beginning. These were people who had experienced the tragic massacre of the Holy Kingdom by the demi-humans, and dozens of them died this time. Nia's eyes, which were not big to begin with, quickly filled with bloodshot. She stared at the word-bearers fiercely and shouted, "How dare you! How dare you, evil people, hurt us! The Sorcerer King will not let you go. I told you, threats won't work on us." The priest fired a second shot impatiently. The bullet whistled past Ningya's legs, and the gust of wind broke her legs. The magical healing necklace given by Ans was activated, and with the healing of the third-tier magic, Nia quickly regained her ability to move. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Now is the time to sacrifice yourself for the Sorcerer King. Now is the time to sacrifice yourself for justice." As long as you are willing to die for the Sorcerer King, even though you are weak and dirty, you can still create value. The Sorcerer King will watch over you, save you, and bring justice to everyone. After regaining her ability to move, Ningya quickly dived into the crowd of believers, running and shouting loudly to boost their morale. Many of the believers here were indeed Ningya's acquaintances, and had even become her friends. However, her mind, which had long been poisoned by the great tomb of Nazarick, had already determined that the weak had no value in survival. For these people, dying for the Sorcerer King's is the best way for them to realize their life value. Of course, as a preacher of the Sorcerer King's greatness, he was naturally stronger than them, and it was only natural for them to die for him. With this idea in mind, although Ningya would be sad about the death of her believers, she didn't mind using them as human shields. Dedicate yourself to the Sorcerer King. Dedicate yourself to justice. There were many fanatics among the faceless men who had gathered in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. They truly believed the lies that Ans was a god. Now, under the instigation of Nia, some of the faceless men ignored the huge gap in power between the two sides and launched an attack on the word-bearers. In addition to ordinary people, there are also magic singers and knights from the former Holy Kingdom, and even former members of the Paladin Order. In addition to humans, there are also some sub-human believers. According to the Sorcerer King's, the Faceless Men's sect accepts believers of all species, and sub-humans can often easily obtain higher status and better treatment in the sect. Initially, these fanatics were impressed by the powerful strength displayed by the word-bearers. Now, under Ninja's encouragement, they shouted words of praise to Ans and began to charge towards the word-bearers' troops. The magic casters used their best magic, and the knights charged forward with the support of the magic casters. Then they were all broken into pieces in an instant, like waves hitting rocks. The warrior standing at the forefront of the word-bearers is Angor Tai, an outstanding recruit. Originally, only those veteran space marines who are good at close combat would choose to use power claws, and usually only one hand is equipped with a power claw. Angel Tai was also equipped with 2 power claws. These large claws, which could directly grip a person into a ball, were covered with a light blue decomposition force field. To Angel Tai, it made no difference whether the enemy was an ordinary human or a knight wearing plate armor and enhanced by second-tier magic. There was no difference between a second-tier guardian angel summoned by magic and a thick-skinned sub-human. He leaped lightly into the charging thugs and swung his power claws, taking at least 5 lives each time. His combat skills were exquisite, even the Space Marines of the Emperor's Children Legion would admire him. There were no unnecessary movements, no pauses, he was so precise and efficient, destroying the enemy in a way that could be called an art. Although he has only been in the other world for a short time, Angel Tai has shown extraordinary talent in magic and martial arts. He has integrated the martial arts and magic from the other world into his own combat skills. Although it is only a slight improvement at present, it has already produced a qualitative change in Angel Tai. His integration was so perfect that even Lorgar admired his adaptability to the technology of the other world and believed that Angru Tai would be an ideal target for the word-bearers in the future. Facing Angel Tai and his dozens of battle brothers, whose combat power exceeded that of an ordinary company, the Faceless Men cultists seemed to have a large number of people but were actually vulnerable to collapse at the first touch. The fanatics who were actually charging in the front were completely strangled in less than 2 minutes, and this was the result of the word-bearers consciously reducing the use of long-range weapons in order to make these indigenous cultists understand the power of the Empire more intuitively. The Faceless Men were defeated, and this time no matter how much Nia encouraged them, it was useless. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Nia used the scroll of teleportation magic that the Great Tomb later gave her. Using this scroll, Nia was teleported directly to the civilian area. The word-bearer's priest discovered Ninja's escape, and he also activated the teleportation device. Although the principle of the Empire's teleportation device was completely different from Ninja's, since both could teleport, Ninja, who only had one teleportation scroll, obviously could not outrun the word-bearer's priest. She got so angry that she hid in the residential area and started using the people as human shields. Take advantage of the fact that the word-bearer's priests are careful not to hurt civilians by mistake and keep shooting arrows at the priests. This time, Ningyu did not dare to pursue strength, but adopted a rapid-fire approach, shooting arrows while running, and specifically rushing into crowded places or houses. The word-bearer's priest was furious. He activated the teleportation device in his scepter and teleported directly to Ningyu. His sandbag-sized fist smashed through the wall and grabbed Ningyu. Ningyu still wanted to resist, but the priest just shook her hard a few times and caused her a concussion. When Ningya regained consciousness, she found herself tied to a cross in the Holy Kingdom Square, surrounded by onlookers. The priest stood on the platform where Nia had stood before and read out Nia's crimes aloud. In short, it means spreading heretical beliefs, relying on aliens, endangering humanity, and many other serious crimes. The crimes are so serious that even death cannot atone for them. But the God Emperor was merciful and granted redemption, sentencing him to death by white phosphorus for only 72 hours. When Ningya heard the sentence, in addition to fear, she also felt a little confused. How come the death penalty is in continuous tense and lasts for such a long time? Then Ningya knew, even though she didn't want to know at all. Her cross was a special item custom made by the Mechanicus. When the execution began, it began to release flames at unknown parts of her body. At the same time, several syringes pierced into her body, injecting various drugs into her body. These potions will ensure that Ningya remains awake for the next 72 hours and can clearly feel every inch of pain in her body. The flames were not extremely hot, and they did not immediately burn and carbonize Ninja's limbs. However, the flames were sticky and cruel, gnawing at Ninja's body bit by bit like maggots on her tarsal bones, causing her unimaginable pain. Nia screamed and called out In's name, begging the Sorcerer King to save her. However, Ins didn't care about her. He didn't care about her now, and he had never cared about her in the past. Nia's incontinence was gone, but that didn't stop the execution. About an hour later, Ningya got a brief chance to rest, and various medical devices began to repair her body, making sure that she would have the most intense experience every second of the subsequent punishment. Chapter 106. The Growing Crazy Arena. The Great Empire of Angus, the country of the Tauren, is one of the 6 central powers and one of the most powerful political entities in the world. Unlike the human countries that can only survive in the corners of the continent, the Minotaur Empire occupies the most fertile land and has an area of more than 6 million square kilometers. Contrary to what many people think, although the Minotaur has a bull's head, the teeth in its mouth are sharp and pointed, and these creatures eat meat. Tauren are often very tall, averaging about 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall. They have extremely strong bodies, and normal Tauren have a combat power level of over level 14 when they reach adulthood. This level is equivalent to a gold-level adventurer, or the Imperial Guards, or an officer of an elite corps on the human side, but this level of combat power is just that of a civilian among the Tauren. With such a huge gap in power, humans were naturally no match for the Minotaur. In fact, the status of humans in the Minotaur Empire was once just food. Although humans grow very slowly, they have become a more precious food for the Minotaur. Besides, the Minotaur likes to eat tender food. It was not until 200 years ago that a powerful Minotaur who was basically confirmed to be the player appeared. With his strong support, the status of humans was upgraded from food to slaves. Of course, there are still many cases of wanton slaughter of humans and even cannibalism, and the upper echelons of the Minotaur Empire have no motivation to manage this, so they just leave it alone. However, strong people can occasionally be born among humans. The Tauren value these strong people very much. They will get better treatment, enjoy real and delicious food, receive professional training, and then be thrown into the arena to use their lives to entertain the Tauren nobles. The winner doesn't know when he will die, and the loser becomes a snack for the nobles. But having said that, gladiator slaves are already the slaves with the best material treatment in the Minotaur Empire, and the arena is also the only place where humans have the opportunity to legally kill other Minotaur. So sometimes, some human resistance forces would even join the arena in desperation, hoping to kill a few Minotaurs. Yes, Minotaur also participated in gladiatorial fights, but unlike these slaves, Minotaur participated in gladiatorial fights mostly to satisfy their bloodthirsty desires, and some for honor and money. Today, the atmosphere in the largest arena in the Minotaur Empire, this circular Roman-style Colosseum, is lively and packed. The Colosseum, which was originally designed to accommodate 100,000 spectators, was now filled with spectators, which was unusually high. There were even occasional exclamations. The big shots from the Minotaur Empire had arrived. The Minotaur were whispering and discussing which other big shots would come to watch the fight. Some Minotaur even opened betting positions. Suddenly someone shouted, "The Emperor is coming," and all the Minotaurs stood up and looked outside the best and most luxurious box in the arena. There stood an exceptionally tall Minotaur, wearing a purple robe and a jewel-studded crown on his head. This man was the Emperor of the Minotaur Empire, Cemental Angus. He was a powerful warrior and an outstanding emperor, only for the Tauren. Under his leadership, the Tauran Empire and the Orc Empire, the native orcs, not the greenskins in Warhammer, won victory after victory in battles and captured a large number of slaves. Therefore, he was deeply loved by the people. Simmental had actually arrived a long time ago, but seeing the people's enthusiastic mood, he decided to come out and show them his attitude of having fun together. The human beneath his hooves crawled forward, carrying him to a place facing all the spectators. Human shoes, this is the most popular fashion in the Tauran Empire this year. The production method is to select a strong human being, then dig out a piece of meat from the back so that it can fit the Minotaur's hooves. It is said that the Minotaur nobles who have used it all say it is good. These shoes are warm and comfortable, and you can eat a little when you are hungry. However, the wear rate is too high, and one pair will not be used for long, which makes many young Tauran who want to keep up with the fashion only envy them. As the Tauran Emperor, his shoes are naturally extraordinary. They are all human warriors who have entered the hero realm, levels above 29, and most importantly, they are a couple, leaders of the rebels from local provinces. Now their personalities have been destroyed, and they have become the favorite shoes of the Tauran Emperor. After being brought to the right place, the Minotaur Emperor spread his arms and thunderous cheers broke out in the Colosseum, and he was very satisfied with this. My dear people, do you like to watch gladiatorial fights? The Minotaur Emperor's voice was like a huge bell, and it could be heard throughout the venue even without the use of amplification magic. Love watching. The other Minotaurs at the scene echoed loudly. So you all know that today will be the most exciting fight. We know. Then enjoy yourself. After saying this, the Minotaur Emperor returned to his box amid thunderous applause and cheers. Several Minotaur nobles gathered together to complain about the Emperor's love of joining in the fun, but their attention was soon drawn to the arena. The first to appear are 10 human warriors fighting against 3 ogres. Before the competition officially begins, the atmosphere needs to be heated up. Soon the human warriors were killed by the ogres. The outcome of these battles was actually not important. They were just to stir up the audience's emotions with cruel and bloody scenes before the finale of today. The organizers spared no expense for today's important competition. The second game was between 100 people and 4 vampire brides. This time there were powerful units among the humans, and in the end, humans won after losing more than 80 people. The third game was a battle between 1,000 people and a red dragon, which was a dragon whose ability to fly was restricted. But a dragon was still a dragon, and the restriction of its flying ability made the red dragon even more violent. In the end, although the humans fought hard, they were still wiped out by the red dragon. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, the host of the game, the famous commentator of the Minotaur Empire, Big Goblin, began to introduce the players from both sides. Goblin is a tall and thin goblin, as tall as an ordinary person, with jewels on his ears and jewel rings on all 10 fingers. Now let us introduce our first contestant. Our champion, our king of the arena, the king of battle who has ruled the Colosseum for 30 years without a single defeat, the bloody artistic massacrer, the creator of the Mountain of Corpses, Daijiao Daka. Following the host's voice, the door on one side of the arena opened. A monster much taller than an ordinary minotaur walked in. He was 5 meters tall and wore sophisticated magic armor with all kinds of criss-crossing scars visible on the exposed parts of his body. The pair of huge horns on his head were 2 meters long. Chapter 107, In the Growing Crazy Arena. The gigantic monster walked into the arena with its head held high, holding 2 huge axes covered with serrations and spikes, with thick iron chains wrapped around the ends and the other ends tied to the monster's wrists. Minotaur is a race that is naturally inclined towards the evil camp. Occasionally, there will be individuals in this race that have integrated some demonic power. These creatures are taller and stronger than ordinary minotaurs, and are more bloodthirsty and warlike. These creatures are usually called giant bull demons. Bighorn Daka is a giant bull demon who has the innate ability to double muscle strength, which makes Bighorn's already amazing power reach a qualitative change. And Bighorn also understood that he was different from others. From a very young age he was able to defeat adult Minotaur warriors. But even among the Minotaur, Bighorn's overly violent temper made him be shunned by other Minotaur. In his ignorance, Bighorn thought about finding his own way. He had been an adventurer, a soldier, and even a war priest. He had learned the war cry of the Minotaur, but in the end he chose to be a gladiator because he found that being a gladiator could satisfy his desire for blood and glory. Nearly 100 years have passed unknowingly. Bighorn has become a legendary gladiator in the Minotaur Empire and the king of the arena. Ordinary prey can no longer satisfy his thirst. Now, after many years, a new challenger finally stood before him. Dejiao accepted the challenge with great joy and put on his best equipment. Guardian Headband. The green headband tied on Bighorn's horn will generate an invisible energy field that wraps around Bighorn's head, providing him with defense like the heaviest helmet, while blocking attacks from toxins and strong light. Carnivore Breastplate. It is a dark red plate breastplate with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth carved on the abdomen. In addition to being extremely strong, it can provide the user with a bloodthirsty blessing equivalent to a 5th level gain. If you use fresh flesh and blood to feed the big mouth in the abdomen, you can trigger the 6th level magic healing, which can greatly restore the health and physical strength of the wearer, and even directly regenerate broken limbs. The interval for use is once every 3 hours. Ogre Bracers. Green leather bracers with large yellow spikes, moderately increase strength. Ring of Maintenance. One of the magical tools left by the Minotaur Sage. After equipping it, you don't need to eat or rest, and you won't feel tired. Ring of Immunity. A ring that negates poison, paralysis, and petrification debuffs. Advanced Lightning Bite Ring. Increases lightning resistance to a greater extent. Lightning Resistance Belt. Increases lightning resistance to a greater extent. Ultralisk Leggings. Slightly increase speed and greatly increase lightning resistance. Flying Necklace. This necklace looks like a wing, which gives the wearer the ability to fly. However, in actual effect, this flying effect is more like floating. There are also 2 most important magic axes left by the Tauren Sage, named Lightning Nova, Phantasm, and Eternal Wrath Chain Axe. The 2 axes are dark golden 2-handed axes with lightning-like patterns on them. They are about the same size as an adult. A chain several dozen meters long is wrapped around Dejiao's wrist and connects the 2 axes. The chain is actually blessed with magic. Although it looks only a few dozen meters long, it can be extended to nearly 200 meters in actual use. A circular lightning nova with a radius of about 5 meters will be generated where the axe hits, and the attack range and damage of the nova can also be expanded by charging. The axe can also be used to teleport over short distances, and the wearer can teleport directly to the place where the axe is thrown. In the gaming era of Yggdrasil, this was actually just an axe for entertainment. It had very poor stats and average performance, and was mostly used for fun and entertainment. Because it was given as an event, it was easy to obtain. The Minotaur Sage also collected a set and brought it to the other world with him. But no matter what, this kind of entertainment weapon is enough to become a legendary equipment in the face of the level gap. Dejiao was given the honor of using this weapon because of his status as the king of the arena. The fully armed Bighorn entered the arena and let out a roar like the bull god, both in response to the enthusiastic audience and to buff himself. On the other side, as Dejiao entered the scene, the host continued his introduction. Our king, the powerful legendary gladiator, has entered the arena. Look at his majestic figure. He has killed at least 10,000 opponents. His record is 1,127 wins and 0 losses. His throne is made of skulls, and his glory is stained with blood. And now, no one has dared to challenge this king for 3 years, 7 months, and 5 days. But now, the time has come. We have a new challenger. She is the Princess of Blood, the Valkyrie on the battlefield, the Queen of Warriors. Her tiny human body possesses incredible power. She suddenly appears, is invincible, and now challenges the highest throne. Come on, let us welcome the rare genius in the arena, the human gladiator Mamiko. Following the host's shout, warm cheers broke out again in the arena. The gate on the other side of the arena opened like day and night, and fireworks composed of various magic were released, and a figure who was very small compared to Bighorn Daka walked out. This person is actually not short, he is 188 centimeters tall, but he is still too short compared to Dejiao Daka. This challenger is a human being. She has a face full of oriental beauty. The mysterious battle patterns painted on her face with red paint not only do not destroy her beauty, but instead add a mysterious and dangerous beauty. She wore a suit of gleaming golden plate armor covered with spiked decorations, and had a bright red cape draped over her back. A 3-meter-long halberd with dark red patterns was dragged behind Mamiko as she walked. This halberd had defeated all enemies with overwhelming advantage in previous battles. As a new challenger in the arena, Mamiko raised the halberd in her hand high, triggering new cheers. That's awesome! I can't wait to see her get ripped apart. I really want to taste her meat. It must be very delicious. Don't even think about it. She's just this young. With so many big shots here, how could we possibly get a turn? The most we can get is a sip of soup. Although the atmosphere in the arena was lively, the attitude of most of the Tauran spectators towards Mamiko could not be said to be full of kindness. At the very least, it was full of malice. Mamiko didn't care about this. She stretched out her left hand, which was covered with red and gold armor, and pointed at the audience in the arena one by one. I also want to chop off your heads and bathe in your blood, okay? Yes, very good. Come and chop mine. Get lost, if you want to chop someone, chop me first. The Minotaurs on the other side were even more excited about Mamiko's provocative and unexpected behavior, and they burst into even more enthusiastic cheers. This female human is very interesting. If she survives this fight, I will transfer her to my side as a close guard, and her salary will be the same as that of a general. Emperor Cemental in the highest level box issued an order that could directly determine the fate of the gladiators. In the Minotaur Empire, the identity of the Emperor's guard is the pinnacle that a human can reach in his lifetime. Although still a slave, this position meant that they were slaves of the Emperor. In the pre-match session, please allow both fighters to communicate with each other. Bighorn Daka walked up first. He bent down and his huge shadow completely covered Mamiko. Hey, I've heard about your fights, you're pretty good. After I kill you I'll hang your head on the wall as a decoration. Really? Thank you very much, but your head is too big, I think it can only be used as a chair. Ha 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 ha, don't cry later. Don't worry, I will only shed the blood of others or myself. The two sides exchanged some standard pre-match trash talk, and then at the host's signal, they separated and went to their respective corners of the arena. Very good, now let's get into the exciting countdown. 3 times audience. The hobgoblin shouted loudly, and as he counted down, all the audience followed his shouting. 2 times audience. The double axes were grabbed back into Daijiao's hands. He leaned forward slightly and pushed one foot back, ready to pounce at any time. Mamiko held the halberd and stepped forward, ready to meet the enemy. 1. When the last countdown ended, Daijiao immediately launched a charge. The 5-meter-tall him rushed forward like a violent locomotive. At this moment he launched multiple martial arts. The ability to strengthen physical abilities is super enhanced. A gust of wind that greatly increases speed. An impenetrable fortress that can negate or deflect the opponent's attacks. Normally, the activation of the unbreakable fortress requires stopping, and it only lasts for a moment, but Daijiao can activate it while moving at high speed and for a short period of time. These martial arts combined together form Daijiao's most famous martial arts breaking the city charge. When he launched a charge, even the city gate in front of him could be destroyed directly. Not only can it maintain a high speed, but it can also maintain extremely high defense while moving. It is simply a cheating martial art. Daijiao's charge brought about a fierce airflow, which almost blew the host to the ground when he was unable to dodge. There was a gleam of excitement in Xia Hong's eyes, which were disproportionate to his huge head. In the past few decades, countless enemies had been destroyed by this one blow of his. Don't die, please let me have more fun. Daijiao rushed to Mamiko with his two axes crossed. Mamiko did not dodge but raised the halberd in his hand to collide with Daijiao's two axes. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Bighorn was forced to stop. He was actually stopped by the strength of a human who was not even as tall as his thigh. How many years has it been since something like this happened? The last time he was able to stop his charge head-on was against the challenger from 20 years ago. And humans, as weak creatures, have never been able to do this. Daijiao couldn't help but feel ecstatic, and his double axes began to release lightning novae outwards with this impact. Daijiao, who had prepared himself for lightning resistance in advance, was naturally not afraid of this kind of attack. Facing the lightning nova, he only felt a slight numbness, and the ring of maintenance would prevent him from being affected by the paralysis, so Daijiao was almost unaffected. This is also one of its killer moves. If anyone dares to confront its charge head-on and survives, they will have to face the following lightning nova. Although the damage of this type of range lightning attack is average, it is extremely difficult to directly kill a high-level opponent. The brief paralysis caused by the lightning alone is enough to allow Daijiao to gain the upper hand in a confrontation between powerful men, and then he can crush his enemy completely with one step and one step ahead. Although Daijiao looks like a ferocious monster, which he is in fact, it does not mean that he has no brains. Over the years, all the creatures that dared to treat Bighorn as a real reckless man have died. Both lightning novas hit Mamiko, but had no effect. If it weren't for the fact that the muscles on Mamiko's face did tremble slightly due to the passage of electric current, De Jiao would have almost thought that his attack had failed. If you don't happen to have equipment that is extremely resistant to lightning, then you have to be prepared in advance. But no matter which one it is, it's good and you can have more fun playing. One of De Jiao's axe maintained the suppression on Mamiko's halberd, and the other axe was raised high and chopped down again. Mamiko spun her halberd and directly met De Jiao's axe. Then she was hit by the lightning nova, but Mamiko seemed to be unaware and continued to fight with De Jiao with swords. The two sides fought back and forth, and fought each other dozens of rounds in a short period of time. Finally, De Jiao was the first to not be able to bear it anymore. He jumped back to create some distance and took a defensive posture, but all the muscles in his body began to tremble irregularly under the continuous stimulation of the electric current. Was this woman struck by lightning? How can you be so resistant? Mamiko is not a creature like the lightning element that is directly immune to lightning attributes, and it can be clearly seen that she is affected by lightning during the fight. But after so many hits, Mamiko was still the same as at the beginning, with only slight tremors in her muscles, which did not affect her ability to continue fighting. However, this is not the first time that De Jiao has seen this kind of thing. In the past, there were opponents who armed themselves from head to toe with lightning-resistant equipment in order to challenge De Jiao. And the ending of this person is that De Jiao is still alive, and it has become De Jiao's collection. The power of De Jiao is not just due to one skill. For other enemies, De Jiao is powerful in all aspects. The retreating Bighorn was no longer in a hurry to attack, but he let out a terrifying roar. This is the terrifying roar from the Minotaur Priest's war cry skills, which can directly destroy the enemy's will. For enemies of a higher level, although it cannot destroy the opponent's will, it can still cause mental attacks. After De Jiao let out a loud roar, he continued to retreat, and at the same time, he swung his right arm, and the chain axe smashed towards Mamiko with a sound of breaking through the air as he swung it with terrifying force. This style of play is actually the main use of the Bighorn chain axe. The chain axe with a retractable magic chain can effectively suppress enemies at long and medium distances. Combined with lightning nova and teleportation abilities, the Bighorn can create distance and harass at any time. So even though De Jiao looks like a reckless man, what he is best at is actually the hit-and-run fighting style. When Mamiko saw De Jiao moving, she also started moving. She ran very fast and approached De Jiao with just one surprise attack. De Jiao pulled up the chain axe in his right hand and chopped back, while throwing the chain axe in his left hand upwards. Mamiko rolled over and stood on the chain axe in his right hand, and stabbed the halberd in his hand straight at De Jiao's throat. Chapter 108. The Gradually Crazy Arena. Mamiko stepped on the bighorn axe that was swinging back and thrust his halberd at the gigantic bull demon, which seemed to be unavoidable. At this time, De Jiao was not afraid at all, but extremely excited. He activated the teleportation of his left-hand axe and directly teleported himself dozens of meters away. The audience outside the arena burst into cheers. Listen to how wonderful this cheer is. It would be even better if you could add the sound of your blood splattering or your bones breaking. De Jiao opened his arms and enjoyed the cheers from the stadium. Glory and blood are indeed addictive. Mamiko responded to De Jiao with a smile. But, shouldn't our game be over? What did you say? You are the strongest gladiator here, right? Everything here seems a little too immature. I am fed up with it. What are you talking about? Are you humiliating the gladiators? De Jiao thought the woman in front of him might be crazy, and suddenly started talking nonsense. Tear this female human apart. How dare you disrespect Shido? This is unforgivable. I thought he was a rookie, but he turned out to be a lunatic. The audience outside the venue was also confused by Mamiko's sudden action and then became furious. In their eyes, this was just a bold human being who made it to the finals of the gladiatorial contest, but it turned out to be just for their amusement. Everyone, please be patient. The duel is sacred and should be continued. However, I am already too bored to use this boring avatar anymore. De Jiao still thought that he liked this human female very much and was planning to decorate his bedroom with her head, but now he took back his previous idea. This human female is so annoying that I want to tear her to pieces. She is only qualified to be used as food. This is the result of her being a lowly human being who dares to play tricks on me. Super enhanced strength, super physical improvement, water flow speeds up. De Jiao used 3 martial arts in succession to increase his strength. Then he swung up his 2-handed chain axes. With the help of magic, the chains of the 2 chain axes stretched to hundreds of meters in length, and then chopped towards Mamiko fiercely from the air. Mamiko did not dodge or evade. The red blood light enveloped her, and then a figure as tall as Daijiao emerged from the blood light. It was a demon that had never been seen or heard of before. Its appearance vaguely retained the features of Mamiko. 7 twisted horns formed a blasphemous crown on her head. There were no feathers or membranes on her outstretched wings. Raging flames burned on the pale white wing skeletons. Bright red and molten iron formed the cloak behind her. Demon! Why would a demon come to participate in the competition? I knew it wasn't a human. How could such an inferior species as humans be so strong? Although we don't know what kind of demon Mamiko turned into, the unique appearance makes it certain that it is a demon. If placed in the human kingdom, demons are naturally taboo existences, but the minotaurs themselves tend to be in the evil camp, and to them, a powerful demon is more pleasing to the eye than humans. After all, for them, it was commonplace that humans were slaves and livestock, but powerful demons could be respected. In the previous era of the demon god rebellion, the minotaurs had fought together with the demon gods of the demon species, and even from time to time, the giant bull demon, a unique offspring that fused the characteristics of the demon, would appear. If she doesn't die in this fight, she can be promoted directly to general. For example, the Cemental Tauran Emperor was more satisfied with Mamiko's true racial identity, and his treatment was directly upgraded from a slave with general treatment to a general. However, Mamiko obviously didn't care about the improvement in his treatment. 2 huge chain axes struck her, triggering 2 lightning novas, and then nothing happened. Mamiko acted as if nothing had happened. She opened her arms and her chest, inviting the Great Horn to attack. Although Daijiao is cunning beyond his appearance, he is essentially a violent, bloodthirsty giant bull demon. How could he tolerate such a provocative behavior? He activated his charge skill again and rushed forward like a runaway locomotive. But Mamiko did not dodge or evade, but just opened his chest and blocked the full force of Daijiao's attack head-on. Daijiao felt as if he had hit a huge block of iron, and his whole body was numb from the shock, while the other side did not move at all. Well, not bad. It is very rare to find someone like you in this world. So it has been decided that you will receive the direct blessing of the blood god. Mamiko smiled and retracted her arms, hugging Daijiao directly. As she exerted force with her arms, bad sounds began to come from various parts of Daijiao's body. What are you doing? Daijiao, come on. Come on. I've put all my wealth on you. Seeing that Daijiao was actually controlled by Mamiko, the audience began to cheer for Daijiao. Daijiao tensed his muscles, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't break free from Mamiko's embrace. It was the first time that he encountered an opponent who could completely suppress him in terms of strength. In the past, no matter whether he faced a dragon or a giant, he was always the stronger one. In terms of level, Bighorn is about level 70, but with his innate abilities and the equipment left by the Minotaur Sage, he can fight against level 80 units. In the other world, this kind of person is a true transcendent. If the true Dragon King does not appear and the time-traveling player has not arrived, Daijiao is the T1 level combat force in this world. In this situation, it is very difficult to find an opponent with whom you can have a good fight. Daijiao stretched his muscles hard, but still failed to break free from Mamiko's grasp. However, he took the opportunity to swing the chain axe in his left hand, and then used his ability to teleport to dodge to the side. It's so exciting. Very good, but will you still have the courage next time? 8 light slashes. Mamiko waved the halberd in her hand. The halberd grew larger as she changed her shape. It was 8 or 9 meters long now. Mamiko used this halberd to perform the highest level of martial arts that allowed her to launch 8 attacks at the same time. In the instant when the martial arts was activated, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters and rushed directly in front of Daijiao. The Unbreakable Fortress. Super Enhanced Skin. Seeing that he could not dodge in time, Daijiao immediately used 2 high-level martial arts to enhance defense. However, the halberd in Mamiko's hand was incredibly sharp. Even though it had greatly enhanced the defense, it still cut through Daijiao's body like cutting butter. In an instant, 8 huge wounds appeared on Daijiao's body, and bright red blood spurted far away. Everyone in the audience was stunned. It was hard for them to imagine that someone could severely injure Daijiao so easily. In their opinion, this is impossible unless the Minotaur Sage is resurrected. Daijiao's current condition is very miserable. 8 huge wounds almost cut his body apart. The bones of his left arm were cut off, and only a little fascia was connected. Daijiao grabbed his left arm with his intact right hand, and with a heart-wrenching scream, he tore off his left arm and fed it to the mouth in the armor on his stomach. When Bighorn stretched the broken limb to his abdomen, the big mouth on the armor immediately came to life and swallowed the broken limb in one bite. Then the 6th level healing magic was activated, repairing Bighorn's tattered body, even his broken limbs. But it seems that Bighorn has recovered to his peak state, but this kind of healing magic will have to cool down within a few hours, and the huge amount of physical strength consumed and the mental fatigue is also real. After recovering from his injury, Dai Jiao once again took an offensive posture. He realized that defense was very disadvantageous to him, so he might as well give up defense and attack directly to take a gamble. Very good. Are you still so eager to fight now? It's so warm. I haven't felt this kind of oppression in years. Ha 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 ha, thank you so much. Dai Jiao rushed over again, and Mamiko put down the halberd in his right hand and stretched out his left hand. There are 6 fingers on her left hand. The 6th finger is about the same thickness as the index finger. It is blood red in color, has sharp nails, and is equipped with brass protective gear of a different style from Mamiko's. Mamiko is Mamiko, the newborn demon princess and the only remaining demon of Kern's forces in the other world. Previously, Kern's behavior of stepping forward and overturning the table led to everyone attacking him, and even one of his wrists was cut off, but this reckless advance was not without rewards. At the cost of sacrificing one of his wrists, Kern successfully allowed Mamiko to bring one of his fingers into this world. Now the 6th finger on Mamiko's hand is the finger of Kern himself. In fact, the power of Kern is the supreme god with the most infiltration power in the other world. Mamiko came here to play in the arena just to choose a suitable chosen champion for Kern, and now she has chosen one. Mamiko put down her halberd, raised her left hand, and poked the giant horn with the finger of Kern. Mamiko didn't seem to be fast at this, but Oeku just couldn't see the possibility of successfully dodging it. It seemed as if the ending had been decided from the beginning. As Mamiko's left-hand fingers approached, Dai Jiao felt an unimaginable aura of destruction and terror. It was a sea of blood and corpses formed by the piled-up remains of billions of people. That was the murderous madness created by endless war. Those are 8 destructive powers. Those are 8 invincible forces. Bighorn's skull was pierced, and the blood god's gift was directly bestowed on his brain. Bighorn fell down, and after a violent convulsion, his body began to swell. His height grew again, reaching 8 meters. His already extremely developed muscles completely turned into a huge deformed piece of meat. The original magic equipment on his body merged with his body. In that moment just now, he saw an interstellar war, witnessed the destruction of countless planets and civilizations, and saw eternal fighting and true supreme glory. There was a voice in his head that made him want to shout it out, so he shouted it out. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull sacrifice to the skull throne. Very good, now go find a sacrifice for the blood god. Mamiko encouraged Oeku with a smile, and Oeku was now eager to offer his sacrifice to the truly great god. Compared with the supreme blood god, the Minotaur god was so ridiculous. No, everything he had experienced before seemed like a joke. Now that he had stepped onto the 8 paths to glory, his heart was filled with only gratitude towards the gods who had enlightened him. So Dai Jiao rushed towards the audience stands without hesitation, towards those talking and moving heads. It's enough to kill 8,888, the rest will still be useful. As she spoke, Mamiko swung her halberd backwards to block the attack from the Minotaur Emperor Cemental. As mentioned before, this emperor is also a powerful warrior. Although his actual level is only level 60, which is similar to the Pleiades, with the equipment left by the Minotaur Sage, he can exert a combat power close to level 80. After Bighorn was transformed, the Emperor discovered that something was wrong. He chooses to attack Mamiko directly in an attempt to eliminate the problem at the source, but his attack is easily blocked by Mamiko. Ha ha ha, don't worry, you have your blessing too. Mamiko laughed and thrust her left hand into the ground, which then spread outwards to an unknown distance with the arena as the center. In an instant, this place seemed to have turned into another world. The sun in the sky disappeared, replaced by an unknown rusty-colored light. Blood began to gush out from the ground. Some weak minotaurs that were nearby suddenly began to twitch violently. Then their bodies swelled into spherical shapes. Various organs, even those from other creatures, began to grow on their bodies. It seems that ordinary minotaurs can only be used as chaos eggs. I wonder how many qualified ones there will be this time. After casually sending Emperor Cemental into the blood god's blessing, Mamiko sat down on the ground somewhat bored. Well, the head goes to the blood god, and the body goes to Nurgle. The destruction of the Minotaur Empire, which had been established for hundreds of years, began in the capital. Countless bloodthirsty monsters suddenly rushed out of the arena and tore all living things to pieces. After that, the number of these monsters increased. Although the Minotaur army fought bravely, they were defeated in the end. From the moment Mamiko came to this country, it has belonged to Kern. Oh, and now maybe Nurgle needs to be added in as well. Chapter 109. Plague Dr. Redoc. Holstein, a city on the western border of the Tauran Empire. Recently a strange disease has begun to appear in both cities and villages here. Most diseases in this world can be cured directly through magic or potions. A very small number of diseases may actually be special innate abilities, or may not be diseases at all. In short, things that cannot be directly cured by magic are basically not contagious. But the disease that has appeared at the border this time has defied this common sense. People who suffer from this disease will first develop some red rashes, and then become extremely energetic. The original pains and discomforts in their bodies will disappear, and they will be happy every day. These sick people would then be ordered by their slave owners to work until they died in this state of abnormal energy. Currently, the Tauran slave owners like this new strange plague very much. After being infected with this plague, the slaves' work efficiency has been greatly improved, and they almost no longer resist. In short, they are happy no matter what. In response to this, many slave owners would call uninfected slaves to stay with the infected slaves in order to infect as many of them as possible. As for the slave owners, they were certainly not afraid of infection. After contracting the plague, they would become energetic and in a good mood. In their view, it was simply a free magic potion. Even the emperor in the capital heard about the situation here and wanted to observe it first. If the effect was good, he would spread the infected people to all parts of the Minotaur Empire. Make sure every slave is infected and becomes a qualified consumable. Ordinary citizens were also very satisfied, and the slaves' hard work allowed them to live a better life. The citizens of the Minotaur Empire, most of whom are Minotaur, enjoy various welfare benefits. They can receive food for free and watch various performances for free. The only requirement for them is that they must go to the battlefield to kill the enemy when the Minotaur Empire needs them. Therefore, as long as they do not commit suicide, citizens who do not need to work in their entire lives are happy to see slaves work hard. Besides, these citizens, who spend their days eating and playing, also find this plague quite interesting, and being infected with the plague has even become a new fashion. Now the border areas, led by Holstein, are almost in a frenzy, with only very few people remaining rational. For example, Redoc Hong. In terms of race, Redoc is a hybrid of a Minotaur and a human. It is said that his ancestor was the offspring of a Minotaur sage and a human mistress. Although under normal circumstances there is reproductive isolation between Tauran and humans, perhaps the Tauran sage used some magic or the props in the game broke through this restriction. In the Minotaur Empire, this kind of mixed blood Minotaur is obviously not welcome. When the Minotaur sage is alive, he can still protect his children. After the sage died, this mixed blood Minotaur family was gradually ostracized and finally had to live in the border areas. But no matter what, this is also the sage's child, the descendant of the greatest hero of the Minotaur Empire. So even though they were excluded, at least they still had food and clothing, and they didn't have to worry about starving to death. Thrown to the border, the Tauran nobles above would just ignore it. After being exiled to the border city, the descendants of this child also made their own choices. Most of them chose to continue to intermarry with the Minotaurs. Now, except for being a little short, their children are completely indistinguishable from ordinary Minotaurs. However, Redoc's line intermarried more with humans, so his status was the lowest in the family, and his appearance was very close to that of humans. Compared to a human, Redoc is very tall. He is over 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build and a beautiful bronze skin. He has a straight nose and his blue eyes gleam with wisdom. The grey animal ears, left over from the union of an unknown ancestor in the family with some canine subhuman, stood tall on his head, and there were 2 plum-sized horns in his thick black hair. But now he was wearing a black leather coat that reached all the way to his shoes, a top hat, and a bird-beak mask made of the same leather on his face. It is said that this kind of dress is a concept of a doctor's attire described by a Minotaur sage, but because it is not easy to use, not comfortable, and has no religious support, it naturally did not become popular in the end. As a descendant of the Minotaur sage and a doctor, Redoc specially restored this set of clothes to use as his daily work clothes. Redoc didn't have much money. Although his fighting ability was already considered abnormal in the human kingdom, he was still only interested in medical treatment, and those treatments that did not require magic. He practiced fighting more to make the opponent accept his treatment obediently. But in this world, being a doctor who simply practices herbal medicine and bone setting is obviously not a lucrative profession. Because of magic, many injuries and diseases can be cured directly with magic, so most of the people who come to herbal doctors are poor people who cannot afford even the cheapest magic treatment fees, and these people's illnesses are often very serious. Ledoc hopes to help these poor people as much as possible and study more skills that can be used without magic. For example, broken bones can be aligned surgically and then fixed with steel nails and splints. Although this effect takes a lot of time compared to the healing of serious injuries by third-level magic, usually 3 or 4 months, the advantage is that the cost can be reduced to a level that ordinary people can accept. It was because of this experience of practicing medicine at the lowest level for many years that Ledoc noticed the situation of this plague. Through autopsy, Ridoch was convinced that the patient's illnesses and injuries did not improve, they just no longer felt the original condition was painful. And the most critical problem is that this thing is not affected by all the current mainstream healing magic. Obviously this disease is not a good thing, so Ledoc went to the supervisor many times to make suggestions, hoping that the situation could be reported as a plague to minimize the infection of people. However, obviously no one listened to him, which made him very worried. According to the characteristics of this disease, something serious will definitely happen in the future. It was in this state of worry that Ridoc met an old man named Festus. This is a well-traveled elderly human traveler who has extremely rich experience, including dealing with various epidemics. Festus and Ridoc hit it off and soon became good friends. Under Festus's suggestion, Ridoc decided to take the initiative to launch a controllable plague to make those guys who are no longer in their right minds understand what to do now. Chapter 110, Plague. Ridoc returned to his home with a lot on his mind. His home is located on the outskirts of the border city of Holstein, where Ridoc has several wooden longhouses. Next to the longhouses is a medicinal garden where many necessary herbs are grown, and there are also some poultry and livestock raised nearby. If Ledoc is not at home, this place will be left to the apprentice. Because he accepted those poor people or slaves who could not even afford a basic disease-curing magic, Ridoc's main income was actually working as an adventurer in the Minotaur Empire. You can earn enough money to survive by killing monsters, and you can also collect medicinal herbs at will. In fact, as an adventurer, Ridoc is very successful. His combat power at the level of an abnormal person is enough to be compared with Flutter in a human country. Even in the Minotaur Empire, whose overall strength is far stronger than that of human countries, his combat power is at an upper middle level. A man like Ridoc could actually live a very good life, at least he wouldn't have to worry about money, but now he can only live in a wooden longhouse in the suburbs and has to be self-sufficient in food. But Ridoc didn't care about such things. As one of the very few geniuses who had great enthusiasm for non-magical treatment methods, Ridoc's goal from the beginning was to create medical skills that everyone could use and learn, so that curing serious diseases would no longer be the patent of magic casters, and ordinary people and poor people could also master the technology to treat themselves. Of course, with the existence of something as convenient as magic, research on herbal medicine and surgery is very backward, or there are simply few talented people willing to work hard in this area. All this time, Ridoc had been exploring on his own, until he met Festus. After opening the door, Ridoc saw Festus sitting on a rough wooden chair, pounding medicine with a pestle. Next to him was a young man with a miserable wound on his arm. The man's right arm was bent deformed backwards, and the broken ulna broke through the constraints of the skin and flesh and protruded directly. However, the expression on the face of the man who was so seriously injured did not look very painful. He had a long wooden pole in his mouth, and some black paste was burning at the head of the pole. At this moment, the man was greedily inhaling the smoke from the long pole that emitted other smells. With every inhalation he took, the painful expression on his face would weaken a little, and he would become more dazed. Ridoc knew what it was. It was the plant that Festus brought over, called poppy. This thing can provide comfort to patients in severe pain, greatly reducing their suffering, and can also be used to increase energy and find inspiration. The best part is that this plant does not contain any magical elements at all. It is a pure and truly ordinary plant that can be grown anywhere as long as the hydrological conditions are suitable. Lidoc has already planted a lot of it in his own medicine garden, and he plans to promote it when he has the chance. As for whether this plant is similar to those banned narcotic products, Lidoc thinks it is completely different. The so-called anesthetics and drugs are essentially a kind of potion with special magical effects, limited to the other world. What Festus brought are ordinary plants, which are completely non-addictive and can be said to be an ideal painkiller for the poor. In addition to the man, there were more than a dozen people in the room waiting to see a doctor. Although their conditions were not as horrific as the man's, they were not in good condition either. Most of them are humans, with a few other kinds of subhumans. Although most humans in the Minotaur Empire were slaves, there were also humans who had limited freedom, or should we say, serfs. Although these humans also lived a miserable life, it was still much better than ordinary slaves, and they were allowed to own their own property. However, under the extortion of the Minotaur Empire and the wanton attacks of the Minotaur people, these humans could not accumulate any property, but could go bankrupt at any time and become slaves. Of course, there are also cases where slaves become sick or injured and their masters will ask them to come to Lidoc to try their luck. Anyway, Lidoc doesn't charge any consultation fees for treating these people. It would be best if they are cured, but it doesn't matter if they are not. Lidoc took off his bird beak mask, lit a pack of cigarettes, and began to treat these people. Most people here have been treated by Festus before, and Festus's skills seem incredibly advanced to Lidoc. Of course, this level of advancedness is limited to the category of herbalists. After all, no matter how hard you try, patients with fractures or various other diseases need to rest, and only magic can have an immediate therapeutic effect. After briefly checking the conditions of these people, Lidoc and Festus fixed the man's broken arm. Most of the injured who come here recently have external injuries. After all, even if the slaves no longer care about the pain, external injuries will still affect their movements, so the slave owners will allow these slaves to come and try their luck. Then there were the ordinary civilians without citizenship. After the slaves worked with high morale every day, they were forced to increase their daily workload. Injury is inevitable. Some people will choose to go directly to the infected and infect themselves with that special plague to relieve the pain. However, those who are skeptical about the plague will still come here to find Lidoc, hoping to get his treatment. After treating all the patients, Lidoc left them in the room to rest, and he and Festus went to the medicine garden outside the house. "How's it going? Have you made up your mind?" Festus asked first. "Are you sure that if you add a few leeches to the patient's diet, you can change the nature of the plague and make the strange excitement disappear?" Lidoc confirmed again. "Of course. Weren't you the one who led the previous experiment? The effect is very obvious. Moreover, after eating leeches, the patient will pass on his or her normal state to other people, just like an infection. It will not work on people who haven't contracted the plague, only on those who have." Lidoc pondered for a moment again and then said, "Then the side effect of this plague is that the pain that had been ignored before will reappear, and the infected will be uncomfortable because of the sudden severe pain. We can say that this is a controllable plague. If it weren't for the fact that this effect might last for more than an hour, we could just say it's a cure. Okay, let's do it. We must let the residents of this increasingly crazy city know that it is a plague and not a good thing. What they should do is isolate themselves instead of deliberately infecting them." Lidoc made up his mind and decided to do it tonight. Chapter 111. That night, Lidoc and Festus threw dozens of kilograms of ground leeches into the food prepared for slaves in various places in the city. Although it is not scientific at all from a biological point of view that leeches can produce such magical effects, it is still quite magical from a magical point of view. The reason for feeding it to slaves is, firstly, because it is food for slaves, so it will not be specially tested, and secondly, slaves are the group with the most infections and the highest density of infections. With them as a fulcrum, the situation will spread outward and will probably affect the entire city soon. Most slaves only had one meal at noon, so after throwing the leeches, all Lidoc had to do was wait. It can be imagined that for a period of time afterwards, all magic casters in the city who can use healing magic will become extremely busy. After all, those people have been indulging in the false euphoria brought by the plague. Once they suddenly return to reality, they may not be able to bear it, especially the slaves who have been living a miserable life and have been overworked recently. It is estimated that many of them will die. But these are all necessary. In order to prevent this strange plague from continuing to expand its impact, sacrificing some people is acceptable. So Lidoc did not go home. Instead, he came to the city gate of Holstein, preparing and waiting for the slaves to eat. Festus returned to Lidoc's residence. According to Festus, he was too old and couldn't stand to stay up all night like this. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the sun rose. Before they knew it, the slaves finally got their rare rest time of the day and could stop to eat something. In the past, the precious mealtime was the most anticipated and precious time for those hungry and exhausted slaves. But after the strange plague of optimism, the slaves seemed happy every day and were not so concerned about mealtimes. Some slave owners felt that this was a good idea and simply reduced mealtimes further and reduced food rations for slaves. According to past experience, the slaves would definitely not agree to this kind of play. Although they could not do anything, they still tried to find ways to cause trouble for the slave owners, but this time the slaves happily accepted it. Then other slave owners began to follow suit. Everything was going smoothly until the day when Redoc drugged her. After lunch, the infected slaves who were always smiling were the first to show signs of abnormality. They fell to the ground and began to twitch violently, and all the pains that had been ignored before came directly to them. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices. Unimaginable pain began to erode the nerves of these slaves, and then some unscientific but magical transmission began. Lidoc, who was waiting at the city gate, saw various groups of people running in panic, and then these people began to fall to the ground one by one, tears streaming down their faces and feces and urine coming out. Great, it looks like it worked. In this way, those in power should realize that this is not a good thing and will take steps to restrict and treat this strange plague. Just as Lidoc was thinking this, he discovered that something seemed wrong with the group of people lying on the ground. The first one to get up was a slave in shackles. His originally skinny body suddenly swelled up, his originally dark skin turned a dirty green, his eyes rolled up, and his pupils no longer reflected light. The slave stood there in a daze for a moment, then pounced on a minotaur who had not yet recovered, and bit the minotaur fiercely with his jagged teeth. The minotaur, who originally had thick skin and flesh, had a piece of flesh torn off by the teeth of such a fragile human slave. "You untouchable!" The bitten minotaur woke up from the shock because of the severe pain. He kicked the slave away with a fierce kick, and then looked at his bitten left wrist with lingering fear. Normally humans would not resist minotaurs, but what happened just now? Because the minotaur had just fallen to the ground, he did not notice the transformation of the slave. He only judged that the other party was a slave based on his clothes and shackles. For a slave to dare to bite himself, and even miraculously tear a piece of flesh from his own body, this was in itself very strange. And the slave looked like some kind of undead. The slave who was kicked far away quickly climbed up from the ground. Although his entire chest was sunken by the blow, he continued to chew the meat in his mouth, and a satisfied smile appeared on his deformed face. "So this is what beef tastes like? It's delicious. So delicious. It tastes much better than my son and mother's meat." The slave grunted incoherently and pounced on the minotaur again, while more slaves on the ground stood up. Their appearances became hideous and ferocious in a short period of time, and many of them even grew various growths on their bodies. What exactly is going on? Redoc was stunned. He had no idea what was happening before his eyes. Although there is a possibility, it is too absurd and Lidoc is completely unwilling to believe it. He was unwilling to believe that this sudden mutation was caused by the leech powder he had fed him. He had conducted several experiments before executing this experiment, and none of them produced the current result. Damn it, what happened? Redoc rushed into the crowd, trying to suppress the slaves who had gone crazy. Although those slaves looked very dangerous, once they fought, Redoc was sure that they were not strong. Relying on the strength of the abnormal people, he could not only deal with them, but also protect those minotaurs while asking what happened. This is how things would have turned out if the crazy minotaur hadn't appeared. The minotaurs injured by the slaves also began to transform, some slowly, and some very quickly. Lidoc was afraid of killing people directly, so he held back, which quickly put him in a passive position. But there are more and more strange and crazy creatures around me. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Redoc didn't expect an answer, he simply roared, and to his surprise there was actually a response. Ha 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 ha, of course that's because some special little guys were added to the leeches. Festus suddenly appeared in front of Redoc, as if he had always been there. The only difference was that now there were a large number of dirty green monsters with horns around Festus. "Who are you and what do you want?" Redoc questioned angrily. But Festus just smiled and said, "What? I just want to spread the kindness of the Father. Don't worry, you have also received the gift of the Father." "What did you say?" Redoc looked at him in disbelief, and suddenly found that green mucus began to emerge from all 7 of his orifices, and there were more small monsters like the ones around Festus inside. Lidoc tried to resist, but he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. All that remained in my ears was the sound of Festus' laughter. You will understand, and you will become one of us. The Father's love is equal, and we will all be one. In this way the Minotaur Empire was divided between Nurgle and Khurn. Chapter 112. Battle returns. Time, June 30.890, M6. During these 2 days, Batel led his men to liberate another human ranch, and now his team has expanded to a size of 1,500 people. Although the Great Tomb has entered a full-scale strategic defense and completely abandoned the human ranches and other facilities set up outside, the only ones still chasing after Bartel's troops are the remaining 2 of the 4 knights sent by Uns. So far, these 2 monsters have been carefully carrying out Uns' orders and continue to hunt down Bartel. But because 2 monsters had already been killed by Bater, now they would attack Bater in pairs and would never deal with the monsters alone again. But now Batel has been repaired and healed, and he has also got help, which is completely different from his previous state of unhealed injuries, so the 2 night monsters can never take down Batel, and even if Batel has help, he can't directly take down these 2 cooperating monsters. The 2 sides reached a stalemate. Apart from these 2 monsters, the most troublesome situation encountered by Batel's team was actually food. Although the 2 human ranches had prepared a lot of food, most of it was blasphemous stuff made from humans, and there were hardly any that were edible. Most of the kingdom had been completely destroyed by the Great Tomb of Nazarick in the previous massacre, and the remaining food and property were even more completely taken to the Great Tomb. If only a small number of them relied on the wild animals and fruits along the way, they could still survive. However, for Bater and his group, whose number reached 1,500, it was obviously difficult for them to make a living relying solely on these things. Even Batel, who had extremely rich knowledge of survival in the wild, had no way to deal with this. The biggest problem was that some people in the team were used to cannibalism. When food became scarce, some people did not hesitate to eat their weaker counterparts. For these people, Bartel has a solution. Kill. They are human beings, not animals, and the sufferings they have experienced are not a reason for them to fall into depravity. Now no one forces them to live like animals, but they still want to live like animals. Bartel thinks that they don't need to live. Of course, if you really want to be picky, the corpse starch made by the Mechanicus really does use a lot of recycled corpses. First, here's 30k. Many times, the residents of the middle nest in 40k were considered to be living in misery in 30k. The miserable life of the lower nest in this era would be considered inhumane even by Perturabo. The Mechanicus corpse starch is indeed being produced in this era, but the number is definitely not large, and the environment of most planets managed by the Mechanicus is also enough for everyone to live a leisurely 996 work life. Therefore, the moral bottom line of space marines in this era is generally much higher than that in 40k. In this era, most space marines also consider themselves to be humans and soldiers of the Empire, rather than the Emperor's angels in the 40k era. Batel could accept these people eating their own kind if they had no other choice, but not now. After dealing with dozens of souls that jumped out on their own initiative, facing the shortage of food, Batel could only make further plans and find ways to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Fortunately, Remedios has recovered a lot and can barely exert her heroic strength. With the help of Bartel, she can capture some larger monsters while facing the harassment of the 2 night monsters. Then Bartel discovered that there were many food storage places built in the Great Tomb of Nazarick along the way. So they searched for food and after a few days finally arrived at the ruins of the kingdom's capital. In the past, this place was the capital of the kingdom of Reestie and was also a prosperous place. But now it has become a complete ruin. The sorceress kingdom established by the Great Tomb of Nazarick seized on a random excuse to massacre 8 million residents of the kingdom. They not only razed the capital to the ground, but also claimed that it would continue to exist as ruins for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Set a symbol to the world of what would happen to those who dared to go against the Great Tomb of Nazarick. However, the time is still far from thousands or even tens of thousands of years, so it cannot be said to be a short time. It can only be said to be just the beginning. The ruins of the kingdom's original capital were completely open to the public and anyone could come and visit. There were also many troops from the Great Tomb of Nazarick stationed here. The Great Tomb of Nazarick was very happy to show others what they were doing in the capital of the kingdom, so the road to the capital was not abandoned, but repaired instead. In addition, many rest stops were set up along the way, manned by undead beings who provided food and rest services. There is food here, and the undead are generally just great dead magicians of about level 20, so Bartel killed them easily. Thanks to this extra supplement, no one in Batel's team starved to death during these days. After arriving at the capital, some knowledgeable residents of the kingdom began to cry over the ruins. The city gates and the surrounding environment here all show signs of having been attacked by low temperatures. Fires, small-scale earthquakes, and small typhoons can be seen in the city. It was as if all natural disasters had been concentrated in this small quasi-medieval city. Walking in this city, the weeds have grown higher than human calves, and various human skeletons can be seen everywhere in the ruins and piles of weeds. Many snakes and rats build nests directly in human skulls, and animals such as foxes and crows are also everywhere here. The garrison and service personnel here had been evacuated by Nazarick, leaving only low-level undead. Like the undead on the road, they were all abandoned by the Great Tomb. The remaining undead have only so-so combat effectiveness. The refugees who have been simply trained by Bater in the past few days have already acquired a certain combat effectiveness with the help of magic scrolls. Dealing with these undead was easy and enjoyable, and all the undead that could be seen were quickly eliminated. The team then dispersed and began to look for food to fill their stomachs in the capital. In the center of the capital, in the former royal palace area, Batel saw a street that was completely different from the surrounding style. The area that belonged to the palace has been destroyed and most of the buildings have been razed to the ground, but some of the ruins of the buildings have been deliberately left behind to let you know that this was once a palace. There is a newly built street in the razed palace area. The street is about 1 kilometer long, and 2 wooden structures similar to Japanese torii have been erected at the front and back. The buildings on the street are all low wooden structures, and there are many celebratory flags hanging on them. Walking along this street, you can see various flags hanging on the buildings, with patterns such as fried ice, goldfish, and octopus painted on them. There is also a large pool with shallow water and many goldfish swimming in it. Several skeleton wizards, the lowest level undead wizards, but with higher intelligence and much stronger than ordinary skeletons, are here wearing service staff uniforms. Hello, are you a new customer? We haven't had any customers for a while. Would you like to try some? Fresh and delicious takoyaki, 50% off now. Would you like some grain from the greatest sorcerer king in the world, in Zoulgown? Buy 2 and get 1 free. Go goldfish! Go goldfish! Seeing Bater bringing people over, several skeleton mages immediately began to solicit customers. Looking at these things, Bartle felt nauseous and immediately took people to chop them up. There was a lot of food and kitchen utensils inside, just right for cooking, and the tableware here was all powered by magic and would not produce smoke. Remedios did not go to eat, but ran to the commanding height of a house and acted as a scout with a sword in hand. The hellish experience before had completely changed her originally impatient and impulsive personality, making her calm and restrained. That is, the attitude towards non-humans has become even more crazy than before. After all, Batel is just one person. Even a space marine only needs a small amount of rest time every day, but he cannot bear to be on high alert all the time. Remedios was the only one in the team who could help him share his worries, so usually Remedios would help as a scout. While Remedios was observing her surroundings carefully, the remaining 2 four-horsemen monsters were also observing from the other side. Summoned creatures, as long as they are not chaotic and unintelligent by design, all have intelligence. However, when dealing with problems, they will completely give priority to the summoner's orders. If the summoner does not issue new orders, they will continue to act according to the summoner's last orders. Until the mission is completed, or some bug occurs that causes their mission to never be completed. Because of this reason, the behavior of summoned creatures sometimes seems a bit rigid. For example, now these 2 night monsters, without receiving any new orders, even though the situation on Bater's side has obviously changed, they still continue to carry out the plan to eliminate Bater. Now they were also hiding in the dark, looking for a suitable opportunity to launch an attack on Bater. At this time, they heard a strange sound suddenly coming from behind them. There was no time to look back, and the lives of these 2 monsters had come to an end. Abaddon swung the power claw on his left hand and walked out from the monster's hiding place. Because the sorceress kingdom was in this direction, in order to give this blasphemous kingdom that took good care of humans a little surprise, the Empire sent double-digit titans, an entire company of the Luna Wolves, the Black Angel Steel Wings and other heavyweight units here. On the way, Abaddon and his men discovered traces of human activities. In this country that had been destroyed by the Great Tomb of Nazarick, a group of thousands of people who seemed to be fleeing was a very unusual existence. Abaddon decided not to alarm them and bring his men over to take a look himself. Then 2 blasphemous creatures were discovered. Because of his disgusting nature, Abaddon used the teleportation function in the Terminator to get behind them, and then destroyed them all with the power claws. In previous observations, Abaddon confirmed that this was indeed a human team. Now there was no need to hide. It was time to meet them. As Abaddon showed up, more Luna Wolves Terminators who were on standby in the distance used teleportation to come to his side. It was hard for Remedios not to notice such a sudden appearance of a giant team, so she quickly blew the whistle to inform everyone of the enemy attack. Bartle, who was eating and keeping watch on the other side, discovered that Abaddon and his men were one step behind Remedios because of their position, but after seeing this team that did not hide their identity, he was immediately excited. The huge and heavy armor was undoubtedly the Terminator power armor that only the elite among the Space Marines could wear. Its official name was the Tactical Dreadnought Armor. The eye-like decorations on the soldiers indicated that they were from the 16th Legion, the Luna Wolves. Great! Reinforcements from the Empire have arrived. Batel jumped down directly from the commanding heights and excitedly told everyone not to get excited, saying that these were reinforcements and they would be saved. Abaddon was also very curious about the fact that there was an unarmored Space Marine here. After all, the Empire had just discovered this place not long ago. Theoretically, the only possible unarmored Space Marines who could appear here were the soldiers of the White Scars Legion who were taken away after dying in battle. I am captain of the 1st Company of the Luna Wolves. Ezekiel Abaddon. Brother on the other side, please tell me your identification code. Hearing the name of Abaddon, Bartle was even happier. At this point in time when Abaddon had not yet betrayed the Empire, the captain of the 1st Company of the Luna Wolves was once known as one of the 3 Great Crusades along with the Imperial Fist Sigismund and the Blood Angel Radron. He was here, which proved that at least the 1st Company of the Luna Wolves was here, and everything was stable. Bartle, who had been holding his breath, finally relaxed. He briskly reported his identification code to Abaddon. This was a code that every official Space Marine had, used to verify each other's identities. After Abaddon confirmed in the data that the identification code reported by Bartle was correct, he continued, Brother Battler, the enemy has a monster that can transform into a human. We need to perform a full body scan on you. Will you cooperate? Bartle had previously learned from Remedios about the double phantom that could transform into a human, so he naturally agreed with it. 3 floating servo skulls flew to Batel together and formed a triangle, covering Batel inside. Then the 3 servo skulls began scanning. During this process, the Luna Wolves Space Marines also secretly prepared their weapons. If Bartle was really an imposter and dared to make any unusual movements, he would be turned into powder immediately. About 10 seconds later, the scan was completed and the servo skull concluded that Battle was indeed a Space Marine, not an alien, and there was no parasite in his body. Abaddon was very happy that a battle brother who had been presumed dead could return to the team alive. He stepped forward and gave Bartle a hug, then took him and began to ask about what had happened during this period. The warriors of the Luna Wolves began to recruit the refugees led by Bartle. The refugees confirmed that Shadow Moonwolf and Batel were the same people, and now that they had been rescued, they finally put their minds at ease, and the work of recruiting and counting went smoothly. Batel recounted how he escaped from the Great Tomb, how he wandered around the world and fought against monsters sent by the enemy, how he rescued the humans in the human ranch, and then how he led these humans to survive in the wilderness. Abaddon nodded repeatedly and said it was hard work. After Batel finished speaking, Abaddon asked a soul-searching question. Do you remember where that special underground building is? Can you take us there? Bartle answered yes without hesitation. As a White Scars Space Marine who is good at adventure, Battle has an extremely outstanding talent in finding the way. Even if decades have passed, let alone just a few days, he can still find the Great Tomb of Nazarick directly. Abaddon judged that the mysterious underground facility that Bartle mentioned should be the real base camp of the sorceress empire of Nzoulgaun. In addition to various military considerations, Abaddon's years of experience also showed that these blasphemous alien heretics really like to drill underground. When Batel saw that Abaddon wanted to find the Great Tomb, he immediately offered to lead the way, but Abaddon stopped him and told him to take a rest and talk about it tomorrow. Abaddon prepared a lot of food for Batel, and also passed on the information about his discovery. There were also other White Scars warriors coming to this world. They were now scattered and exploring various unknown corners of the world that were not convenient for aerial detection. These White Scars Space Marines were very happy to have their lost battle brothers return. When Batel saw these brothers through the communicator, he was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Especially when he found out that Ba'an from their team was still alive, and only Ba'an was still alive, even these 2 tough guys couldn't help but shed tears. And when Bartle learned that the Primarch Lorgar had personally brought the main force of the word-bearers to this world, in addition to being extremely shocked, there was only one word in his mind: it's stable. Logia himself even had a brief conversation with Bater through the communicator to understand some basic information, and then comforted and encouraged Bater. Bater tried his best to report to Logia all the important information he knew and collected. Based on Batel's observations over the past few days, the overall level of civilization in this world should be very average. Although the aliens have blasphemous witchcraft and are mysterious and unpredictable, their actual strength is just so-so. Hot melt floor washing can restrain all kinds of monsters. Their previous defeat was caused by their weak basic strength. But now, the human empire no longer lacks strength here. Abaddon also prepared a power armor for Batel, which was a spare power armor for the company. The original pearl white shell of the Luna Wolf was somewhat similar to the color of the white scars. Now he simply changed the logo and used it as the white scars power armor. After many days, Bartle, who was back in power armor, felt a rare sense of security. Now he could finally have a good rest. As for the remaining refugees, the Imperial army will come here soon to take them to the rear to rest. Primarch Lorgar has decided to select suitable people from among these tortured but still persevering people, and form a local defense force for the planet with some veterans of the Imperial army. The refugees were naturally very happy about the news of heading to the rear, but Remedios was the only one who was not happy. She wanted to work with such a powerful human force to destroy the Sorceress Kingdom. It was not until she found out that the rear of the human empire was the Holy Kingdom that her attitude changed immediately. She was eager to return to the Holy Kingdom to see what was happening there. Chapter 113, Khan Village is about to be destroyed. Time, June 30.890, M6. In the sphere of influence of Khan Village on the other side of the kingdom. Because she felt that the recent environment was very strange and because of the 3 times when the village was almost wiped out, General Onli's perception of danger was much sharper than that of ordinary people. She had already deployed scouts, built watchtowers, and established a mobile force mainly composed of Goblin Wolf cavalry on the advice of the Goblin military advisor. Mobilize the goblins to build forts, store food, and train the villagers as much as possible. Although this series of actions has shaken General Henry's original prestige in the village, it has been quite some time since General Henry became the leader of the Goblin army. The villagers have long been accustomed to the protection of the powerful Goblin army and have tacitly accepted that Huns will continue to protect Karn village as an unimaginably powerful existence. In addition, the combat effectiveness of ordinary villagers cannot compete with the units of the Goblin army even if they are trained, so the effect of such training is quite limited. In this situation, many villagers saw Enli's various behaviors as pure troublemaking. Although they complained a lot, General Enli was the only master of the Goblin army, and there was no one in Khan village who could shake Enli's leadership. So even though the process was bumpy, Enri still tried her best to build up the power to protect the village as much as possible. And today, on this sunny day that seemed no different from any other day, the Goblin longbow soldiers standing guard on the arrow tower were standing guard as diligently as ever. Suddenly, it discovered something was wrong. Some flying vehicles making strange noises suddenly flew over its head. Those things flew too high and too fast. In the eyes of the Goblin longbowmen, they just looked like a group of things no bigger than flies flying past. It was so fast that it didn't even have time to put on the monocular. However, the Goblin longbowman's vision was specialized for long-range shooting after all. In the brief contact, the longbowman judged that the actual size of those objects should be very large, but there was a lack of reference objects in the sky, and obvious man-made features could be seen above. The Goblin longbowman decided to make a report to his superiors. Although he had never seen such things before, it was obvious that those things were not simple. Just when the longbowman took out the communication scroll and was thinking about how to better report, he found that he didn't need to worry at all. The advantage of building an arrow tower on high ground is that you can see farther and get a wider field of vision, so now the Goblin longbowman saw a moving smoke from a very long distance. Judging from the scale of the smoke and dust, there were at least tens of thousands of troops moving there, and there seemed to be something extremely large inside, and some strange, flashing green lights could be seen. The Goblin longbowman quickly put on the telescope, and then he felt his heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment. Huge humanoid steel creatures were moving along with a large number of steel chariots, escorted by countless red-robed humans. The Goblin longbowman counted and found that there were a total of 15 huge steel giants, and these steel giants were also divided into 3 levels, 2 of which were particularly tall. This situation was beyond their expectations. The goblin longbowmen could only rely on the previously established rules and report the situation on the scene directly to their superiors. Are you kidding? When the goblin longbow leader heard the news, he thought that the goblin longbowmen on the opposite side were either controlled or fell into some strange illusion. But soon, as Captain Longbow came over to confirm it in person, it was also thrown into great shock. What are those oversized things? Some kind of siege golem? I don't know, but I can confirm that it is a very powerful unit of that size. Notify the military advisor and the general. The current situation was beyond the ability of these goblin longbowmen to deal with, so they could only choose to report it. Soon, the military advisor of the goblin army arrived at the scene. This was a commander specialized goblin equipped with a feather fan and a scarf, and his style imitated Zhuzh Yang. Although his own level is the highest in the 5,000-man goblin legion, with a level of over 43, but because they are all specialized as commanders, their actual combat power is not strong among those of the same level. However, the goblin strategist usually does not need to do anything himself. He is the core of the legion, and a goblin legion of 5,000 people is enough to fill any of its shortcomings. This military advisor was usually proud of his wisdom, but in this situation, he couldn't figure out what to do. Although there was no formal fight, just from the strength displayed by the enemy, there was a desperate level of difference between the two sides. The strongest members of the Goblin Legion are the 13 guard goblins, who are level 42. Each of them is equivalent to the combat effectiveness of a goblin regiment. The combat effectiveness of these 13 guard goblins is higher than that of all the remaining legion soldiers. But the military advisor really couldn't see how mobilizing 13 guard goblins to attack siege golems, which had an initial level of definitely over 60 or 70, would have any chance of winning. In the end, it could only decide to settle General Henry first, to ensure that she would never come to a dangerous battlefield, and then go to contact the other side as a messenger to resolve the problem as peacefully as possible. There was no hatred between the two sides, and there was no valuable material in Khan Village. The truly valuable facility was the Magic Potion Research Institute set up by the Magic Kingdom. However, it was impossible for outside forces to know this tightly sealed news. Therefore, in the opinion of the Goblin military advisor, it is still very reliable to reach a peace agreement. The military advisor lit the signal to gather the troops, and the scattered Goblin legions immediately began to assemble. The enemy's marching speed did not seem to be particularly fast, and the Goblin army's assembly was also very efficient. After walking nearly half the distance on the other side, 70% of the Goblin army had gathered. The Goblin military advisor chose the Goblin paladins as their messengers. The Goblin paladin team has a total of 17 soldiers with a relatively high average level, and the team leader is a heroic level paladin. The most important thing is that the Goblin paladins look very good. They ride on silver white wolves and their equipment are all beautiful silver equipment. If the goblins were not only a little over 1 meter tall, this team of paladins would definitely be described as majestic and luxurious. The Mechanicus on the opposite side were very moved by the envoy sent by the Goblin Legion of Khan Village. At that time, they were given a volcanic cannon and a brand new swimming pool was dug for them. The powerful Goblin Paladin leader and his men were no match for each other under the torrent of blazing lasers, the wolves under them and the land beneath their feet disappeared together. The Titan Legion and the escorting Mechanicus forces ignored the Goblin Legion and continued to advance, leaving the air ionized by high radiation in their wake. They didn't even bother to really pay attention to the goblins in Khan Village. They just walked through the village and fired at the goblins who were blind and failed to dodge in time. The mission that the Mechanicus received here was to destroy the capital of the Sorceress Kingdom, which was also its only city. A mere village with several thousand alien troops stationed there was not worth paying attention to at all. The other Imperial forces behind them will come to destroy this village where the aliens gather. But even so, just by passing through Khan Village, the Goblin army had lost nearly half of its members. Chapter 114, Destruction of Khan Village. The Titan Legion was too lazy to pay attention to the Goblin group blocking the way ahead. If they had just arrived in this world, the sages of the Mechanicus might still be interested in detecting the special fart spirits in this world. But now the Mechanicus has learned from the documents and various materials here that these things look the same as green-skinned goblins, but are called goblins. It is a kind of alien that is unique to the other world. They are not semi-fungal creatures, have low combat effectiveness, cannot reproduce through spores, cannot cultivate tall green-skinned orcs, and have no power for me to think about. In short, they are just a group of fragile and dirty aliens. Although the goblins here appear to be armed, there is no essential difference. Such a bunch of garbage is not worth the Titan Legion's initiative at all, but they happen to be located on the Titan Legion's path, so the Titan Legion doesn't mind crushing a few aliens at will. After using the volcano cannon to destroy the Goblin Wolf cavalry that had the audacity to approach, the leading Warlord-class Titan blew his horn, and the remaining Titans followed suit. The sound of the horn coming from the Titan was so loud that it seemed to tear the clouds in the sky apart. The Mechanicus Crusaders who followed the Titan had already undergone various mechanized modifications and were not afraid of the loud noises caused by the Titan, but this sound was undoubtedly very painful for the goblins with sensitive hearing. Some of the more fragile goblins even hugged their heads and rolled on the ground, with bright red blood flowing from their ears. The goblin support personnel rushed to treat the wounded, and the huge noise not only told other nearby Imperial forces that there were enemies here, but also caused panic in the village of Khan. Although the villagers of Khan have experienced several wars, they are still essentially a group of medieval villagers and would hardly have seen this. General Henry, who was protected by the guards of the goblin army behind the village, also stood up at the sound of the horn. She tried her best to go to the front line to see what was happening. The 4 goblin guards assigned to protect Henry immediately stopped them. "General, this time the enemy is different from the previous ones. You should go to seek refuge with the other villagers first. Leave this to us." The goblin guards, wearing red hats, iron shoes, and holding scythes, looked like the god of death. But now, the 4 goblin guards were kneeling in front of Henry, begging her sincerely. "No, I am the general and the chief of Khan village. There is absolutely no reason for me to abandon everyone and escape alone at this time." "But there's nothing wrong with that." Henry, who was originally an innocent country girl, gradually developed some aura after training over the past few years. She interrupted the goblin guards and took a deep breath before continuing. "If you still want me to be your general, then obey my orders. Arrange for the villagers to evacuate, and then come with me to the front line to see what is happening." No matter how intelligent the goblin guards were, they were essentially summoned creatures that just carried out orders. Normally, they could act freely within a limited framework in order to protect Henry, the summoner. But as it is now, with Henry giving the direct order, they have no choice. The helpless goblin guards all turned their attention to another person in the room. He was a thin man named Enfiria, Henry's childhood sweetheart, and they were also a loving couple. With Henry determined, her husband, Enfiria, was the only one who could hope to stop her. But Enfiria did not stop Henry from going into danger as the goblin guards expected. Instead, he bit his lip, walked up to her and held Henry's hand. "I believe in you. You must come back alive. Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. We have experienced such despair several times, and we will definitely survive this time." After that, Henry let go of Enfiria's hand and walked straight out of the house without looking back. The entire village outside was in complete chaos. After all, the Titan Legion was such a conspicuous target that it was impossible not to see it if one was willing to look. Its almost overwhelming military strength against the Goblin Legion was presented in an extremely intuitive way. Now the villagers are packing up their belongings, scrambling for roads, and fleeing in panic. As Henry's new mission was issued, the Goblin Legion units remaining in the village immediately took action and began to organize the villagers to evacuate. Some villagers were reluctant to give up the wealth they had worked so hard to obtain, and were directly dragged and carried out by the goblins. In response, some crazy villagers launched a violent resistance, but now it was a time of war, and the goblin army usually treated them well because of Henry's kindness, but now they didn't care about that. Anyone who dares to resist will be knocked down with 2 punches without endangering their lives and dragged away. Henry rushed to the battlefield under the escort of 4 goblin guards, but they were soon no longer needed. The Goblin Legion's blocking of the Titans cannot be said to be effective, but it is also useless. The Titans' progress was not affected at all. They arrived at Khan village and then passed through Khan village in a nearly straight line. Henry saw those huge figures, the embodiment of invincible divine power. At this moment she was desperate, she had no idea how to fight such a terrible guy. Almost subconsciously, she picked up the sword at her waist, wanting to use herself as bait to try to lure the enemy away. Then she was surprised to find that the enemy ignored her and just walked through the Khan village. Of course, all the enemies and houses that stood in the way of the Titan Legion were destroyed. After seeing the enemy leave, Henry breathed a sigh of relief and knelt on the ground. At that moment she really thought she was dead. The experience just now was too terrifying for Henry. None of the enemies she had faced before could be compared to this one. Just by looking at it from a distance, one can feel the momentum that is about to destroy everything. But what scared Henry the most was not the huge titan or the moving iron chariot, but the silent crusaders. Those crusader army and heavy combat servants that emitted strong radiation and had undergone a high degree of mechanical transformation and were completely unrecognizable, and that were moving forward silently, gave Henry a strong feeling of the uncanny valley. Although the people of Karn village had long been accustomed to the undead during their encounters with Ins, Henry knew that the person in front of her was a living being, even though she only saw him from a distance. What kind of force could transform a living person into such a horrible appearance? Enli couldn't imagine it. She was just glad that the enemy this time seemed to be just passing by like a natural disaster. Although this incident almost destroyed half of Karn village, being able to survive is better than anything else. Just as Henry managed to stand up with the help of the goblin guards, a goblin assassin on the front line shouted in fear. "Run! Run! Ah! What did you say?" Because the distance was too far, Henry and the others couldn't see the goblin assassin's terrified expression, nor could they hear the words it desperately shouted. But none of this mattered, because the goblin assassin was blown to pieces in the next moment. Another new force arrived in the direction from which the Titan came. They were riding in super heavy chariots that looked like mobile fortresses, wearing black power armor and had a winged sword logo. They are the Imperium's First Legion, the Dark Angels. As a force marching towards this side, the Dark Angels did not want to act together with the Mechanicus' Skitarii with extremely high radiation levels, or in the entire Imperial forces. If there was a choice, no one would want to act together with those Skitarii soaked in radiation. The Dark Angels who were acting separately received the signal sent by Titan, and since they were close by, they came over to take a look. The Goblin Legion, which had just been crushed by the Titan Legion, was immediately hit by the Dark Angels. As for these fragile aliens, the Dark Angels were too lazy to even get out of the Mastodon assault vehicles and directly used the vehicle-mounted weapons to carry out a devastating massacre of these goblins. Some stubborn goblins tried to resist, and several goblin artillerymen specialized in wide-range magic joined forces to release their most powerful magic. Then the slow magic speed was even too low to trigger the void shield on the Mastodon assault vehicle, and it just hit the armor and destroyed the wax that had just been applied on it. And then, nothing happened. Any goblin who dared to attack was instantly vaporized by the high-powered laser weapon. "Go and protect General Enli's retreat," the goblin strategist shouted at the top of his lungs, but just as he finished speaking, a passing Thunderhawk gunboat vaporized it with its twin laser cannons. In the face of the heavy weapons of the human empire, these so-called heroic goblins would be no different from ordinary goblins. After receiving the mission, the goblin assassins, who were good at mobility, quickly retreated, but the Dark Angels Terminator veterans also discovered that these aliens wanted to escape, so they teleported to the side, easily tore apart the guard goblins who came to stop them, and killed all the escaping assassin goblins. In the end, only the lucky goblin assassin shouted out the final reminder. But before Henry could react, the door of the Thunderhawk gunship in the sky opened directly, and a black armored warrior with white wings on his back jumped out. Although from a physics point of view, the 4-meter wingspan behind him could not possibly move this giant in a full set of power armor, but whether it is the world of Overlord or Warhammer, physics is obviously not very important. The giant flew directly in front of Enli from the air. The 4 guard goblins wanted to repel him to cover Enli's retreat. However, of the goblins that rushed towards him, 2 were fended off by him by flapping his wings, 1 was grabbed by the neck and lifted high, and the other was directly stepped on to death. This series of moves was so fast that Henry didn't even realize what was happening before one of the goblin guards was captured and the other was killed. "You? Why are you attacking us? We have done nothing wrong. We are just ordinary villagers who are protected by the Sorcerer King. If you kill innocent people like this, the Sorcerer King will not let you go. I advise you to stop immediately so that we can still live in peace." Unlike the mechanical army just now, Henry could sense the human presence from the giant man with wings. Henry judged that this was a being capable of communication, so she boldly made a request for peace. This winged space marine among the Dark Angels is Miran, the captain of the Steel Wing Centurion, one of the 6 wings of the Dark Angels mentioned earlier. In the previous chaos, he died, and was reborn because of the power of the Emperor. Now he is one of the first living saints recognized by the state religion. In response to Enli's questions and suggestions, Miran directly replied. To rely on a blasphemous heretic tyrant, to cooperate with aliens, and to kill humanity is an unforgivable crime. Miran did not explain or discuss anything. He simply told Enli the result of the verdict. Of the last 2 remaining goblin guards, 1 carried Henry and was about to run away, while the other rushed forward again, trying to delay time as much as possible. Although Henry's last order was to go to the front line, the front line is gone now, so the goblins now have greater autonomy in where to run. But how could Mirren allow Henry to escape from him like this? He threw the goblin guards in his hand, and they collided with the last one rushing up. The sound of broken bones was heard continuously for a while, and the two goblins died instantly. Only then did Myron take out his bolter and shot the guard goblin who was carrying Henry, directly breaking half of his body. Enli fell heavily to the ground. She wanted to stand up, but as soon as she moved, a piercing pain came from her left leg. At first glance, the leg was deformed and the bones were obviously broken. Mirren did not want to kill directly Henry, a leader who defected to the alien heresy. Such characters often knew some secrets, and it was much more useful to execute them openly than to kill them secretly. Mirren grabbed Enli and broke the bones of her limbs and knocked her unconscious. The remaining subordinates began to pursue the remaining fleeing enemies. The pursuit went very smoothly. After all, how could a group of fleeing villagers hide from the Dark Angel's hunt? They were all captured very quickly, and the goblin aliens that followed them were all killed. As for these people, they all died. But Mirren hoped that their death would be a symbol of the destruction of the witchcraft tyrant in this alien world, so he prepared to publicly execute them when the time comes. However, there was a small episode. A thin boy stood up and claimed that he was very valuable, knew a shocking secret, and had a lot of knowledge of potion technology. He hoped to work for the human empire in exchange for everyone's lives. If that doesn't work, just save his, Enli's and his grandmother's lives. Originally thinking that he was just cleaning up the mess for the Mechanicus, the bored Myron was no longer sleepy when he heard the secret and ordered Enfiria to be brought to him. Tell me, what secret do you know? Chapter 115, Happy Edition. Looking at the slightly thin young man in front of him, Myron gave his unquestionable order. Although he personally believed that all humans who defected to the aliens deserved to die, this was a new world after all, and he could not be sure whether there were things here that were extremely important to the Empire and the Primarch. In this case, he was willing to confirm it a little more. Enfiria was pressed by two powerful Dark Angel Space Marines and came in front of Mirren. The first thing he saw was Henry lying on the ground like a torn bag. In an instant, his forced expression collapsed and he wanted to pounce on Henry. But the two Space Marines' hands gripped his body like hydraulic clamps, and Enfiria could not move, and instead felt like his arms were about to be crushed. The intense pain woke Enfiria up. He quickly stopped struggling to show that he was not a threat, while observing Henry's condition. Although weak, Henry's chest did rise and fall, and Henry was still alive. Enfiria breathed a sigh of relief, buried his hatred for the black-armored warriors who suddenly appeared, and said to the winged man who was a head taller than the ordinary black-armored warriors with gritted teeth. "Tell me, will you give me a life?" The sound of a bullet being loaded. Wait a minute, I'll tell you." Originally, Enfiria tried to bargain with the giant leader in front of him, but it was obvious that Myron didn't buy it and directly took out his bolter. Although he cares about some of the little secrets of this world, he doesn't care too much. After all, the loyal First Legion has no secrets, and even if there are, they exist under the orders of the Emperor and the Great Primarch. So, in summary, the First Order has no secrets. What's more, for the Dark Angels, even if the opponent doesn't say anything, they have plenty of ways to pry open the enemy's mouth. I am the herbalist of this village and a second-tier magic caster. My name is Enfiria, and I am. Speak the key. Okay, let's get to the point. Originally, Enfiria tried to delay time and wait for the possible support from the Sorceress Kingdom. After all, this was the base for the Sorceress Kingdom to research potions, and its previous performance had always been good. Enfiria believed that the Sorcerer Kingans would not give up this place so easily. If they delayed a little longer, perhaps they could wait for reinforcements from the Sorceress Kingdom. But Myron's attitude made him dare not delay any longer. These black-armored warriors used powers that he did not understand at all, so Enfiria did not dare to bet on how much the other party cared about his skills and secrets, and whether they would really kill him directly. But he had no other choice but to bite the bullet and say, "I am a potion researcher in the Sorceress Kingdom. I am currently researching God's blood healing potions, and I have already achieved the point where I can mass-produce them. I have a complete set of research materials and the necessary equipment for God's blood." Blood of God? Healing potion? Which of the two are you talking about? Myron took out 2 bottles of potions from the secret compartment of his power armor. These were given to him by Bishop John after he came to this world. One potion was green and the other was red. According to John, these are all potions with effects comparable to second-tier healing magic. The only difference is that the green one has a shelf life, and the effect will gradually deteriorate over time, eventually losing its magical effect completely after a few years. The red bottle of potion is the legendary potion called God's Blood. Its effect is always stable and will not deteriorate over time. It can remain intact even after being left for 600 years. According to the Cillian theocracy, the earliest blood of God was brought here by the 6 great gods, now called the 6 saints. The Cillian theocracy has spent 600 years trying to reverse the blood of God, but now it can only produce it using expensive raw materials. Mirren's understanding of these potions is that they are a degraded version of panaceas, but it must be said that they are indeed very convenient to use. Currently, scientific researchers in the human empire are working overtime to try to figure out the principles of these potions and then implement large-scale mechanized production. However, the system here is completely different from the Empire's previous technological route and needs to be explored from scratch. Based on what Mulren saw before he set out, the progress was not very good. The information that Enfiria mentioned at this time was obviously very useful, but Myron felt that Enfiria obviously had a lot more to say. Yes, and then what? Enfiria sensed that Millen's tone had softened, and he couldn't help but feel happy, and continued to demonstrate his own value. I am a natural psychic. My ability is that I can use all magical tools without restriction. Unrestricted. Try this. Myron threw a combat dagger to Enfiria. Of course, this thing was a combat dagger for the Space Marines, but for a petite boy like Enfiria, it was just a large machete. Enfiria shook the combat dagger and quickly looked at the equipment in his hand. It was a weapon in a scabbard made of unknown animal leather, with the handle and scabbard decorated with Imperial eagles and winged swords. At Myron's signal, Enfiria pulled out the combat dagger and then successfully activated it. A layer of light blue decomposition force field began to cover the blade of the dagger. Try this again. Myron threw another phase plasma pistol to Enfiria. This gun was not ordinary. It was different from the plasma weapons commonly used by the Empire. It was a real precision product from the Mechanicus. A true plasma pistol that will not overheat, with double insurance from genes and machine souls to prevent it from being used if it falls into enemy hands. Then Myron was surprised to see the plasma pistol activated in Enfiria's hand. Enfiria bypassed the double insurance of genes and machine souls without doing anything. This person might really be able to use all kinds of equipment without restrictions, as he said. This thing is very useful, we can't let him die. I have to clone a few when I get back and test whether the clones can inherit this ability. If they can, I will try to see if the ability is still there after removing the frontal lobe and making them into mechanical servants. Just this ability, apart from other things, makes some of the equipment in the Dark Angel's arsenal whose sources are not convenient to reveal much easier to use in the future. How about it, can you exchange it for a life? Enfiria knew that the big thing in his hand was a weapon similar to the magic gun, and he had also seen these black armored warriors use similar weapons to create powerful attacks, but Enfiria, who was holding the plasma pistol, had no intention of launching an attack at all. Are you kidding? I can't do anything with a magic gun that I can only use but don't know how to use, okay? As for Millen, he was even less afraid. He was only a few meters away from Enfiria. As long as Enfiria dared to shoot, he would let him say goodbye to his 2 hands immediately. Even if Enfiria fired first, he would be able to cut off his hands first. Okay. Mirren nodded, but continued, you have indeed demonstrated your worth, but it seems that your secret has not yet been revealed. Enfiria looked at the ruined Khan village and decided that since he was going to change his master, he might as well betray him to the end. He was not like those ignorant villagers in Karn village who naively believed that Ans was a good person after knowing what he had done. Enfiria had long known about Ans's cruel and inhuman nature. He also knew that he and others were of no more value to Ans than to judge their value, and there was absolutely no such thing as pure kindness. But this secret was indeed very important, so Enfiria looked around before asking, should we talk about it here? Myron smiled and said, it's okay, just talk here. We have no secrets in the First Legion. Everything we say and do is above board. Just say it directly. Enfiria took a deep breath and spoke out the deepest secret that he had kept in his heart for many years. In fact, the dark hero Mammon is the sorcerer king Ans Oolgown in disguise. It has to be said that Mirren was somewhat disappointed with this secret. If other natives of this world heard the truth they would be horrified, but to the Dark Angels this secret is of little value. Fifi is a powerful steel-class adventurer who has resolved major crises for the humans of this world. He is one of the few humans who can dissuade the Sorcerer King. But to the Dark Angels and other Imperial forces, Fifi was just another traitor who had the power to resist but chose to bow down. He was originally on the execution list, and now he is simply convinced that the blasphemous alien is even more despicable and worse than he imagined. Feeling that the other party's reaction was different from what he had imagined, Enfiria felt a little panicked, fearing that the chance to survive that he had finally obtained would be lost again. At this time, Mirren comforted him for the first time. "It doesn't matter. You have already demonstrated enough value. You, your grandmother, and this Enli can survive." Mirren paused, pointed a finger at the sky and said, "I guarantee by the honor of Wolf King Lemon Russ that I will protect the lives of the three of you." "Very good." Enfiria finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in the balance. Although he didn't know who the Wolf King Lemon Russ was, he knew that such strong men often attached great importance to honor and commitment. With this oath, he, Henry, and his grandmother could finally survive. As for future treatment, it should be the same as when working for the Sorcerer King, except that my freedom will be greatly reduced, or even completely lost. But at least I'm alive, and as long as I'm alive I have a chance. Enfiria was taken away, and Mirren ordered his subordinates to confirm the memories of these people. He did not intend to directly believe Enfiria's one-sided statement, and directly checking the memories was a necessary step. Chapter 116. Preparing for Sacrifice. Burton Inzach is a cheerful middle-aged man. He is the president of the Adventurers Guild in Erantal City and also a powerful warrior. He had already spent all his energy on maintaining the operation of the Adventurers Guild, and his own adventurous spirit had long been extinguished. But after hearing Inz's grand ideas for adventurers with his own ears, he felt like his youth had returned. He pledged allegiance to Inz without hesitation and became the earliest loyal follower of Inz in Erantal City. After the Sorceress Kingdom took over all operations in the city, including the Adventurers Guild, Inzach found that he had never fought such a prosperous battle in his life. He didn't need to worry about the adventurers' logistics at all, as the undead would take care of everything. His clever move of asking the Sorcerer King Inz not to set an age limit for adventurers also came in handy. Many years later, Inzach once again embarked on an adventure. This time he gained a lot. He came back to rest for a few days, and then he saw that Erantal was sealed off. This is a situation that has never occurred since the Sorcerer King Inz ruled here and established the Sorceress Kingdom of Inz Olgaun. Inzach still remembered the past few years that seemed like a dream. Originally, Erantal was a prosperous city, but then the Sorcerer King suddenly appeared and slaughtered 200,000 kingdom soldiers with unimaginable power, snatching Erantal from the kingdom. He established the Sorceress Kingdom of Inz Olgaun with the city of Erantal as its sole territory. Honestly speaking, at the beginning, Inzach, like most people, thought that he was doomed. Having an undead who brutally massacred 200,000 people as his ruler was obviously not a good thing. But the subsequent developments were beyond everyone's expectations. Considered to be the last possible force to resist the Sorcerer King, the Dark Hero Mammon chose to submit to the Sorcerer King after the Sorcerer Kingdom took the entire city's citizens as hostages. Afterwards, the Sorcerer King Inz did not cause as much destruction to the city as imagined. As for his bloody rule, it was indeed quite bloody from a certain perspective. Inz brought in a large number of undead, many of whom were legendary undead such as undead knights and soul eaters. These undead replaced most of the labor in the city. At the same time, Inz also emphasized equality among multiple races, so now Erantal has become the city with the richest racial diversity. Here you can see almost every race, and all races must abide by the laws of the Sorcerer King, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. With the powerful productivity and strong execution brought by the Sorceress Kingdom, Erantal soon became much more prosperous than before. Many people in the city had begun to forget the massacre caused by the Sorcerer King. However, there were only a few who were truly die-hard fans like Inzach, whose loyalty was not affected even by the massacre of the kingdom's civilians. However, even Inzach, who had given his life to the Sorcerer King Inz, was now feeling irritated and uneasy about the current situation. The sudden blockade of the city and the deployment that seemed like a sign of war had forced the undead, who had previously adapted with great difficulty to being used as tools of production, to suddenly become a force for sealing off the city and surveilling the people. But these residents don't even know who they are fighting. It is also impossible to imagine what kind of enemy could force the Sorceress Kingdom to enter a state of full war preparedness. Moreover, it has been a while since I last saw the Sorcerer King, Prime Minister Albedo, or other high-ranking officials. How could others not be panicked in such a situation? It was under such circumstances that Nazarick discovered that he, the Adventurers Guild president who had always considered himself to be highly valued by the Sorcerer King, was actually no different from other ordinary people. At this time, he could not see the Sorcerer King's confidants, and did not know what had happened. Not knowing what to do, Nazarick could only go to the Adventurers Guild to drink some wine. He had originally planned to spend the day like this. But today, chaos suddenly broke out in the city, and the undead army, mainly composed of Death Knights and Great Wizards of the Dead, began to take people away from house to house. Even the members of the Adventurers Guild on their side were not spared. After the undead army entered, they announced that everyone must follow them and leave immediately. Their attitude was completely different from what the Sorcerer King had said before, that he valued adventurers. There was no sense of respect at all. Nazarick grabbed the robe of a deceased great magician and asked, "What happened? Why do we need to gather everyone? This is the Sorcerer King's order. All you have to do is follow it." The great magician of the dead immediately pulled Nazarick's hand away and spoke in a commanding tone. Nazarick wanted to say something, but the Death Knight next to him had already drawn his weapon, so Nazarick had no choice but to follow the troops. On the way, he saw his wife. He tried to go up to her and be with her, but they were immediately squeezed out of sight by the crowds. Worried about his wife, Nazarick followed the team to a large square, where rows of people were already kneeling on the ground, including people of all races. At this time, Nazarick waved his hands desperately, hoping to resonate with the cultural circle here. The Sorcerer King and his subordinates were also standing opposite the stage. Beside him was a female devil who looked very similar to a human. It was unknown whether Ins had deliberately ignored the signal sent by Nazarick, or whether he had deliberately ignored it. But Nazarick soon knew what was going to happen after this. Ins is going to perform a Kern-related sacrifice in this city. Of course, it definitely doesn't know the specific process. All of this was obtained from the Golden Princess Lana. As for how the Golden Princess knew this information, according to the Golden Princess herself, this knowledge was obtained from an enemy. As for how credible it was, Ins felt at ease and didn't care about these people anymore. Chapter 117. Sacrifice to the Blood God. Ins's true level has never been high, and he is even inferior to General Henry in terms of leadership. The main reason why he has been regarded as unfathomable for so long is that he possesses overwhelming strength. In this case, even his simple stupid behaviors will be interpreted from many aspects. Ins was also lucky. His occasionally whimsical actions would produce unexpected results for everyone, and the Great Tomb of Nazarick cast dozens of layers of filters over Ins. Under the powerful filter of Ins, these NPCs often make Ins's orders, which were originally intended to be bad, even worse. Of course, Ins is not without his merits. He has always been cautious and does not have any of the so-called baggage of being a strong man. Gather as much intelligence as possible, show weakness to the enemy, and finally destroy the enemy with perfect equipment. This is Ins's purpose, and it is also the internal reason why he has been fighting wits and courage with the air for many years since coming to this world. However, even in the spin-off, when Ins traveled to the world alone, the enemies he faced were not ones that he could not defeat with his own strength. It's different now. When Ins came to this world, he had imagined the worst-case scenario: world bosses were everywhere, world champions were no better than dogs, and four-digit enemies were possible. This idea was proven to be groundless by its repeated attempts, but now the power from other worlds brought a situation that was even more terrifying than the most dangerous situation in Ins's imagination. That was a power that Ins could not comprehend at all, and a power that he could never defeat. At this moment, Ins realized that all his previous attempts to accumulate strength were meaningless. In the face of a force that uses the entire planet as a battlefield and can burn mountains and boil seas at will, the growth of the Great Tomb's power in recent years can be completely ignored. So Ins panicked. If he hadn't been forced to remain calm, he probably wouldn't be able to handle things normally now, and would have been overwhelmed by fear long ago. But even with forced calmness, it only controlled his emotions within a threshold, rather than completely eliminating them. In fact, precisely because of the function of forced calmness, Ins couldn't even trigger his instinctive self-protection mechanism when facing great fear. It cannot be escaped by fainting, it cannot be temporarily forgotten. Hence, ever since returning from that horrific battlefield, Ins has been controlled by emotions such as fear and anxiety at all times. This state of being like a blunt knife cutting flesh also seriously affected Ins's judgment. Under normal circumstances, the ritual that the Golden Princess came up with would be problematic no matter how you look at it. Even Ins knew that the Golden Princess Lana could come up with such a thing, and it was not right no matter how you looked at it. But now it has no other choice. The enemy is too powerful, and it is impossible to hold on even if it relies on the great tomb of Nazarick. In this case, we can only hope to obtain external forces. Of course, Ins's cautious nature made him take some precautions. This time, the sacrifice mobilized all the high-level units that could be deployed in the great tomb of Nazarick. Even Gao Kangda and Victim came, and they also brought all the remaining world-class props from the great tomb except the throne. He even asked the combat mates and some high-level mercenaries to take away the treasures from the great tomb of Nazarick in advance. If a huge and unsolvable problem really arose here, they would just give up and run away. Although it was hard for Ins to abandon the great tomb of Nazarick, it was better than death. As long as his former companions' belongings were left behind, it would be fine. At worst, we can find a way to retake the great tomb of Nazarick later. As for the units that actually bore the force this time, they were actually units summoned by Ins using item scrolls, and in fact, they were used as cannon fodder. According to the information sent back by Pandora, the army of the human empire is about to arrive, and this time their strength is far beyond what it was before. There was no time left in the great tomb of Nazarick, the ritual had to begin immediately. Although he had no lungs, Ins took a deep breath, then he knocked the staff of Ins Oolgown on the ground and gave an order. The sacrificial ceremony is being held. The skull is used to please the Lord of the Skull, and the blood is offered to the God of Blood, begging the Lord of War to bestow his power. Albedo wanted to say something, but in the end she just moved her mouth and said nothing. In the end, its loyalty overwhelmed its doubts, and it began the ceremony as Ins requested. Humans, elves, lizardmen, naga, frost giants, frost dragons, dwarves, and various other sub-humans, all intelligent creatures in the city of Erantal were being taken to the city square, and the only thing that greeted them was the road of sacrifice. One by one, the Death Knights drew their great swords and began to chop off the heads of the creatures brought to the scene, collecting their flowing blood. Then they drew a huge 8-pointed star on the ground with blood, and began to pile up human heads at the 8 corners of the star. Faced with the undead army that suddenly changed its attitude and began to kill people wantonly, the residents who were used to living with the undead had no time to react. For a while, there were constant cries and pleas for mercy. Some people tried to escape in the chaos, while others tried to resist to protect their families, and then they were all beheaded. Why is this happening? Sorcerer King, you lied to us. Inzach, who was a man of some ability and arrived later, was not killed immediately. While dodging the undead's attacks, he questioned Ins angrily. Ins on the platform did notice Inzach, but the moment his eyes met Inzach's, he subconsciously turned his face away. This was a very embarrassing situation for Ins. It had made promises to the residents of this city and emphasized the need to vigorously develop the adventurer business, but now that was gone, it was killing them as a sacrifice. From Ins's personal subjective perspective, it was like making an appointment with friends for dinner but then standing them up. It was embarrassing. As for more feelings, obviously there are none. Ins's principle has always been to give absolute priority to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. When it can provide benefits to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Ins does not mind showing some mercy. However, if the interests of the Great Tomb of Nazarick were to be damaged, that would be absolutely unacceptable. On the other hand, if the interests of the Great Tomb of Nazarick could be improved by infringing upon others, even if it was only a tiny increase, but it would require others to pay 1,000 times the price, Ins would choose the interests of Nazarick without hesitation. It has raised these creatures for so many years and spent so much effort, and now it is time to use them. Noticing that Ins ignored him, Inzach continued to shout, grasping at straws. Fifi! Where is Fifi? As Inzach shouted, other people also took notice and began to shout as well. Thousands and tens of thousands of people began to shout the name of the dark hero Mammon in fear and despair. Great hero Fifi! Save us! The Sorcerer King has broken his promise. Mammon, save me! Where are you, dark hero? These people don't know that Mammon is actually a character that Ins disguised as to satisfy his own desire for adventure, and their calls for help are doomed to be in vain. In the end, Inzach never waited for the dark hero Mammon, and out of anger towards the Sorcerer King and regret for himself, his head was cut off by the Death Knight. There was also a small problem with the subsequent sacrificial ceremony. Because frost dragons were also sacrificial objects, the earliest frost dragon that took refuge in the Great Tomb, Hikimar, desperately crawled to the bottom of In's platform and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "In-sama, please, have mercy." Although Hikimal didn't know what happened and why Ins wanted to kill them, he knew that Ins couldn't be wrong, so when he was begging for mercy, he didn't even dare to ask Ins to give him another chance. Upon seeing Hikimal, Ins hesitated. Hikimar is a frost dragon, but he is not an ordinary frost dragon. He is a fat frost dragon wearing glasses. Although Hikimal had lost a lot of weight due to his work, he also knew that the only reason he was able to survive before was that he knelt quickly and his appearance was different from that of ordinary frost dragons, so he ate desperately and gained a lot of weight back. Looking at the rare frost dragon in front of him, Ins was indeed a little reluctant to let it go. After all, unlike ordinary humans, this special individual of frost dragon was indeed hard to find. The surrounding undead saw Ins' hesitation and simply surrounded Hikimal temporarily without taking direct action, which made Hikimal very grateful. "Luckily, I knelt down directly this time, so there should be no problem." Just when Hikimal was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Ins' voice. "It's a pity, but never mind. Let's just kill him." Varied. Before he could say anything else, Hikimal's head was chopped off and placed on the top floor of a jingguan. Ins turned his face away with a look of heartache. For him, a rare item was gone just like that. Soon, all the intelligent life in the city of Yerantal was killed, blood flowed in the city, and 8 huge jingguans rose from the ground. As the ceremony progressed, the blood god's gaze was also projected here, or rather, the power of Kern's finger was projected here. This set of sacrificial rituals was naturally taught by Avel to the Golden Princess Lana. As for why she chose Kern, in fact, it is because in this alien world only Kern threw a part of his origin here. The great demons under the other 3 gods are more like rootless water here, and cannot get the blessing and replenishment from the gods of the Most High. Therefore, it would be a waste to not use the power of Kern, since Kern himself has no objection anyway. It just so happens that since there is only one finger coming over here, the criteria for judging the sacrificial ceremony are much easier to fool than the authentic Kern. Ins felt an extremely huge ancient gaze watching them from an infinite height. The power was so great, so terrible, just as it was felt on the other side of the portal. Ins almost fell to his knees, but he forced himself to remain calm at the last moment and pulled himself back. The blessing from Kern has already arrived, and the high-level mercenary troops located inside the octagon that received the blessing have begun terrible changes. Their muscles began to swell, and many even broke through the constraints of the skin. A layer of blood mist enveloped these mutated units. In front of these monsters, a tall figure wearing black armor and holding a sword in each hand slowly emerged from the sea of blood. That was the dark hero Fifi that people called for, and Kern's severed finger fulfilled these people's wishes before they died. He collected the echoes of their screams in the warp when they were on the verge of death. By pinching them together, he created a great demon called Fifi. Chapter 118. The Great Demon Fifi. The NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick know that Fifi is in disguise. Now they all looked in collective surprise as a black armored giant who looked very similar to Fifi emerged from the blood all over the ground. However, even the NPCs in the Great Tomb have to admit that this unit that looks particularly like Mammon is more oppressive than the one Ins pretends to be. The first is the height. This black armored warrior who looks like Mammon is more than 5 meters tall, much taller than Ins. The armor it wears is very similar to Ins' heavy armor made with magic, but it has many more spike-like decorations on it. In each hand it held a giant sword as tall as a house, and the swords were stained with blood that seemed indelible. A pair of eyes with red glow can be seen inside the full coverage helmet. This is Mammon, the Mammon that the people of Yerantal imagined and expected, and then the product of Kern's secondary processing. Because Fifi has always been in full armor, there is actually no face under the helmet, only a pair of eyes that can emit light. Although this great demon was directly molded, it also inherited some of the personality traits of Fifi in people's impression, but they were all distorted by Kern. After the body of the great demon Fifi appeared completely, it began to move its body. This was its first birth and the first time it came to this world. As for the monsters behind him that were receiving the blessing of Kern, some of them had already fallen to the ground because they could not bear it and began some kind of terrible mutation. Many of these monsters will probably turn into chaos eggs. The demon Fifi casually swung the giant sword in his hand without using any skills or magic. The gusts of air created by the giant sword alone made Ins' clothes rustle in the distance. The big demon Fifi performed several different movements again, and after confirming that he had control over his body, he began to observe the surrounding environment. All you can see is blood and heads, and you can smell despair and suffering in the air. A large number of undead with blood on their bodies were dotted among the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The high platform in the distance were the neatly dressed NPCs from the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Fifi is a great demon created based on people's cognition, so it has no memory of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, but it knows strongly that it has made an agreement with the leader of the Great Tomb of Nazarick and the Sorcerer Kingans. A promise to protect Irantal. The demon Fifi looked around the place again and saw that a large number of heads of the elderly, children, women and children were also piled on the Jingguan. It felt the dark rage gnawing at its body. I broke the agreement and failed to protect these people. And this despicable undead even tried to deceive the great god Gurn with the heads of the old, the young, the women and the children. The big demon Fifi is very angry, and when he is angry he wants to chop people. Without waiting or hesitating, the great demon Fifi flashed directly in front of Ans and swung his great sword down. Boom! Albedo, who was closest to Ans, rushed to fight, but she could not resist the attack of the great demon by herself. Under the pressure that was like a mountain, Albedo could not hold on and had to kneel on one knee. Cocytus and Sebastian realized that something was wrong and quickly attacked the demon Fifi, trying to force the demon back. In response, the great demon Fifi raised the giant sword with his other hand, changed the slashing to a slap, and directly defeated the combined forces of Sebastian and Cocytus. Ins was not that surprised that the summoned creatures suddenly started attacking him. After all, in the original game there were units that could not be controlled after being summoned. Why are you attacking us? Ins thought it would be a good idea to first figure out the intelligence of such a being, especially since the other party looked very similar to the Mammon he had pretended to be. The great demon Mammon stopped attacking, but the hand holding Albedo down did not loosen, and continued to keep Albedo kneeling on one knee. Your actions blaspheme the blood god. Using the helpless old, young, women and children as sacrifices, carried out by a coward like you, is an insult to the blood god Gurn. What, is it necessary to use a specific head? Kalana didn't tell me. Does she not know either, or is she doing it on purpose? It's okay to be ignorant of this kind of thing. Can we just let it go like this? We still need to fight the common enemy together. Ins tried to bargain, but the great demon Mammon obviously disagreed. The blasphemy against the blood god could only be cleansed with blood, not to mention that it was composed of the intense emotions that the Irantal people erupted before dying. This made it have no good feelings towards the Great Tomb of Nazarick from the beginning. As for other enemies, haha, that doesn't matter. Just chop them all together. The blood god doesn't care whose blood is shed, as long as the behavior and motive meet the blood god's requirements. The great demon Fifi launched another attack, but surprisingly, the high-ranking officials of the Magic Kingdom chose to flee directly. Led by Ans, the high-level NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick all found an opportunity to slip away. Even Albedo, who had been suppressed by the giant sword, was rescued by Aura. Only a few demon generals were left to delay them. The great demon Fifi was furious and chopped off the demon generals, but Ans and the others had already run away and no one knew where they went for a while. The big demon Fifi smashed several buildings angrily, and then it stopped. It felt that a strong man was approaching. The head and glory that could be used to wash away the disgusting deeds that Ans had committed were also found. The great demon Fifi thought of this and raised the giant sword in his hand. The monsters left behind by Nazarick at the scene had long since broken away from Ans's control after coming into contact with the power of the blood god and had become the power of the blood god. So, now this team belongs to the Mo Fei. Under the command of the great demon Fifi, the monsters that had been blessed by the blood god crawled up and came to various places in the city, ready to meet the impending enemies. The other side. In the Baja's Empire Flutter's room, Yvel, who was solving various magical problems for Flutter, paused for a moment, then raised his head and looked meaningfully in the direction of the Sorceress Kingdom. How interesting! He is indeed the only one of the 4 Chaos Gods who sent his origin here. However, there are still many shortcomings in the experiment, but at least it proves that Gurn can indeed give direct responses and blessings. Interesting, there are many ways to take advantage of this situation. Teacher, what's the matter? Seeing Yvel suddenly pause, Flutter asked with some concern. It's okay, haha. You are not qualified to contact under the current circumstances. Chapter 119, New God's Choice. The great demon Fifi was extremely angry when he saw Ans and the others running away, but he could do nothing about it because Gurn did not give him any magical abilities when he pinched him. He stood there in silence for a while, then plunged the two giant swords in his hands into the pool of blood on the ground. The great demon Fifi begged for the blood god's power and blessing. Many people who died here called out Fifi's name before they died. Now this has become an important part of the great demon Fifi. Redeeming these sacrificed souls is one of his main motives, of course in the form of Kern. The great demon Fifi had no sacrifice to offer to Kern, so he adopted a method of lending, and he promised the blood god the number of sacrifices he would make for him. From a certain perspective, this is not impossible. The four chaos gods are very subjective in the gifts they bestow upon their believers or great demons. Some extremely favored beings can get on the bus first and buy tickets later. As a newly born great demon of Kern in this world, Kern's severed finger can be said to be very kind to the great demon Fifi. After all, in this world, Kern is also in the period of re-entrepreneurship, so naturally it has to take more care of another coder who has finally appeared. As the power of Kern descended upon this world once again, all the units in the great tomb of Nazarick that were originally prepared to withstand the force were transformed into indescribable chaos eggs under the power of the blood god. At the same time, the severed heads collectively opened their eyes and mouths, letting out roars filled with anger and desire. Then the bodies of these people began to melt and merge with the blood on the ground. The souls that were dedicated to Kern were released and thrown into the pool of blood over there. Then one after another, vampires began to emerge from the flowing blood. The great demon Fifi knelt on the ground and kowtowed 8 times devoutly. "Thank you for the gift from the great blood god." After saying that, the great demon Fifi stood up and raised the giant swords in both hands. The blood god had already bestowed his mercy, and now he had to lead everyone to offer sufficient sacrifices to the blood god. At this moment, there is no normal intelligent creature in Yalantir anymore. Except for the noisy and hungry vampires and the chaos eggs that are muttering madly, this place is no longer valuable. So the great demon Fifi abandoned the city with a total of 800,000 vampires and thousands of chaos eggs in the city. They were to offer a suitable sacrifice to the blood god. On the other side, the people in the great tomb of Nazarick appeared about 20 kilometers outside of Erantal through teleportation magic or scrolls. After the transmission was completed, Albedo immediately grabbed the golden princess Lana in anger. You! How dare you put Insama in danger?" Albedo gnashed her teeth and roared. If Ins had not given the golden princess the same status as the guardian, she would have made the golden princess understand how merciful death is. Although the attitudes of the other NPCs in the great tomb of Nazarick were not as excited as Albedo, they also looked at golden princess Lana with unfriendly eyes. "Okay, stop it." Inside and stopped Albedo from getting angry. "I agreed to hold this ceremony. Before it was held, I also considered the possibility that things might get out of control. This is not her fault. It is my responsibility. But, Lordans, you are too kind. This bitch actually dared to put you in danger. We can't just let it go like this." "Okay, Albedo, are you questioning my decision?" Ins said this and turned his back, not wanting to look at Albedo. Seeing Ins's dissatisfaction, Albedo was shocked and quickly knelt on one knee to apologize to Ins. "Lordans, I dare not. This is my fault. Please punish me." Ins sighed inwardly again. "Hey, sometimes it really is useful to act like a leader. You just care about me, what's wrong with that? I've said before, the reason why we have to take the risk of holding this ritual from the enemy with unknown effects is because the enemy's power is far stronger than we imagined, right? Under normal circumstances, we have no chance of defeating our opponents, so we need to make some attempts. Even Lordans cannot defeat this enemy." The one who asked this was Aura, who had been in a trance ever since she separated from Mare. Although it knew deep down that it was almost impossible to rescue Mare, it was still unwilling to admit it. In its mind, Ins, as the leader of the 41 supreme beings, was the representative of omnipotence. All the previous experiences in this world have verified this point. Lord Ins will not fail, and the Ins Olgaun Guild has not been defeated. So it had always been hoping that Ins could rescue Mare again. Until now, when it heard Ins admit once again that it was impossible to defeat the enemy, Aura subconsciously asked this question. All the NPCs were stunned for a moment. It was obvious that the question Aura asked at this time was obviously not in line with the atmosphere. Sebastian wanted to smooth things over, but Ins didn't need to. He had never had the baggage of being a strong man, and he always felt guilty about losing Mare. "It felt like a friend gave his pet to me, and I lost one of them. Yes, we cannot defeat the enemy this time." Aura didn't say anything else. She bit her lips first, then began to sniff hard, but finally started crying. To Aura, both it and Mare were created by the supreme bubble teapot, and the two have always been one. It has never considered what it would do if it lost Mare. It had been avoiding thinking about this for some time since it came back, but now it had to accept this reality. Aura, the powerful guardian of the class who once easily decided the fate of hundreds of thousands of people, turned out to be no different from an ordinary child when faced with despair. Seeing Aura crying, Ins couldn't help but think of his own loneliness as his companions left one by one. This memory triggered Ins' forced calmness. After regaining his sanity, Ins gestured to Albedo, and then to Aura. Albedo understood what she meant and quickly took Aura to the other side to comfort her. After confirming that Albedo and Aura were gone, Ins asked Golden Princess Lana. I want to know one thing. Did you do this on purpose? How is that possible, Ins-sama? This was just an accident, and one we had considered from the beginning. Lana answered Ins' questions calmly. Ins looked at Lana's face carefully. The expression on that exquisite and beautiful face was so natural, just like when she was the Golden Princess guiding the lost. Lana, will you betray us then? Lord Ins, this is natural. In the same unhurried and leisurely tone, Lana made an extremely shocking speech. If I say that I will not betray Ins-sama, then obviously Ins-sama and the other guardians will not really believe it. So, I will betray Ins-sama, but do I really have the conditions to do so? For me, all I want is to live happily together with Puppy-kun forever, and the great tomb of Nazarick has already given me that. But are these newly emerged forces really willing to meet my demands? What's more, they are so powerful. Even if I want to surrender, can I really come up with a decent gift as the guardian of just one room? So, Ins-sama, I will indeed betray you, but Ins-sama, we do not have the conditions or motives to betray you. Ins nodded. Okay, that's it. This trip is not completely fruitless. The guys we summoned are at least much stronger than the sacrificed ones. I hope they can bring enough trouble to the human empire and other forces. After saying this, Ins led his men back to the great tomb of Nazarick. But when she arrived at the entrance of the great tomb of Nazarick, Lana was stopped. The combat mates pointed to a mausoleum at the entrance of the great tomb and hoped that Lana could take shelter there temporarily. Okay, I will follow your orders, Master Ins. Snacks and tea will be brought to you later, woof. That's really troublesome for you. Lana entered the designated shrine and found that there were already chairs and a bed inside. Soon, the dog-headed combat maid brought snacks and black tea to Lana. The taste was still as delicious as the one in the tomb. Lana sat in the shrine and began to leisurely enjoy snacks and black tea, but no one noticed that a light blue glow that could not be seen began to appear in her eyes. In Lana's sea of consciousness, Yvel continued to appear as that handsome boy. Very good, the first phase of the plan has been completed and the experiment is going smoothly. But Great Lord Change, your experiment almost killed me. Now I have lost the trust of Lord Ins and have been imprisoned outside the great tomb of Nazarick. Puppy-kun has also been held hostage. Lana acted as if she was aggrieved and spoiled. Haha, don't tell me you didn't see this coming. Oh, you are really mean. This is indeed a possible part of the plan. Ha ha ha, very good, everything is going as planned. Yvel seemed very happy, especially when he said that everything was going as planned. So, Lord Changeling, what do I need to do next? You can do whatever you want. Change is a good thing, and all the changes in this world are within the plan of the God of Change. You mean I can do whatever I want now? Yes. But I'm just a fragile little girl. Although my race is now a little devil, I don't have any fighting power at all. I see. The reward you want is the knowledge given to you. If you learn it, you will have enough power to accomplish what you want. Yvel, who was in the sea of consciousness, handed the huge and heavy magic book in his hand to Lana. Then he turned into a ball of distorted light and disappeared, leaving only the last sentence. Remember, change is good. Haha, what a madman. Feeling the vast ocean of knowledge that suddenly appeared in her memory, Lana gently gave her own evaluation. He's the same guy as me. Chapter 120. Ambush. When the Titan Legion of the Mechanicus arrived at the city of E.Rantal. For a human civilization whose overall technological development is still in the Middle Ages, E.Rantal is a big city, but for the human empire, its scale is not even as large as the Mechanicus's exploration arc. The members of the Mechanicum who came here under the guidance of their local guides had no excitement in facing a powerful enemy. They brought 15 titans here to crush the ridiculous country of blasphemy. But there was absolutely no resistance along the way. Whether through the remote observation equipment in the Titan or aerial reconnaissance, the city of Erental was in a state where all 4 gates were wide open and no living people were moving. The Mechanicus sage leading the army did consider the possibility of an enemy ambush, but looking at his current configuration of double-digit titans plus hundreds of thousands of crusaders, he felt that even if there was an ambush, it would not matter. As the army marched, they soon arrived at the gate of Erental, the only territory of the sorceress kingdom in theory. A gigantic statue of the sorcerer king in Zoolgown stands at the city gate, its size even taller than a warlord-class titan. Blast it, it looks disgusting. After giving this casual order, the titans opened fire together, directly turning the statue of Zoolgown at the door into a pile of molten slag. The Skitarii and titans then worked together to surround the city, with the heavy servitors leading the way, testing the enemy, and the titans advancing from behind. The Skitarii assisted formation then entered Erental. Still no resistance, all the residents here seemed to have disappeared. Only a few traces of a fight were left. Really weird, the blasphemers from the sorceress kingdom here knew that the Mechanicus's heavenly soldiers were coming and all ran away, or did the Necrons or the Eldar get here before us? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't match the scanned footprints and various data. The leading sage looked at the situation in front of him, but neither his human brain nor the electricity in the sacred circuit could figure out what was happening. Using this as a base, the troops spread out, investigated the surrounding situation, and crushed any enemies if they were found. Following this order, the Warhounds, which were originally reconnaissance titans, and the Skitarii began to cooperate in conducting armed reconnaissance of the surrounding areas. The main method of reconnaissance is to conduct several rounds of scanning first, and if anything is found wrong, immediately launch a round of fire coverage. Among them, a formation of the Mechanicus protected a Warhound-class titan and headed towards the big forest outside the city. After walking for some distance in the forest, they found that the signal of their equipment started to malfunction at some point. The commander found something wrong, but he knew that he had enough force and reinforcements could arrive at any time if something happened. So out of arrogance, he just sent someone to report the situation and chose to move on. What no one noticed was that the crusader he sent out to deliver the message was killed by a giant in black armor shortly after leaving the main force. The members of the Mechanicus advanced some distance, and at this time a thick fog rose in the air unknowingly. That's really weird. It's so quiet here. I can't even find a wild animal. There must be something wrong here. I don't know where the enemies are. As the commander casually said this, the ground where the Mechanicus troops were standing suddenly cracked, and countless hideous-looking vampires holding sharp blades crawled out of the ground, stabbing many crusaders from bottom to top with the blades blessed by Kern. But the Skitarii had all undergone a lot of mechanized transformations after all, especially their legs, most of which had been replaced with mechanical prostheses because of the Mechanicus traditions and usage considerations. So this time the vampires' raid looked massive, but actually did not cause much effective casualties. The transformed brains of the Skitarii provided them with extremely high morale, and these cyborg warriors almost immediately began to fight back. At this time, a group of huge objects were thrown over. It turned out that the Kern army not only buried the bloodthirsty demons in the ground, but also bent many resilient trees and used them as slingshots to directly launch the chaos eggs as cannonballs. In fact, although the Kern demon army and its cultists have always given people the impression that they like to chop and chop mindlessly, Kern is the god of war. Kern hates cowards and has never been opposed to using strategies. The remaining vampires and chaos eggs rushed towards the Mechanicus from all directions. The Mechanicus had seen these hideous monsters in the previous melee, and the Thousand Suns think tanks who came with them later introduced the names and general characteristics of these things. The Mechanicum now knew that these were horrific creatures of the warp, a malevolent being that could be described as chaos demons. But that's not right. The commander of this unit searched the memories in his sacred circuits. As far as he could remember, there were definitely not so many chaos demons entering this world. Aren't these creatures of the warp? The subspace reaction of this world is very dull. Where did they get the reinforcements from? Although I was full of doubts, this was obviously not the time to think about these things. Besides, this is a good thing. Before, I was worried that the person had disappeared, but now it saves trouble because he has shown up on his own initiative. The commander of the unit was only puzzled by the demon army's surprise attack. Instead of being afraid, he felt happy. Under unified command, the Crusaders launched an attack using equipment mainly equipped with radium weapons and galvanic weapons. According to previous experience on the battlefield, these strange chaos demons have gained the ability to interfere with long-range weapons because of the blessing of the warp, making it difficult to hit them directly with long-range weapons. However, the Mechanicus also has its own way of dealing with it. Since direct shooting will be unpredictably deflected due to the influence of the power of the warp, don't aim directly at them, but aim at their sides and destroy them with indirect damage. Based on previous combat experience, this behavior is effective. For a moment, laser projectiles with extremely high radiation became the most eye-catching thing on the battlefield. Radius weapons are a type of equipment mainly used by the Mechanicus. Their killing method is to use powerful energy to accelerate the projectiles, which already have extremely high radiation levels, to an extremely terrifying speed and then launch them. Afterwards, the projectile will form large areas of secondary ionizing radiation on its trajectory due to the combined effects of high-speed friction and radiation. When the launch speed and density are high enough, such as now, it can also form a laser storm to kill all enemies. Although the vampires were also chaos demons, they were, after all, creatures created from the corpses and souls of the dying residents of Erantal City. They began to die one after another in the face of the deadly laser storm. Chaos Spawn, a deformed monster that has received too many blessings from the blood god, can survive for a long time in the laser storm. At this time, the Mechanicus priests marching in the team will swing their mechanical axes and, under the cover of heavy combat servitors, chop into pieces any chaos spawn that dares to rush over. Finally, the powerful Warhound Titan used its plasma blaster cannon and turbolaser destructor cannon to eliminate the chaos demons on the battlefield one after another like cutting leaks. Because the heavy weapons on the Warhound Titan are all area damage when used to attack these chaos demons, there is no need to aim specifically. The aftermath can create a vacuum zone for the enemy one after another. Occasionally, some bloodletters and chaos eggs would rush to a place close to the Warhound Titan, and the Warhound Titan would raise its feet and crush them to pieces. But just when the War Dog Titan was showing its power, suddenly a black armored giant over 5 meters tall appeared behind it and hit it violently, causing the War Dog Titan to stagger.